What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Friday, November 21st, 2025, and the Buck and I with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, plenty of Texas Arkansas preview. What do the Horns need to do to roast the Piggies tomorrow here in Austin? The latest injury updates, more sound from Steve Sarkisian, including a pretty hilarious response to his own comments from Wednesday regarding his future at the University of Texas. What a win for the Texans last night on Thursday Night Football. We will recap that. About Cowboys-Eagles coming up on Sunday. We will preview the big NFL weekend. Craziness happening on the college football coaching carousel, including Kalen DeBoer potentially going to Penn State. Could that happen? A lot going on. Plus, Bucky's making history and a beloved steakhouse chain reportedly making a comeback. Oh, yeah, we got a lot to get to. It is a fun football Friday here on Bucky and BK, and we are just 6 days away from Thanksgiving. We appreciate y'all starting your weekends off with us. Happy Friday, my man. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. It's, we got the rain that we needed. We'll get a little bit more this morning, and then it will go away for a while, and then we'll just have some showers off and on. Temperatures will start to dip a little bit starting on Sunday. But when I say dip, not into the 30s, but some 40s in the evenings, but 60s, your temperature. You want 60s and 70s, you're about to get it next week. So it's going to feel like, actually finally feel like fall next week, not winter. I mean, some places are getting winter. I mean, my family back in Pennsylvania had snow. I got pictures of snow, but we're finally going to get our fall coming in. Summer is over. So that's fine. We got some nice rain last night. I got rain throughout the night, kind of off and on. It's wet out here, and hopefully we'll get a little bit more this morning. My gardens, my plants are all perked up around here, so grass is looking good. I'm excited. I kind of like this time of the year, but I don't like a lot of it. I'm ready to get back to 85, 90 degrees. Yeah, I know. I'm ready to get back. I'm ready to get back to it. I was cold in my house yesterday. My Woods Comfort Systems air conditioner didn't pop on. It wasn't warm enough. So, with everything totally off, nothing was going to come on because it wasn't going to get cold enough anyway. And I thought I was freezing in this house. And it's not. It's just as pleasant as can be, but I'm old. Old people need warmth.
It's November 21st, and we have finally declared that summer is over.
Yes.
Here in Central Texas.
It's over.
About time.
Just before Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I'll take 60s and 70s the week going into Turkey Day. That works for me.
It'll be a nice day for the games. Saturday should be nice. If anything, it could rain early in the morning, but then after that, it should be sunshine and a heck of a day for football.
Yeah, you are the expert. And I will give you credit because early in the week, you maintained that we were going to be fine Saturday afternoon.
Yes.
That a lot of the other weather guessers out there were predicting rain for the game, and most of them have changed course. Most of them are now saying tomorrow afternoon should be just fine. Now, we know how the weather guessers are. And
yes,
here's where my credit to you ends. You don't have the cleanest track record of all time. So I don't know if we're totally out of the woods yet, but
I'm still better than they are.
You are better than they are. That is a low bar to clear. Congratulations. You were the skinniest kid at the fat camp. Buck.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
But it's starting to seem like we should be okay from a weather standpoint tomorrow afternoon at DKR. I will be out there. More importantly, 100,000 of our closest friends will be out there. And it seems like the weather shouldn't be too much of a factor in this one.
Yeah, it's almost time to put on real khakis and stuff like that to play golf and, get out of these shorts because I'll freeze with the shorts on, especially now that it may be a little bit wet near the woods when my ball's going to the woods and I want to pretend I'm going to go look for my ball for like less than 2 minutes. And we still have one of us that plays with the Texas Cheater that pretends like he doesn't have any more balls in his bag. If it goes in the woods, he's in there like 10 minutes. The guys who are behind us are up on us, but that means he gets less and less playing time with us because we'll give you another ball, but if you hit it in the woods, just drop right there where you think it went in. There's no reason to go in the woods looking for a golf ball, is there?
No, because I need to do that to get a few free ones when I play.
Yeah, that's the only reason you go in there. But do that on somebody else's dime. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I got to go find mine, and then hey, there's 3 or 4 from the Texas Cheaters right there. Let's go.
Yeah. Just keep it in play. Keep pace of play going right now. It's the holidays. Everybody's out there. There are a lot of women. There are a lot of female. There's a lot of extra people on the golf course right now. It's that time of the year. Kids are coming home. You know, the ones who belong to country clubs got friends and family out there, want to get a round of golf in, including the women. I mean, some of the mom and sister, and there's just a lot of them out there right now. And pace of play with those people is not, whatever they see on TV, whether it's live or whatever, they have to bend over and place their coin, not just drop the coin behind the ball like we do. If it flops in front of the ball, who cares? But they've got to place the coin properly behind the ball, get on one knee, plumb dig or plumb bob or whatever they do. Now this whole thing about how they see those guys walking to figure out what the lay of the land is, but then instead of walking with their legs spread, they're walking straight down the middle of where they're gonna putt. So they screw up the putting line and they screw up the greens. It's like these are like the dumb. You're not professionals. Don't start acting like a pro. Just putt the ball. Or hey, like the guy who was telling me the other day, he said, I played in front of six guys. I'm like, I know, hey, it's your club. You do whatever you like. I'm just happy that I was let to play there. But the guy came back, he says, hey, I'm sorry, guys, we're so slow, but I'm just putting. You know what I said to him? Do like I have. Go get a putting green. Why? I mean, you're just putting?
Yeah.
Well, go home, get a putting green and go home and just putt.
Couple of thoughts on all of that. You know, you and I have been friends for a decade or so now, and I've learned that there are very few things in life that you hate more than women playing golf. Number 2, I think once around, I will do the squat, try to like really read a green.
Yeah.
And then about 2 seconds in, I'll realize I have no idea what the hell I'm doing.
First of all, I can't get down there anymore. I've been trying for the last 2 years to just bend down there in the catcher's squat and kind of see it. I can't do it. That pisses me off because if I get down there and I can't get back up, it's going to be hilarious. Yeah. I mean, it's just
half the greens I can't read, and the half I can't putt it where I'm trying to put it anyways. So it really makes no difference for me. My best chance when I'm on the green is just getting up there and hitting it, and let's go.
And the only thing about having a putting green is the repetition of just the swing. Yep. Because the guys, every time I miss one, they said, oh, and you have a putting green, right? I mean, it's like if I don't make a 40-footer, it's like, hey, how's that putting green working for you? That's been a deterrent from me. Like, I just close my mouth now because they will say it for me. Hey, nice putting green there, pal. Yeah. Nice 4-foot miss.
You dug your own grave by mentioning that on the show.
I totally have. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so much for what you do to you and your families during these holiday seasons. We wish you all well. We hope you get a chance to be with your families. But if not, please be safe out there.
Yeah, and like the Buck said yesterday, head on a swivel.
Please, man, head on a swivel. People are getting out of this area so quick. And I think there will be, because of the flights and everything, people over the last month or 6 weeks have said, I'm not doing it. I'm just going to get in the car. If I got to spend an extra 2 or 3 hours in the car, I'm driving. Well, they're on their way, folks. Look out.
Yeah, there's going to be so much travel over the next week and change, right? Because people will be leaving, but then people will be racing back for the Aggie game next Friday, and all the travel that goes around Thanksgiving. So it'll be hectic. Give yourself a little bit of time, and don't be in a hurry. Try to be less stressed. And
do not drink and drive.
Definitely don't do
leave
that.
That for the table.
Yeah, absolutely. So, we'll obviously be talking plenty of Thanksgiving next week. We'll be talking plenty of Texas A&M next week as that rivalry returns to Austin for the first time since 2010. But we've got another rivalry that returns to Austin for the first time in a long time. First time since 2008. The Arkansas Razorbacks will be making their way to DKR Texas Memorial Stadium, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. A reminder, our pregame show will be live from Schultz Garden from 12 to 2. We'll be getting you set for kickoff between the Horns and the Hogs. Buck, big one for the Longhorns. I still think Texas has a chance to make the college football playoff. Yes, it is an outside chance. Yes, they need to go 2-0, and they need some help from some other teams around the country. But boy, the Longhorns are in eye test mode at this point.
Yes, for sure.
It's no longer just find a way to win. It is, okay, find a way to win, but look impressive doing so. Big opportunity for Texas against a 2-8 football team to flex their muscles a little bit here at home.
Yeah, this is a game that, as I said, this can't be a 3-point win. Hey, nice win beating them, getting ready for the Aggies. No matter what you do, you have to win both of these games, and I think you have to win both of these games convincingly, and especially this week. Can't be in a dogfight against a team that's only been losing by one score. You'd have asked me before. I had never, ever got a chance to coach against Arkansas ever in football. I missed out on the opportunity to do that. Instead, I got to coach against Rice and TCU and stuff like that. But that's okay. So I don't know what the rivalry is all about. I just know the rivalry of the history and what I read about in Texas and Arkansas for years and years, and Coach Royal and Coach Broyles, and how they battled, and back in the days of the wishbone and the fun times when Southwest Conference, Big 8. I mean, it was just kind of ugly and nasty. But these kids don't know what that is. But they need to know something. They need to win this game and not go in there lollygagging on Saturday. They need to really win this game, get everything together. Some of the stuff that's been bugging them, they need to leave that behind, because the following week, everything better be buttoned up. But this week, everything still needs to be buttoned up, because if you're playing against a team, BK, that hasn't been losing but by one score, you expect them to be in it in the fourth quarter. I don't expect this team to be in it in the fourth quarter. I expect for Texas to be playing a bunch of guys, and Arkansas looking forward to finding their new coach by the third quarter.
Yeah, I hope you're right on that. And back to the point of the rivalry, Texas and Arkansas met every season from 1928 to 1991. Wow. And since then, only 7 meetings between these two neighboring states, obviously with Arkansas going to the SEC and the Big 8 and all that stuff forming. I mean, that caused these teams to stop playing. They were in the same conference for a long time in the Southwest, and obviously that's changed. But that's one of the good parts about conference realignment. Obviously, Texas loses some old rivals from the Big 12, but they get some back with Texas A&M and Arkansas. And, yeah, this is a game that means a lot to a lot of Longhorn fans, especially the older generations of Longhorn fans. And, before diving into everything else you just said, Steve Sarkisian was asked about this yesterday. He was asked if his players need a reminder about this Arkansas rivalry. Like, do they understand the hatred between these two sides? And here's how Sark answered that yesterday.
Well, I don't know if they completely understand it all. We're fortunate. We have a visitor at practice every day in Ted Coy. So he gives them a great reminder of what this game meant in that era and some of those fantastic matchups, 1 versus 2, things of that nature. But when you have the break and the lull in the action, I think for so many of our players, what they know of a rivalry is what they've seen on TV or the games that they went to during recruiting. I know for some of our current players and our current staff members, we went to Arkansas in 2021, and that was not a very friendly welcome that we received that first time going there. And so we understand that the magnitude of the rivalry that way. Obviously, going back last year was helpful for us. But at the end of the day, a lot of our younger players, they're going to get introduced to that rivalry quickly, when this ball gets kicked off Saturday. But it's a great game. I'm so glad that we get to play this game. So many times that with conference realignment, that so many of these rivalries kind of fell off and people aren't playing some of the great games that they played historically. Well, we picked 2 back up, and I think that sometimes that gets overlooked. And the fact that we're playing both of these rival games at the end of the season to go along with OU in the middle of the season, these are special opportunities that our players are going to remember for a lifetime. So we're going to embrace it. We're going to enjoy it, and we're going to fight our tails off, see how it goes.
Yeah, they don't have it. It's not there yet.
No, I think it's going to take a few years for it to really
Sure.
get back to what it was. And
It'll get there quick if you get your ass beat on Saturday.
I was going to say, if we're being honest, obviously we hope tomorrow is not the day this happens, but it might take a few Arkansas wins for Texas, like this younger generation of Texas fans, and for the guys in that locker room to really hate Arkansas. Like,
yeah, you lose at home and then go there the next time, you'll start to feel it.
Yeah, but obviously the SEC announced that Arkansas was going to be one of Texas's 3 permanent opponents, along with OU and A&M. So good move by the SEC. There will be plenty of opportunities for the bad blood, easy for me to say, to build up with these two squads. But yeah,
anytime you're on the opposing side, if you're Texas and the opposing colors are similar to your other rivals, that color alone is enough when they take the field for you to understand that's a color that you don't like. Anything to do with crimson, red, anything like that, you should be thinking, if you're Texas, that's not good. That's somebody we want to beat the shit out of.
Any shade of red, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Then the Sooners, you got to you can learn to hurt. You can learn to hate the color if you need to.
Yeah. By the way, Ted Coy, I think a good portion of our audience knows this, but Ted Coy, member of that 1969 national championship team, a inductee into the Longhorn Hall of Honor. So cool to hear that he's been at practice this week, just talking to the team and I guess talking about what this rivalry means to folks around both states. But to me, it's less about the rivalry and more about, like you said, Buck, this is an Arkansas team that is 0-6 in the SEC right now, but their average margin of defeat is 4.2 points in those 6 games. So they have been hanging around. Their largest loss was by 9 points in a game against Auburn where they actually led after the third quarter. So they have been hanging around here. You know, the last time we saw Texas play a home game, they got off to a tremendous start. It was the Vanderbilt game now 20 days ago. The Longhorns got out to that huge lead. I think they were up 17-3 after the first quarter. And obviously the game got a lot closer than we wanted down the stretch. But Texas really set the tone. You could tell they were excited to be home after being on the road for the entire month of October. And they just brought the energy to the crowd. I know that's something you preached going into that game. It'd be really nice if Texas, a team that has been a lot better playing in the state of Texas this year, can just bring that juice and kind of leave no doubt. Like, hey, Arkansas, we know you've played some close games in the SEC this year. That's cute. You're 2-8. We're fighting for a playoff spot. We're going to make it look that way.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like I said, by the third quarter, this thing is like, it's in the bag. You know, they may get a score down the line somewhere in the fourth quarter, but it's a meaningless score late in the game. Well, where your team is dominating, your defense is dominating this offense of theirs. It's pretty good, but your offense is gathering some momentum to go into the Aggie game, because you're going to have to keep up with them in that game, because they've got highlight reel type of players at the wide receiver and running back position, and their quarterback can get going, but you're going to need to score some points the following week. So you need to get your momentum offensively going this weekend for sure.
Agreed. And this is a good defense to do it against. I mean,
yes.
Arkansas ranks dead last or second to last. And
you're going to have to fight for every inch of it next week.
Yeah. Next week's a whole different beast right here. But look, I don't want to say next week won't matter if you don't win tomorrow, because the Lone Star Showdown always matters.
Always matter, yes.
Of course. But when you're talking about like the goals that you had for this season, this is not a program that's like, as long as we beat A&M and OU, it's a good year.
Yeah, see, I don't feel like I generally feel that no matter what your record is against Oklahoma at that time or A&M, you're going to beat them. You can be just crappy and lead the nation in penalties, but when you play them, you're going to play good. You're going to beat them, and then you always just have that feeling. You lose this one, I won't have that feeling the following week.
Yeah.
I just won't. I mean, that's, to me, no matter how you do this, if you come out and you're not ahead of this game and you look sloppy and you lose this game, I will next week, I will automatically say you're not going to beat A&M.
It will be borderline impossible to pick Texas to beat A&M if they lose to Arkansas at home.
Sure.
Can it happen? Of course it can happen. This is such a week-to-week sport. But, yeah, you go out and lose to a 2-8 team that has lost 8 straight games at home, then You got
It
to.
would be hard for me to pick it, but I will not be able to pick Texas beating A&M if they lose this football game.
You turn around and you got to play a team that has won 11 straight games, assuming the Aggies take care of Samford.
Yeah, and they got a lot going on. This third in the nation ranking means an awful lot to them. This is one of those that I think even the Aggies will fight their asses off all the way to the bitter end. They won't give in.
No, of course
we lose
not.
to Arkansas, they won't give in.
They don't want that demerit on what has been one of the best seasons in A&M history. They don't want a Texas loss to put a little blemish on it. They want to run the table and obviously come into Austin and do what the Longhorns did to them in their place last year. So
yes,
that will be on the minds for Texas A&M 7 days from now for sure. But yeah, you'd like this Texas team really on both sides of the ball. But since you brought up Arch Manning and the Longhorn offense, you'd like for them to get some things going. And the run game, Buck, I know we've talked about it all week long. Heck, we've talked about it all season long, and every Longhorn fan everywhere has, because it's just been so inconsistent. We ran down some of the numbers earlier this week. Texas ranks dead last in rushing in SEC games, averaging just over 71 yards per game on the ground. They're going up against a Razorback defense that is giving up like 180 rushing yards per game.
I haven't coached there in 30 years, and I'm so embarrassed by that stat.
Yeah.
I don't care what conference they're in. The University of Texas cannot be last in a conference in running the football.
Not only are they dead last, but they are 26 yards behind second to last.
Oh, my God.
So it's not like they're close to anybody else. Not that that would be much less embarrassing. It's still incredibly embarrassing, but they are so far away from anybody else when it comes to running the football in this conference that, I mean, it's a joke. It really is. Like, I have no idea how we've fallen this far and how this coach, who is always focused on having a good run game to the point where he's gone 13 straight seasons with a 1,000-yard rusher, whether it's as a head coach or an offensive coordinator, how things have fallen this far, this fast. It's stunning.
Yeah, and he's still talking. He's still telling us about fits and schemes and how close. And, we just have to – the running backs have to do this and the offensive line. It's, they haven't figured it out now, this far into the season. It's this or it's that. And it's not the fact that you don't have good runners and you don't have a good offensive lineman. Sorry, coach.
Yeah, he knows that, I think.
Yeah, well, yeah, he's got to say, he's got to have something that they're working towards the positive. He can't just say, he can't throw his hands up in the air and say, well, we're just no good. I mean, no coach is going to do that. We got that, but I mean, it's just a shame that it hadn't been fixed. It hadn't been fixed a little bit.
Right. That's all we really care about, right? It doesn't matter much what Steve Sarkisian has to say about it. And, he did say a couple of days ago that, hey, we know it sucks. It's not like we're in here saying, oh, we think the run game's good and you guys are crazy. Right. There's been a lot of time. Remember the red zone struggles last year, right? Every time Sark was asked about it, he would basically blame the media for asking about it. It's like, well, it's not a big deal. We keep winning all of these football games. You guys are overblowing this thing. And Steve Sarkisian is like, no, we know our run game is not good. And boy, his answer, he was talking about, do we add players? Do we take players away? Do we expand the playbook? Do we shrink the playbook? He's going through every option to the press, which means behind the scenes, he doesn't have an answer because he's trying everything he can. And, they're throwing a bunch of crap at a wall and none of it has stuck this year.
It's better than the penalty answer that he's given, though. It's much better that they're doing this and they're trying that and they're trying this combo and the fit's got to be better, because it's much better than saying, oh, there's a wide variety of reasons and then leaving it at that. I mean, that answer was like, wow, coach.
Oh, let's play that again. I know
that is still amazing to me.
Yeah, Q&A. This is from Monday's press conference where Steve Sarkisian was asked by Anwar Richardson of Orange Bloods about the penalty issues for Texas this year. And Sark didn't give the lengthiest of answers, safe to say.
Coach, what's been happening from a penalty perspective? I know obviously that's got to be a source of frustration for you, but what's been going on? Why has that been a continual theme?
We're getting called for penalties.
Is there any particular reason why?
There's a variety of them.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Einstein.
I can't tell if he was blaming the refs there, like, well, the refs are calling us too much for penalties, or if he.
I think he's actually looking at his team itself, and everybody has a hand in all of this stuff.
It's crazy.
But like I said, if you just told me, our special teams, and our offensive line, and we're just having some hand position problems. We're getting outside the framework and people are catching us doing, I'd be like, fine, fix that, coach. We'd like for it to have been fixed months ago, but it's not. But at least you're telling us what it is. But when you tell us it's a wide variety, I'm thinking, okay, so if it just continues, you're going to tell us it's another wide variety. There's something a little bit different. Who cares? But once again, as you say, BK, fans of the game don't care. They don't care to hear any of that. They just want to know that the following week you only have 3 penalties and it's fixed.
Yeah. Hey, Coach, for the record, we can all see the wide variety of penalties every single Saturday.
we see that we see it too.
Yeah, it's not like, oh, it's just offensive line every Saturday. It's nope, your defensive line jumps off sides, your special teams commits penalties, your DBs will get handsy. I mean, it's equal opportunity infractioning this year.
This would be a nice game in your home stadium to bring that level on down to about 4 or 5 and enjoy a really good, solid football game all around before you play a big rivalry game. This team is not good. This shouldn't be any dogfight. I don't care if they've been in 1-score games. This will be disappointing if you don't go and whip their ass at home. Some of your players are coming to the end of their careers, and now you've got 2 games at home. You need to play your best ball. You need to have your special teams. Your special teams coach needs to have it together. Your wide receiver coach needs to teach your wide receiver to catch. Your running back coach needs to find out who's the guy who's going to carry the load in this football game. Your offensive line coach, I mean, I don't know what to say about that dude. That dude is supposed to be one of the best in the nation, and it's not very stellar this season to watch the growth of some of those guys.
Yeah.
They are, as you say, backups, and a lot of them are backups to stay backups. That you should have better. They should be better, or you should have gone out and found better.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's just there's nothing you can do about your personnel right now.
No.
Like, you've got to deal with it the last couple of games and hope that these guys are good enough to win you these last couple of games. But has some big questions in this offseason for sure. And it sounds like Steve Sarkisian will be back in 2026. He was pretty adamant about that a couple of days ago. We played that sound yesterday. So now it's on Steve Sarkisian with the help of Chris Del Conte to make some tough decisions about personnel, but also about the coaching staff too. And I think a lot of assistants have underperformed this year in 2025. And ultimately it all falls on the head coach. I get that, but a lot of assistant coaches just aren't getting the job done.
Yeah, and by the way, you lose this game and all those things he said, there are going to be some big time people trying to say, well, maybe you don't need to think of this as your home. Maybe,
I mean, if Texas ends the year 7-5, which they can, then it's not going to be. I mean, I still think Sark will be back next year. I don't think Texas would fire him, but there aren't going to be as many people in his corner saying thank God he said that. Yeah, F you, Desmond Howard, you suck. There will be people like, can someone take him, please?
Yeah. Do we really want to? Speaking of running it back, should we be running it back? They're running it back no matter what. Even 7-5, they're running it back.
Yeah.
But there are going to be a lot of people that are going to have things to say about how it's run and what you need to do and who you need to get rid of and what you need to add to the team. That's just natural.
I mean, Buck, we're talking about that at 9-3. Like, Texas could win these last 2 games, but people still want changes made. Like, should Kyle Flood come back? Should an offensive play caller be hired?
Sure.
Should Dwayne Aquina come back? I mean, with what the secondary has looked like this year, do you need a new running backs coach? Like, all of these are questions that are happening right now, and Texas is the 17th ranked team in the country.
You're right.
Texas ends the year 9-3. They'll obviously shoot up the rankings a little bit, hopefully into the top 12. We'll see. But even then, there are going to be people wanting change. Obviously, if they lose one, they lose one. But especially if they lose 2, then Sark's not going to have a choice. Sark won't be even allowed to argue to be able to run it back with everybody in the same position they were last year.
Yeah, I would be totally about making some kind of change, and what you do and how you go out in the portal and do what they've been doing. It's just. It did. If you, like I said, after they got all those guys hurt, the running backs got hurt before the season started the year before. It's like that will never happen again. Well, that part didn't happen, but the runners sure didn't become any better. That's for damn sure.
Yeah. Yeah, the running game's a mess. And to put a bow on the penalty conversation, you were talking about 4 or 5 penalties tomorrow as
Yes.
the goal.
Yes. That is to me, that is if you're sloppy and you're in that 10, 11 at home, you know, that's still going to look bad. Even if you get a nice win, that you look silly if that thing continues to go in that direction, because that to me, more so than anything, shows a lack of discipline by your football team.
Oh my God, that's obvious with this football team. They are incredibly undisciplined, and they're averaging 8.2 penalties per game, by the way, second to last in college football. And there's only been one game this year where the Longhorns have had fewer than 6 penalties called.
Yeah, I'm looking for a 5 penalty game tomorrow.
That would be the second best of the year. The best performance from a flag standpoint was their best performance overall, the game against Oklahoma.
Yes.
They had 4 penalties. That's the only game this year where the Longhorns have had less penalties than their opponents.
Yeah, when you're in rhythm and you're clicking, you don't do those things. You don't have to reach and grab and do anything. You just play.
Yeah, the second half. I mean, watch the second half of that OU game, right? Like Texas stayed ahead of the chains. They weren't reaching. They weren't grabbing. The offense didn't have an accepted penalty after the first quarter. So you do something like that, yeah, your offense is going to look pretty good. And hey, you don't hold on a Ryan Niblett punt return. You know what he could do. House one. So
yeah,
like
don't do that. You don't have to grab anybody for him to get loose. He knows what he's doing. So just keep your hands inside, do what you have to do, but don't grab anybody. Don't push anybody in the back. Let that guy do the work.
Yeah.
He's the guy who's keeping Jeff Banks' deal as a special teams coach going anyway. It's not what Jeff Banks is doing. It's what that guy's doing.
Yeah. Jeff Banks has had such a wild year. And, last year it felt like he completely neglected special teams, but he's also the tight ends coach. Gunnar Helm had an amazing season.
Absolutely.
This year, special teams, they've done a lot right. Obviously, Ryan Niblett's the biggest part of that. I still have a lot of questions. There are still too many things that go wrong, but the tight end position has been non-existent this year. It's like we're talking about coaches doing 2 roles. Obviously, most of that conversation has been about Sark being head coach and offensive play caller.
Yeah, that is, and BK, that's one of the deals when we talk about, excuse me, having a play caller besides yourself, besides the head coach. That's where he has the opportunity to spend time with the tight ends.
Yeah,
he wants to make that position, or the wide receivers. That's the time. If he didn't have to do all that thinking about what's my next play going to do, he could spend time with that particular, and let Jeff Banks do a lot with the special teams. You
got some water over there, sir?
Yeah, I'm good. I got some Java.
You're dying over there. Oh, a little coffee this morning.
Yes, indeed.
Doctor's orders, huh?
Yeah, I've had my water I've gone up and peed 6 times last night, so I'm good.
6?
No, it was just 4.
4?
It feels like 6. Yeah, it was 4 times. I got up 4 times to use the bathroom.
Dude, I get mad when I have to wake up 1 time to use the bathroom.
No,
the older I get, it's starting to happen now, or basically every night I got to wake up and go. And it's usually at 5 in the morning, and I wake up at 6.
Oh, you hate that. You want
just like 1 more hour, please? Like we're almost there, no. Body. What are we doing?
No, there's something when I go to bed and I get about 2.5 hours into it, just before midnight, I get up and then there's a shot at around 2. And then there's that 5 o'clock when I want that hour. I just want it. And I turn sideways and it's like, nope, got to go. And then that hour turns into feels like 15 minutes,
Yeah.
That's just being old. That's all right. That's part of getting old, and that's fine with me.
I'll take it. I will take getting old over the alternative.
I'm doing all the right stuff. I'm drinking a lot of water during the day. I'm to that point now. I have not had one of those body armor drinks or no sweet tea. I've not gone that way. I got my OLIPOP, but that's about it. I don't need to mess with the other stuff. That other stuff's no good for me. So, but I'm feeling pretty good. But yeah, Jeff Banks is, as I said, if you got a play caller, that's when the coach can spend his time. I mean, he has expertise in everything to do with the football program. I mean, he knows about defenses, defensive backs. He can spend more time, talking with the defensive back coach, being in tune to him. But when you're the play caller, dude, I've been around a dude who was a play caller all the time. That guy was never in defensive meetings. He didn't even bother. He just let those guys go. He let the secondary go. He wasn't really involved in the special teams, but his ass was in the. But we all had to be together with him in the offensive meetings, and that's hard. The coach needs to coach everybody. Coach needs to coach the coaches.
Yeah, it's a good point. I agree with that 100%. And it just feels like some of the head coaching duties are falling by the wayside because the coach is also coordinating an offense.
Yeah, you got to coach the coaches. Your expertise and years of experience needs to be handed down to a running back coach that you just brought here. He needs all the help he can get from you about steps, what he sees. He looks at film. He sees everything. He sees the way your guys, when he's talking about fits and all that stuff, that's where Sark can go to the running back coach and say, maybe if we try these steps instead of the ones that you've been preaching, maybe this will help just a little bit. That's what that's all about. He can help the secondary coach. He can definitely help with the tight ends. He would be a fantastic tight end coach. So I don't understand why the tight end position has been so, he's kind of let that go, left Jeff Banks to do special teams and the tight end duties because maybe a Gunnar Helm had a great year, but he can see that thing kind of floundering. You brought a kid in, you paid him some money, and he hadn't done shit. I mean, that should have been Sark's baby right there. You know what I'm saying? That guy should have caught about 70 balls by now. Been very effective as a tight end, one of the best tight ends in the country. Instead, he's just a guy running around out there.
Yeah. Wow. You're relegating Sark to tight end coach, huh?
I'm just saying there's so much he has to offer on that side of the ball, more so than what he gives as just a play caller.
And the three coaches he can't beat, and we'll get to some sponsor shout outs here in a second, but the three coaches that Steve Sarkisian has not been able to beat, Kirby Smart, Ryan Day, Kalen DeBoer, none of them call plays. None of them call plays. So, look, I was in favor of Sark calling plays for a long time. The last 2 years have been great. I don't know if you can continue doing that because there's
personnel means something too. You got to know when you don't have the same type of personnel.
Right.
I mean, how long does it take you to figure that out? That those great wide receivers that you brought in for the last 2 years, they're not there. They're not. You can try to make Dartmouth into a great wide receiver all you want to. Wingo can't catch. Moore was supposed to be that guy. He hasn't jumped way above where we thought he was going to be because I thought by this time, after what he did last year and the year before, that he now is going to be that guy. He hasn't become that guy. So that's where a guy who's been around great receivers, BK, can come in and help Chris Jackson out. But that position hasn't grown either, I don't believe.
No, it's all been bad. I mean, it's all just not been up to standard here this year. I think that's safe to say. All right, we're behind on sponsor shout-outs. That's on me. We got to give a little bit of love to people who make this all possible, Buck.
Let me see our friends at Relax the Back. They of course, embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle. And once again, my back couldn't be happier. 20-some years in this chair right here. And folks, they have everything to make your back and shoulders and neck feel good. Zero gravity recliners, Tempur-Pedic mattresses and pillows. They're all the accessories you need to give you the comfort that you definitely deserve. Folks, heal and recover, work smarter, sleep reimagined, and live pain-free. Relax the Back. And BK's at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. You can find it all, folks, at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. Love Relax the Back. Could make for some great holiday gifts as well. Love the OLIPOP. Oh, yeah. Cream soda on a Friday.
Getting creamed on a Friday.
Nothing wrong with that. You know what? I'm going to crack this open in front of the mic.
Oh.
Sounds like a soda, right?
Yes, it does.
That's because OLIPOP is a soda. But unlike the other sodas that you've been drinking in the past, this stuff is actually good for you. Prebiotics, botanicals, plant fiber. I don't know what those words mean. I just know that they're good. Good ingredients. They support your digestive health. I support my gut health every time I drink OLIPOP. I also support my taste buds too, because this stuff tastes fantastic. They've got more than 20 flavors to choose from, and OLIPOP did it. A lot of people have tried and failed. OLIPOP found a way to make something that's healthy, that also tastes great. This stuff is blowing up. I mean, it's all over the world at this point. Wherever you buy your groceries, they got it at 7-Eleven. They got it at Starbucks. You can pretty much find OLIPOP anywhere. Make sure you get you some. Next time you shop OLIPOP.
Thank you very much. And our good friends at Sue Patrick. Since 1975, the incredible selection of Longhorn apparel, all the different items that they have, the accessories. They've got tons of Texas-themed gifts, books, the whole works for the holiday season. And a wide variety of men's and women's clothing. Love the polos at there. And plus, I love the little long sleeve polos that Jay will have available for you at St. Patrick's. 5222 Burnett Road is the address. Plenty of free parking, folks. And, of course, they've got the Jelly Cats there. The sun is gone. The $1,000 sun is gone. Next week, we'll get rid of Bartholomew Bear at $1,000. Somebody needs to come in and grab that bear before the Aggie game. Yes, come in and get the bear next week. Jay will give you a good deal on that Jelly Cat for sure. For more information, folks, as I said, 5222 Burnett Road, SuePatrick.com is the place to go to find out information, and they will get that stuff shipped to you in a hurry, just in time for the holidays. You'll love it. And guess what is back, BK? Luggage. Luggage is back at
Nice.
So overnight luggage, or if you're going to be going for a long stay, the luggage is back in. The Longhorn luggage is there for you at St. Patrick. Once again, go to SuePatrick.com for more information.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And shout out to McCall Custom Homes as well. The Buck talked about his putting green earlier in the show. If you want something like that at your place, McCall Custom Homes can make it happen. If you want to redo a kitchen, if you want to remodel a bathroom, let's say you're adding on to your family, so you need to add on to your home. You don't want to buy or sell. It's a mess doing all of that in this market right now. Upgrade your current place. You've got it for a reason. McCall Custom Homes can help make your current home a little bit more special. Go to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. You can look at the gallery of jobs that they've done over the years. When we say years, we mean it. It's a father-son team with more than 4 decades of experience here in Central Texas, so they know what it takes to turn a Central Texas home into something truly special. They're A+ rated by the BBB. Tons of 5-star reviews. They're the best. Great friends, big-time Longhorn fans. Love these guys. McCallCustomHomesATX.com. You can hit up Mike McCall directly, 512-633-9580.
Sweet.
All right. Back into some Longhorn football conversation. Buck, I wanted to play this. You know, yesterday we played the 2-minute and 17-second rant from Steve Sarkisian on the SEC coaches call that happened on Wednesday, where he opened up his portion of the call, ranting about his future at the University of Texas, saying, you know, he's not going anywhere. He hasn't had any conversations with any college, with any NFL team. I mean, he was pretty adamant that he is going to be back as the Texas head football coach for 2026. Somebody asked him a follow-up question on that because Steve Sarkisian didn't mention any names there. He didn't really say who he was directing that rant to. We all kind of knew, but he didn't really say who he was directing that to. And again, there have been a couple of reports over the last month or so that have talked about him potentially leaving the Longhorns. Here was Sark when he was asked who that message was for.
I think it was for everybody. It might have just been for me. I don't know. You know, the thing about yesterday was this, okay? Like at the end of the day, I've got a locker room full of players who give me everything they have every day. And the last thing I want to be is for them to feel as though what people are saying about me outside of our building serving as a distraction for them and or their families. But also I wanted to say that for Longhorn Nation, because I don't want anybody here to feel like, boy, you know, Sark's, you know, window shopping and maybe he's trying to go. I'm not trying to go anywhere. And I think it's also for some of our opponents that, you know, hey, I'm not going anywhere. Stay out of our locker room. And maybe for some of the pundits out there that don't cover me and cover our program on a regular basis, so that they can understand that they can't just take their trash out and then have a thought to think that, hey, I think that Texas is going to have a job opening. So I don't know. Think about something else when you're taking your trash out.
Yeah, that's directed at one person right there.
Think about something else when you're taking your trash out.
Yeah, I just think all coaches can do themselves a favor. If they're at a university they want to be at, to anytime the rumor even comes up, all you need to do is to tell the group one time, I love this place. My family loves this place. I'm not going anywhere. Don't worry about the rumors. They will come. Let people know they're going to come. The people know they're going to come anyway, no matter what. If you're successful, they're going to come. If you're not successful, you're going to start hearing things that happen within the program. But if you just come out honestly, have your little press conference. I mean, like I said, it could be at the pool at your house and say, I'm not going anywhere. I love Austin, Texas. I love the University of Texas. I had no intentions of going anywhere else when I got this. Whether you believe it or not, if you tell that to the people, they can only go by your word. But if you hem and haw and you get other people to do your talking for you, which a lot of guys like to do, plus everybody likes to leave their options open for some odd reason.
Well, that's the thing, right? So 2 thoughts on that. I think sports fans who have been around the block a time or two,
They don't believe it even if you say it that way.
Exactly. Like, there have been too many instances in
Sure.
sports history, and everybody has had a favorite player or a favorite team or favorite coach where this has happened, where they'll say, I love it here, man. I know free agency's coming up this offseason, but I love it here, man. I've got a wife here. I've got kids here. Like, we don't
Sure.
want to leave. We're staying. And then they end up leaving a few months later. So, like, everyone keeps their options open, like you talk about.
Sure.
If you're a head coach, and it's different when you're at Texas versus when you're at a G5 school.
Absolutely.
I'm sure every South Florida fan wants Alex Golesh to come out and say, I freaking love it here. Well, if he says that, is anybody going to believe him?
No, not at all.
So exactly, like, it's like, man, I love TSU. I love what we built here. If someone is like, BK, we'll pay you $5 million a year to build a network for us, I'll say, I love you guys. I'll take you out to dinner when I'm back in Austin, but I'm out.
That's right.
So it's one of those things where it's like, I think coaches and players, not everybody, but some of them are also scared to just be that adamant, pound the table.
Because somebody that's really interested in you, maybe that way, will say, no, he just told me what he's thinking. He won't take this job.
Because here's the thing. Like, again, I believe Steve Sarkisian for now that he will be back at Texas, right? I do. But if the Dolphins fire Mike McDaniel,
yes,
and Stephen Ross, who's the owner of the Miami Dolphins, goes to Sark and says, I will pay you $20 million a year to be my head coach, and you get full GM responsibilities. You get to pick your GM. You guys get to work on personnel together. I am handing you the keys to my NFL franchise. What's Steve Sarkisian going to say to that?
I'm not going to be mad if him took the job. I can't. How can I be mad at that dude? How could you be? How could you be upset at him?
Well, some people would, because he just said he's not leaving. So why would he say that if he's not? Like, people will still be mad, even if it's potentially a better opportunity. Which,
these guys, when they say they're not just talking for their families, they're talking about for the families of a bunch of people on their staff that they've been around for a long time. So you're talking about uprooting people that love Austin, that they've now made, friends in their community and stuff. And a head coach's job is, you've got to be, taking care of everybody. I mean, when I came to Texas from Champaign, Illinois, it was, I hadn't been in this part of the country ever. So when John Malkovich came to Austin, Texas, he just, he had to tell me if this was going to be right for my family. Would you enjoy being in the state of Texas with your family? You've lived in Boston, well, shit, I lived in Champaign, Illinois, so I could live anywhere. But things weren't all that smooth in Champaign, Illinois. I lived there by myself for the last year. My wife could not take it out there in the country. She was like, there's just no way. I can't do this.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay. So, but before I came here, the head coach of Texas said to me, he goes, I am going to make sure that your family and you are very comfortable in Austin, Texas. When he came back and he made that phone call back to me, he goes, I want you here. Your family is going to love Austin. And they're still here.
Right.
They're still here. And he has decisions on families, not just his own family, but he's got, in the palm of his hand, he's got a lot of grown folks' lives in his hands. So it's meaningful if you take the job and say, well, I'm headed off to Miami, but you can leave other people behind. Not all of them will go.
Right.
So when you do that, I mean, that's a big responsibility to people. So when he tells me, I mean, it doesn't get any better than this. I mean, period. I'm sorry. I just have never, that's why I'm still here. It just doesn't get any better than this in the whole country to me. So if he says, I'm here, I'm taking him at his word that they have to remove him in order for him to be gone.
I agree.
And if somebody offers him a bunch of money, he's going to say, you know what? That's a great offer, but I want to be in Austin, Texas. I want to finish out what I came here to do. Now that he said that, I believe him, BK. I really do.
Yeah. And look, I don't think Sark would Lincoln Riley this thing where he leaves for another college job. Like, that's not going to happen. There's never going to be a Texas football coach that leaves Texas for another college gig. But if Sark wants to coach in the NFL, he obviously has been an offensive coordinator in the league before. That's the only thing that maybe you have to fear. If you are a Steve Sarkisian guy, which we are, someone's saying it's too, we're being too negative. Remember how it was before Sark. I don't want Sark to leave. I've said that 50 times.
And I'm not like a lot of fans will do, like, okay, screw him, then be gone. I don't want that guy to be gone. I want him to finish the job. He's a good coach. I love when people get going on the, oh no, if he doesn't, if he can't give us all these, no, dude, no, you can't, you're not finding anybody better right now. So no, let that dude finish his job.
And you got Joey here praying that the NFL steals Sark, that he's not alone. By the way, shout out to Noe, the GOAT, with the $20 super.
Thank you, Noe. No, man, it's always always nice to say that. That guy, he's been to 2 straight semifinals. It's hard to do that. That right there alone would keep a lot of people in the country their jobs for the next 15 years.
Yeah. Yeah. I think he's staying. I hope he stays. And look, he seemed pretty adamant. That's 2 days in a row now where he's like, I'm not going anywhere. None of those NFL rumors are true.
Yeah, I just wish guys could be, if they truly felt that way, then it wouldn't be about the money. And it would be about if that's the next step up and they feel like they are ready to take that step. And that's what they wanted growing up. I wanted to be a high school coach. I wanted to be a college coach. And I really would like to be a pro coach. That would be incredible. That would be that. Now you're following your dream. But if you're following it for the money, and I just can't see following it for the money. Although you mentioned $20 million, that's a lot of money. But
right.
Damn it, $10 million, $11 million is a lot of money. How much money do you need? That's what I'm saying. How much do you need to live in a great city like this? There's such prestige and such honor at staying at a college and fighting through what is really, I think, the hard times of college football right now with all this NIL and everything else. That's the one that takes balls, is to stand up. And if you got to battle that way and pay players, then to figure it out,
Right.
That's the balls, to run off to the pros and take that money. And, in a couple of years, they'll be looking for you to get rid of you there. So,
yeah, we'll see if Joe Blow, a.k.a. Desmond Howard, talks about this on College Game Day tomorrow. He didn't report this on College Game Day. Remember, he was taking his trash out in front of his house in Miami when he posted that video to his Instagram the other day.
That came from somebody that he met down in Miami that knows the owner of the team, that may have slipped something into Desmond that wasn't totally true. Sark may have had a phone call or something, and that's about it, and showed zero interest. But Desmond got it from. That's
everyone's got their conspiracies.
Sure.
Texas and Michigan are always competing against each other for recruits, right? So, is it Desmond Howard, the Michigan man? Like, man, there's one guy that we really want at Michigan who's in between the Longhorns and the Wolverines, and let me put this out there to make sure that we get this recruit to come here. Like, I don't know. There's always negative recruiting going on, and now, Steve Sarkisian said it yesterday, and you kind of heard him reference it in that answer that we just played, but he was also asked, like, point blank, hey, since these NFL reports have started coming out, have teams been tampering with your roster? And Sark said yes, like, simple, direct, to the point. So not only is it recruiting high school kids, it's also trying to steal players from the Texas locker room too. So Sark's got to answer all of this, and it's not the noise that there's already enough noise surrounding Texas football as it is with the way the team's playing. Not the noise that I don't think any of those guys in that room want to be dealing with right now.
Yeah, well, Sark just needs to focus on, forget his job is to get this group ready this weekend for sure, and in the following weekend, but one at a time. This is a big football game, and I truly believe that they will show up on Saturday and give the fans something to cheer about and get rid of Arkansas before they play the day after Thanksgiving, because that game is going to be so much fun. In Austin, Texas, back on a Friday here, that's extreme right there. So, but your team is not good enough to bypass this team, to just cruise into the following week. That's more so than anything, that's what you got to get rid of out of your football team. And yes, it is a Friday, but every walkthrough, every meeting is important leading up to this football game. Yeah. And that's what he needs to be focused on, is pay attention. Hey, you're already a dumbass team. We know that. That's the statistically right there for us all to see. You're not hiding that, coach. You're not gonna tell the fans that, you know what, we are so much better than you really think we are. Our penalties aren't as bad as you think. It's the refs against us. No, dude, it's your dumbass team against your dumbass team. You need to quit that, and you need to make sure that that doesn't happen on Saturday, and your team gives the fans something to cheer about, because they'll have plenty to cheer about the following week. By the way, they'll be all jacked up no matter what on that Friday. You don't have to get them going next week. They'll get going. Your team will get going. But this week, you got to pay attention to every detail to win this football game.
Yeah, Sark earlier this week was asked about that, right? Everybody knows what's coming up 7 days from now,
Yes.
but we obviously have to take care of business against Arkansas tomorrow before we get to A&M. Here's Sark talking about making sure his team is locked in to the Piggies.
Yeah, I think it's a very scary game because this is a very dangerous Arkansas team, and we addressed that with the team this morning. You put up their last 5 games, the score of all those games, and like I said, 23-22, I think, versus LSU. The Auburn game, Auburn gets a late score to make it 34, I think 23, something like that. A&M's 45-42, Mississippi State's 38-35, Tennessee is 34-31. So they got their attention real quick. You turn the tape on, it gets their attention real quick. But I think the other side of it is, man, we're restoring a great rivalry. And it's first time for Arkansas to be back at DKR in quite some time. And so I know our guys are excited about that too. They've had to go there twice now, and they know what that environment was like. So for them to come here and to play in DKR, I know our guys are excited about the opportunity. But we need to be careful. I'll definitely say that.
Yeah, no, just pay attention to details and get all of that kind of stuff straight for this football game. I don't care about the rivalry stuff. Your team, your kids are young, right? This is a game. All they have to do is put on the tape. These bums don't quit. They're still around in the fourth quarter. You got to make them quit. You got to make them become the team that they are. 2 wins in the SEC. You have to make them what they are. They're not good, and you have to treat them. When you get on the field, treat them like they're not good. But they'll be around. They're not going to quit. So you need to pay attention to all your details on every punt, on every block, on every catch. Over-exaggerate catches, Wingo. That means you need to make all your catches. The ball needs to be punted well. Field goals need to be good. You need to cover kicks. But you have to pay attention to detail here. This is a group that's been there in the fourth quarter. I don't know how, but they don't seem to just die away like they should. They stink. This group needs to get rid of them in the third quarter so that you get a bunch of kids having a good time in the fourth quarter, and now you can start looking forward to your following game.
Who said the rivalry is dead? You just called Arkansas a bunch of bums. I love it.
A bunch of bums. Really, 2 wins.
2 wins. They've lost 8 in a row, Buck. They started the year 2-0, and now they are 2-8.
Yeah, don't give in to these bums by having them in the game in the fourth quarter in some dogfight field goal football game. At halftime, come out, score, stop them, get yourself going so those bums are going to be ready to get on the bus and head back to Fayetteville. That's what they need to do.
Don't hug the bums. The Buck. Don't hug the bums.
Yeah, don't be hugging around with them and pig piling and having fun with them. Get rid of them. Make them start looking, who are we going to hire? That whole group of Arkansas and people around that program by the third quarter need to be thinking, who's going to be our next coach? Because this is embarrassing.
Dude, I talked to a guy who hosts Locked On Razorbacks, a daily podcast covering Arkansas. And he's like, we've barely talked about this game this week. I'm like, what? Like, don't you guys hate Texas more than anything in the world? He's like, yeah, but everyone is just so focused on this coaching search and the future of Arkansas football that, like, don't really care. Like, it doesn't move the needle. Obviously, everybody wants to beat Texas. There's no doubt about that.
Even Ty sounded that way. Sounded that way. Like, how do we look forward to what's going to happen in the future? We know what's going to happen to us Saturday, so let's just get it to them. If they fight hard and it's a close ball game, it's like a win for them.
Right. Well, they've been fighting hard in a lot of these games this year, but again, if you're Texas, take care of business. Leave no doubt tomorrow, I think, is the name of the game. Leave no doubt, win this game and win it going away.
And for the defense, you can't let this quarterback embarrass you. I mean, they really have struggled on defense, so everything they do is predicated around what their offense can do. Don't give them any breathing room tomorrow. Don't be sloppy in the secondary. the last couple of showings by this secondary have been really, really bad. We spent a whole year worrying about the secondary a couple of years ago. I mean, the whole year we talked about. Now we're back to the point of how bad is it? These are supposed to be great athletes in this secondary, and they look like everything but great athletes back there right now.
Well, let's dive into that in a second, right? We've spent some time talking about the Texas offense against the Hogs defense, but we need to talk about the Longhorn defense. Can they bounce back? It's been a pretty abysmal last 3 games for Pete Kwiatkowski's group. So we'll talk about the challenges the Arkansas offense presents and whether or not Texas can bounce back. But first, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
No doubt about it. Let's say hello to our good friends over at Tony C's Pizza, of course. Austin's original coal-fired pizza, serving that great New York-style pizza and that Italian food straight from the cookbook of the Ciola family. Tony C's has been in the Bee Caves area for over 15 years. Don't forget Tuesdays, 2 for Tuesdays. Wednesdays, unwind. Wednesdays, half-price bottles of beer with your pizza and that great Italian food. 4 locations, Highway 79, Round Rock, Del Diamond, of course, Anderson Lane, and Bee Caves. Love Tony C's, love the pizza, love the Italian food there, and love you, Mr. C.
Yes, indeed. Now a word from our great friends out at Covert Bee Cave.
You see Covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Of course, we love our friends out at Horseshoe Bay, the great golf courses out there, the great hotels. BK loves the floating bar there on Lake LBJ. A lot of great amenities when you go to Horseshoe Bay. Just about an hour from downtown Austin. Whether you're going there for a long stay or just a short period, you're rolling into town over the next couple of weeks, or you're thinking about, hey, I'm not getting on a plane. Well, just get in your car and head out to Horseshoe Bay and enjoy all the wonderful things that they have to offer out there. The villas are great. The hotel's fantastic. Great food out there. That Hill Country dining is absolutely magnificent out there. For more information, go to horseshoebayresort.com.
Yes, indeed. Love Horseshoe Bay. Great spot to be. Another great spot to be is DKR, Texas Memorial
Absolutely.
Stadium. If you want to be there, Centex Tickets has you covered. Yeah, it might be a sellout, but you can still find seats online right now at centextickets.com. Every Texas football game, including next Friday against the Aggies. They've got every Longhorn basketball game, men's and women's. They got every Longhorn sporting event all year long. Plus, it's not just Texas. If you want NFL tickets, NBA tickets, NHL tickets, any sporting event, any concert, any festival, you catch my drift. One place to go, centextickets.com. And don't forget the promo code Centex10. You type that in at checkout, and you're going to get 10% off instantly from our great friends at Centex Tickets.
Sweet.
Yes, indeed. All right. This Texas defense, Buck, it's been a struggle, to say the least, over these last 3 weeks. The last 2 fourth quarters in particular have been awful. The Longhorns outscored 21-0 against Vanderbilt and then 21-0 against Georgia. I believe they are second to last in the country in fourth quarter points allowed in their last 3 games. So go back to the Mississippi State game in Starkville as well. What's your confidence level? I will say the Arkansas offense, statistically speaking, has been very good this year. They're 3rd in the conference in total offense. They're 6th in the conference in points per game. A lot of explosive plays, and it hasn't translated into a lot of wins for them. But how you feeling with this Texas defense that was looking elite for the first 2 months of the season and has sprung a few leaks down the stretch?
Well, I feel pretty good that you're not. I'm not going to worry about the running game, because every week that I worry about the running game, they stuff the running game from the opposing team. They do a fantastic job of that. There hadn't been too many fourth quarter runners that are having their way. Teams that want to run the ball in the fourth quarter against Texas, they find ways to have explosive plays, like you said, and those explosive plays are more like boneheaded plays by the defense more so than what the offense can do. If you can stop the quarterback, you can stop Arkansas, period. That guy likes to run. He's gotten better at looking up the field and throwing the ball on the run, but he's still a dynamic runner outside of the pocket. Him in, keep him inside the tackles. Don't let him bounce outside. You've got defensive guys that do really a good job of holding on to the perimeter, force him in the middle to your linebackers, but your linebackers have to make the tackle. Your secondary guys have to make the tackles. I just don't feel like they're going to turn around and hand it off and puncture this defense. I think they'll have a long day trying to do that, and they'll put their quarterback in situations that are more like 3rd and 8, 3rd and 7, where he has to make a play. And I think that means a lot of times Texas is going to get the ball in pretty decent field position. Yeah. Just don't give up the explosive play to the quarterback.
Yeah,
I don't see a receiver that's going to do that to him.
They've got some solid receivers, and there have been worse receivers who have gotten open against the secondary as of late. But yeah, it's a strength on strength matchup, right? Texas has the second best rush defense in the SEC. Arkansas is the second best rushing offense in the SEC. That's their bread and butter. That's what they want to do. Obviously, their quarterback, Talon Green, is a huge part of that. He's got more than 700 rushing yards this year and 7 touchdowns. And by the way, that includes sack yardage too. If you take out the sacks, he's averaging 9 yards a carry this year. So containing it, like you've seen some dual threat quarterbacks with Gunnar Stockton and Diego Pavia and John Mateer. I mean, Talon Green is on another level when it comes to running. He's not as good of a thrower.
He's very much a part of the running offense.
Yeah, he's not as consistent of a thrower. He's got a great arm. He's not as consistent of a thrower as either of those or any of those guys are, but he is a massive weapon with his legs. So you're right. I mean, this Texas run defense has passed every test pretty much all season. They have to do that for 4 quarters tomorrow against, again, a very good rushing offense. That's a big test.
If you give them down and distance where they're on schedule, that's scary because the kid can pass or he can run or they can just run the ball. Saturday is not the day to give up the run. Saturday is the day to stuff the run and make this quarterback have to beat you.
Well,
in order to beat you anyway, he has to be really, really good.
Well, here's the scary part. The scary part, Buck, is I don't think Texas is going to have Anthony Hill in this game. I know he showed up as questionable on the injury report for the 2nd consecutive day, but there are too many reputable insiders out there saying that Ant Hill's not going to go. So I don't know if this is gamesmanship.
What does Desmond say?
We got to see what Joe Blow has to say. He's saying that Ant Hill is going to transfer. He's not going pro after this year. He's going to go portal somewhere else, actually.
Yeah, I think it's a pain tolerance now. I mean, if you've got a broken bone or a fracture, that son of a gun hurts, and it's just if it's I would think he'd want to be in that A&M game really, really bad. I would think they'd be careful this week. Can they beat him without him? Yeah, and they may have to. They got other guys that can move around. They got guys that can run. But for more so than just worried about the run, it's his ability to attack the quarterback in the pocket and put pressure on him.
Right. Yeah, he's the best blitzing linebacker that Texas has. I mean, he's one of the best pass rushers on the team, right? He doesn't do it as often nowadays as he did in his freshman season in 2023, but I'd say right behind Colin Simmons, he's this team's best pass rusher. So
yeah, Ethan Burke and some of these other dudes have to really to get pressure on this quarterback. If Anthony doesn't play, they need an outstanding outside rush by others that have to take his spot right now.
No, he had the stat yesterday. I mean, Talon Green he goes from like a supermodel to a 2 when he's not pressured versus when he is pressured.
Right.
Very effective this year in a clean pocket. He has been atrocious this year when he gets pressure. So you've got to find a way to get after this guy.
Yeah, a lot of those runners have happy feet, so they don't really set themselves and look over their third choice. They don't feel like they have time for a third choice. So, and with this defense, when they rush, when they bring it, when Colin Simmons and those guys are bringing it, they shouldn't have any time.
Here is Steve Sarkisian. Let me know if you can grasp anything from this, because Sark was asked about Anthony Hill yesterday. Here's an injury update from Sark, and also Sark talking a little bit more about the other linebackers who might have to step up if Ant can't go.
Yeah, he's been limited. Obviously, you guys have seen he's questionable for Saturday, and he'll probably be questionable again tonight. We're kind of taking this day by day with him to see, kind of how he feels towards the end of the week. The beauty of it for Ant, he's played so much football for us, and he can get a lot of reps done throughout a walkthrough to see if he's healthy enough to go, that the walkthrough reps, I think, can carry over into a ball game. But as far as Leonga and Tyanthony go, those guys, again, Lyon has played a ton of football for us, and he's played multiple positions for us. Tyanthony has really come on, and I'm really proud of him of how far he's come in our program and the impact that he's had at linebacker. So we feel very comfortable with those two guys. We feel very comfortable with Trey Moore as well. So Trey Moore obviously provides a little bit more stature, I guess, if you want to call it that, at linebacker, where Lyon gives us so much versatility playing multiple spots, and Tyanthony gives us that speed factor that you have to have at the dime position for us. So I think between all three of those guys, we're in pretty good shape at the position if Anthony can't go.
Yeah, the more he talks about the other guys, the more I think that he's not playing, because he's telling us about how good the other guys are more so than telling us if this guy's right. This sounds like a pain tolerance thing. That must hurt like shit. You know what I mean? So I got a feeling that if he says to them, you know what, I'm feeling good, the pain is going to be okay, I can go, I'm going to go, or at least try to go, then I think he'll play. Yeah. But if he just says, Coach, too much pain, I don't think anybody's going to try to talk him into playing. It'll be like, no, that's good. As I said, he's talking too much about the other dudes.
Right. Yeah, I think if the Aggie game was tomorrow, Anthony Hill would definitely play. Like, he'd give it a go. I don't know if he'd be able to play as many snaps as he normally does. I don't know how effective he would be.
He still may not be able to do that the following week, you know?
Right. Yeah, and no coach ever admits that, like, they might rest a guy to get him healthier but we've seen it happen with Sark this year. We've seen it happen with a bunch of coaches this year where it's like, we think we can beat this inferior team without this one guy playing. So we're going to try that. And
yeah, because in his mind, he feels like I'm going to score a bunch of points against that defense of theirs.
I wonder if Ant Hill will be like in uniform, like in case of emergency, hey, we got to break the glass and put this dude in because our defense isn't doing anything right. Or if it's just total street clothes tomorrow. And yeah, the combination.
Well, I think he'll have his uni on.
We'll see. We will see if he's with the pads on. You think he'll have the pads on?
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of those, let me get out here. You know, Friday will tell a lot how he feels. You know, dude, it's possibly a broken hand. You don't know until you get that first, somebody whacks you in the hand in live competition instead of running around there with just shoulder pads and helmets and not doing much, than to get that thing hit, or you use that arm to fend off somebody and somebody grabs that hand. It's totally different. So if he finds out that he can't injure it any worse, like I said, if it's a hairline fracture, you know, you can make it into a total fracture by playing.
Right. Yeah, that's another fear too. It's you don't want to re-aggravate it, and then
if you re-aggravate it, he ain't playing next week if he hurts his hand again.
Right. So I'm a little nervous about this Texas defense, especially if number 0 isn't out there. We know how good he is.
Pressure them. I think if you put the pressure on them, and this is not a passive defense, and you know what this kid can't do at quarterback, then I think you can make it without this guy.
Yeah.
People are just going to have to step up. That's just the way it goes. Injuries happen.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's next man up. And, like we've seen really good play from those 3 guys that Sark talked about.
Yes, we have.
At times, we've also seen some pretty bad play. Like, I thought Anthony Smith was really bad against Georgia last week. And Leonga Lafau, he hasn't taken the step that I had hoped he was going to take.
And Trey Moore's been consistent enough.
Trey Moore bounces around a little bit. He's not always in one spot. I mean, he's a solid player. None of those guys are Anthony Hill. We all know that. So you've got a struggling defense that, remember, I mean, maybe last week put this to bed because everybody was healthy and they still did not play well. But like Manny Muhammad missed the Florida game and this team fell off a cliff defensively. Michael Taft missed a couple of games. This team fell off a cliff defensively. Like, I know it's usually the secondary where you've noticed the biggest drop off with the guy out, but linebackers are part of your pass defense. And Anthony Hill, I think, is a solid coverage guy as well. We've seen this defense just completely collapse when one guy is out. That's a pretty good guy who might not be suited up.
Yeah, I just stop the run like you always do, no matter who's in the game, and pressure the quarterback as much as you can. I'm not worried about him getting loose and running around. That dude's going to make some plays. He's going to get some 8 and 9 yard runs for first down. He's just that good. He's just that good of an athlete, and he's really tall and he's athletic. So he's going to get his a couple times. I can't have him have explosive plays in the fourth quarter if you're just barely ahead or you're in a tight ball game. That's when you're going to miss him. But you got to consistently pressure him. And I think they will because of down and distance when they play in the run game. If the run game gets going, that's what makes me nervous.
Yeah. Mike Washington, their leading running back, averaging 6.5 yards per carry this season. Very impressive.
That's pretty good right there.
In the SEC, their offensive line is solid. Not the best in the SEC, but not the worst that Texas has seen this year. So yeah, it'll be a good test for Texas defensively.
You got to punish them close to the line of scrimmage with your linebackers and your secondary. Sorry, guys, you're going to have to play back there. He's not a great thrower, but you may be left alone there at times. So I hope the pressure can get to him and make him get off of his spot, because he'll be ready to get out of his spot. He won't stay in one spot very long. So
no, yeah, if you take him off his first read, he turns into a bit of a pumpkin out there. And he starts panicking, and he's gettable there.
Yes.
One more though from Sark here, because this is related to what we're talking about. You know, a big complaint that you and I and so many Longhorn fans have had with this secondary is it feels like they're too soft.
Yes.
They're playing a lot of soft coverage, and there were so many moments last weekend where Gunnar Stockton just could go wherever he wanted with the football. Like, there's no resistance on any of the Georgia wide receivers. And there's a play that you kept talking about where it was like a 3rd and 10, and the Texas DB is like 15 yards away from the receiver.
Yeah, the guy ran to the marker, stopped, and just caught the ball.
Yeah, too many of those moments as of late. And Sark was asked a pretty good question about that, like, you know, why aren't you guys playing more man coverage? Why aren't you guys playing more press man coverage this year? And would you like to see more of that in the future? Here was Sark on that.
I think we would obviously like to play more man. I think playing man to man comes with a lot of confidence. And you earn confidence through positive play. And, I think sometimes we haven't been as confident as we would like to be. And so we've got to continue to help those guys grow into that mold of believing in their ability to play tighter coverage. And, we've had some unfortunate plays for some younger players that have gotten beat in tight coverage. And so that causes you to maybe not be as confident to do that. But I think for us to be at our best, we're going to have to do that, as we continue to grow as a program. Because I think denying the easy passes is one of the traits of a really good defense, that you make people really earn the yards that they get. And so we got to continue to work down that path. And I think we've got some young players that are going to allow us to do that in the future.
In the future, you mean like 2 years from now? Well, I mean, the future, like this weekend and next weekend. I mean, I thought that's what Dwayne Aquino was coming here to do, is to make sure guys didn't drop back in coverage and let a guy go to a first down marker and just sit there, and just catch the ball. That's the disappointing thing about that. You got enough good athletes back, whether they get beat or not, you still got to go do it. They may get beat again, but you can't sit there and let them play catchy catch.
I don't like hearing the coach basically insinuate that there's no confidence in that defensive backfield right now. That's not good. Like, especially, Manny Muhammad's had a really, really good year. The number 2 corner at Texas has been a problem all season long, and teams are attacking that guy, whoever that guy is, every single weekend. So Jalen Gilbo was making the move from inside to outside, kind of like Jahdae Barron did last year. And there was like, oh my God, well, look what Jahdae did. He was able to win the Thorpe Award, and he was a first-round pick. That move was great for him. They tried it with Gilbo. It hasn't really worked. And they brought in Warren Roberson. That guy's a penalty machine. Hasn't really worked. Cade Phillips, I think we'll see more Cade Phillips. He's a true freshman. High 4-star recruit. Some places had him as a 5-star. I would expect to see more of him. But obviously, he's a young guy right there. You're going to go through your lumps when you're putting a true freshman there. So that's, it's a year of like, we haven't gotten the answers we're looking for in a lot of different spots. Cornerback number 2, here we are going into the penultimate game of the season, and we still don't have an answer on who your best option there is.
Yeah, that's kind of tough right now. And when you start talking about confidence level, I don't know. I just don't like to give up easy passes. I think that's worse than a guy getting beat over the top. We can give you help over the top if we have to, but you got to get in that guy's face. You can't give him 10-yard catch when you're back 15. That's too easy.
Yeah. Yeah, the early returns on Dwayne Aquina Part 2 and Mark Orfe, just not great. It just hasn't been a great year for the Texas secondary. And again, they've gotten worse as the season has gone
And that's the
along.
scary part. I would think they'd start building confidence,
Yeah.
to the latter part. And now it's the time when you start seeing great. Next week, you're going to see 2 great receivers.
Yeah.
We're going to have a lot to talk about next week on guys. If any guys are flying through the defense now or they're giving up stuff this week, look the hell out next week. Those guys are NFL players playing wide receivers there right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're not just okay college guys. One guy's better. Those guys are both good.
Yeah, Craver and Concepcion, the two that you're
big ass
referencing.
tight end finds a way to get open too.
Yeah. They've got Terry Bussey too, who's a big time playmaker for them.
Yes.
So yeah, look, you would like this to be a get right game for Texas in a lot of ways, because last weekend was not a great showing. Okay, you're back at home, you're playing a much worse team. You want to play well for a million different reasons, but yeah, getting some confidence going into that final game against the Aggies is definitely.
Coach, nobody cares about you talking about, in the future we're going to be no. Here's your future coming tomorrow.
That was part of the question. In Sark's defense, he was asked about like the future as part of the way the question was worded.
Yeah, the future is I'm going to go get some more guys. That's what it is.
Yeah, the future. Only answered that question on a Thursday, so the future started right after that. So
yeah,
the future from when he answered that is tomorrow and is next Friday. So I'd like to see a little bit more from the secondary. You need to see a little bit more from the secondary to win these final 2.
Yeah, and I got to say the up front guys need to have a fantastic game getting pressure on this quarterback.
Yeah, look out for Brad.
And then taking care of the run at the same time.
Well, look out for Brad Spence tomorrow too. The Arkansas transfer. We haven't talked about him much this week. He's made a big impact when he's been on the field. Hasn't logged a ton of snaps, but he's made some things happen when he's played. And again, Arkansas transfer, so he's got that in the back of his mind. But also,
it's true.
Assuming, maybe I'm in the wrong for assuming this, but assuming Anthony Hill does not go, Brad Spence is a guy who can play off the edge, but also can play off the ball.
You're right.
Well, so he's a guy, number 14, who might get a few more snaps and opportunities tomorrow, and hopefully he makes the most of them. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line, 512-222-9328. Plenty of comments coming in on the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats.
I'm expecting big things, BK, from special teams tomorrow too.
You're expecting or you're wanting?
I am expecting some things. I'm expecting them to get their punt return game going. I'm expecting them to go after a punt block tomorrow. Yeah.
For Arkansas?
For Texas.
You sure?
Oh yeah, punt block.
Okay.
Look out for punt. Hey, by the way, look out for punt fake from Arkansas. What do they have to lose? Seriously.
They have nothing to lose. You weren't ready for it last week against a Georgia team that did have a lot to lose, but they still pulled it on you.
Yes. Yeah. This group will do something in this game. Throwbacks, all that stuff is out there. And, Sark can tell us you better be practicing for a bunch of gimmicky stuff with this quarterback. Throwback to the big quarterback, going back the other way. Look out for all that. Halfback pass near the goal line, anything.
Yeah, Bobby Petrino knows enough about this rivalry.
Oh, yeah.
Shoot, he was the head coach at Arkansas the last time they played in Austin in 2008. He's not your typical interim coach who's like, he's only been a part of that staff for a year or two and whatever. He knows he's gone after this year, so he doesn't really care. Bobby Petrino knows about this game, and yeah, he's not getting the gig on a full-time basis, but he knows he'll never have to buy another drink or motorcycle ride in Fayetteville ever again if he wins this game tomorrow.
Yeah, they'll do anything to win this football game, and it's liable to come out tomorrow.
Yeah, it is. I think it is.
So this is what I'm saying. This is where the head coach needs to pay attention to all the details and not tell us, we practiced against that. And then, okay, well, we saw in the game that it looked like you didn't practice against it. These are all the details that the head coach, that's the play caller, needs to pay attention to with his other coaches. This is where you really have to coach the coaches and talk about that to the defensive ends. Look for this guy on the throwback, the quarterback's, tossing it one way and sliding out the back door. Guys, have your eye on this quarterback.
Yeah. Arkansas, back to the special teams point real quick. They are a very nice 69th in the country in special teams FEI this year. So middle of the road. Texas is still top 5 in that, mainly because of the job that Ryan Niblett has done returning punts this season. But on paper, Texas does have the edge in the third phase. and it would be nice to get a game-changing play on special teams.
And are they dumb enough to punt it to nibble it? Yes, they are.
I think so.
It's
they're
Arkansas.
They're very dumb. They're like they've shot themselves in the foot so much. They're second
Yes.
to last in turnover margin in the sport. So you wonder why, have they been close and why can't they win? Well, it's like every time they get close, they pee down their leg. They pee and poop down their leg.
They will punt it to them.
Yeah, I hope they do. It would be nice to see. All right, we'll take your thoughts, your score predictions. Again, code a text line, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch. Live chats are rocking and rolling as well. We got to talk about the craziness from the college football coaching carousel. Somebody reporting that Kalen DeBoer could be leaving Alabama. Yeah, Texas isn't alone with all these crazy coaching rumors out there. Plus, Lane Kiffin reportedly meeting with the Ole Miss AD today. What does that mean? And we'll preview some of the other college football games. Plus, we got to get the Bucks Gold Star locks of the weekend. We'll get to all of that in a moment. But first, a few more sponsor shout-outs.
He's going to say to our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, it's getting to be that time. Going to get a little cooler next week. Your heater may pop on when it gets into the 40s and into the low 40s next week in the morning. So be prepared for it. Folks, if you don't have your filters cleaned and ready to go, you may have a problem. Don't let it become a problem. Call them as quick as possible. They do heating. They do air conditioning. And folks, now Woods Comfort Systems does plumbing. Trust in them to all your needs for around your home. They will get it done. Their technicians will come out. They'll be on time, and all the problems will be solved. Folks have been doing it for close to 70 years in Central Texas, and nobody does it better than Woods Comfort Systems.
WoodsComfortSystems.com is their website for more information. They are the very best at what they do. So is audio-visual consultations.
Oh, yeah.
How about a word from our man, Tom McKay, over at AVC?
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street. Hold the door for people behind us. Tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics. But more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
Thanks, Tom.
Yeah, NSFW. Doesn't really help if I give that disclaimer at the end of the commercial, does it?
Maybe before.
Yeah, I feel like before would have been a better time there.
I went out yesterday. Felt good. I got my thank you to Starbucks for giving me those bags with the handles. I went out and got some canned goods to a church yesterday. Got tons of stuff out. Still got a carload today that I'll go back over to that church for some folks that will be needing meals during this holiday season, not necessarily on Thanksgiving, but any day. So if you got an opportunity to help somebody, as Tom said, tip your servers a little extra, give to a couple charities, give a couple bucks here or there. And a couple bucks will mean a lot to a lot of folks during this holiday season. It's going to be tough on folks, even the ones that have had great holidays before, maybe not so much. And if you can save somebody 25, 30 bucks, do it.
Yeah.
And whether it's canned goods or whether it's cash donation, try to find a way to do that. Help somebody else prosper during the holiday season, because you're going to be just fine. If you're listening to this show, generally, folks that are listening to the show will be just fine. Yeah. There'll be others that are really, really struggling this season. So I got out there and did it. I was feeling bad originally. I was going to do some things where I'd go to certain parts of the city, and I was thinking, I've done it before, but I got to be careful knocking on doors. I also don't want to get shot during the holiday season.
You used to knock on doors?
I used to give away things, canned items. I'd go, but going door to door, too many instances now where you knock on a door and the bullet comes through and then they start asking questions where you're laying on the ground. So I said, I can't be knocking on doors to what I think is somebody that's needy. Plus, it could be embarrassing to them if you walk up and you're thinking, oh, these folks could use some extra. I've done it in the past, and it's worked out that way. You know, I always thought I'm not there to make anybody feel bad, but I'm there to help if grandma's not going anywhere or whatever. But I decided get to a church, get to some place that people are serving other people. That's okay. Don't try to do that. Don't take that. Don't just be careful for yourself. And I'm looking more for, I'm not trying to embarrass anybody, but I'm also trying not to get shot.
Right.
You know
well, as Biggie Smalls once said, squeeze first, ask questions last.
Yeah, I'm not in the mode to get shot during the holiday season or any other season for that matter.
Someone's giving you a bullet. It is the giving season.
Yeah, no, I want to pass on that.
Yeah, I'm good. Well said, my friend, and happy holidays to each and every one of you out there. We'll say that a bunch over the next month and change. But yeah, Thanksgiving is a fun time for a lot of us, but obviously a tough time for a lot of our neighbors as well.
Coming up close to ice cream time, brother.
Oh, shoot. Is it next Thursday when you're Thanksgiving Day? Actually, Thanksgiving Day.
It's on. I've been good. I have not gone by Amy's. I've not grabbed a quick bite at the, I've not had a ice cream sandwich. I have done what I said I was going to do.
Good
but
man.
that deal is over with on Thursday. Now, I don't know. I'm not going to go nuts, but on Thursday, I'm going nuts.
So everyone's going to be bringing pies and cookies and whatever other traditional Thanksgiving desserts you have. And you're going to say, no, I don't want any of that. Just give me the Bluebell.
Yeah. When I walk in the house with the Bluebell next Thursday, that Bluebell is not for you people.
Yeah. Your own personal half gallon of ice cream.
Yeah. That's for me.
Yeah.
And if there's a little grandson around, he's going to say, can I have some? And you know what I'm going to say? Your mama should have bought some for you. This is for me.
You're going to give the kid the Tom Herman double bird if he tries to take your ice cream.
I've held on long enough. That kid's had enough ice cream in between.
So this is great, man. What's the break going to be? Like what kind, what flavor, what are you going to go with next Thursday for your first bite of ice cream? And how long has it been?
When did I do this? About 6 months ago. In the summertime, I said that was it.
I was going to say 4 months. Maybe it is closer to 6 months.
Closer to 6, closer to half a year. I think, that Creamy Creations by HEB is always my favorite. Okay. Maybe I'll go eggnog.
Eggnog ice cream.
Oh, yeah. Eggnog ice cream with a little milk on it, a little regular whole milk mixed in there, make my own little shake, my own little frap there. Oh, that's it.
Wow.
Eggnog. I've been seeing a lot of eggnog milk. I don't dig eggnog milk straight up like that, but I will do some eggnog ice cream with just regular milk in it, or vice versa. I'll take eggnog milk and put it in vanilla ice cream, but it's got to be Creamy Creations or Amy's.
Okay.
I don't do any other ice cream anymore.
All right. Creamy Creations or Amy's. Yeah. If you're going somewhere, you probably got to go Creamy Creations.
Oh, maybe I'll give them a little spoonful on top of some apple pie next week. Here's for you people. The rest is for me.
It's like the tiniest little spoonful of all time.
Little plastic spoon.
Yeah.
Put it on the top.
One little bite. That's all you get. The rest of it is.
Dude, my wife is going to be so pissed when she looks in the freezer and there's ice cream to be going to her daughter's house. She's going to go, well, what are you going to do with all that ice cream? I'm going to eat it, honey. That's exactly what I'm going to do.
What do you mean? I'm going to eat it. And if for some reason it ain't finished there, it will be brought home and finished here.
Oh, I'll finish it in the car on the way back home.
Yeah, you're driving this time.
Yeah, I'm serious. This is I've let off the gas there. That's been a lot of brakes and no gas.
Yeah,
for
come
that.
on, Sark.
I've been going by Amy's and thinking, dude, just slide by there and get yourself a little cone real quick. I haven't done it. I've been good to that. That's over with Thursday.
That's a double entendre, you letting off the gas, by the way, because less dairy means, less gas. A smart move by you there.
I'll sleep upstairs if I have to that night, but it is on.
Hey, you need a place? I got
Friday
you.
Morning. We got a show Friday morning.
Yeah, we're working a double on Friday. We got a Sue Patrick show in the morning and then the game day show at Schultz.
Hey, bring me some ice cream. Hey, Jay, bring me some ice cream Friday morning. I'll eat it right there.
There you go.
I have a little pint while I do the show.
I'll bring you some to Schultz Garden there too. How about
that?
Man,
it's on. I'm back.
They loaded up. All right. Well, happy early Thanksgiving to everybody out there. We'll be talking more about that, of course, next week. Buck, the college football coaching carousel continues to turn. And again, it's not just Texas and Texas fans dealing with the crazy rumors surrounding their head coach. How about Alabama? Kalen DeBoer is apparently the top target for Penn State right now. Penn State beat reporter John Sauber says Kalen DeBoer has become a top target for Penn State in their search for a new head coach. I see why Penn State would want Kalen DeBoer. It's a guy who's won everywhere he's been, and Alabama's a top 10 team right now. I know they just lost to Oklahoma. Who would do that? Embarrassing. But clearly, like, that program's in a good spot with him. So I see why Penn State would want to hire Kalen DeBoer. Any chance Kalen DeBoer would want to leave Bama?
No, that doesn't make any sense. You don't want a job not finished. You're talking about a guy that, let me tell you, because once he goes to Penn State and he starts getting his ass beat there in the Big Ten, where else is he going to go? Where are you going to? You can't run from Alabama. That's nuts.
Kalen DeBoer is from South Dakota.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
I was wondering, like, okay, is he from Pennsylvania? Like, did he grow up a huge Penn State fan, and that's always been his dream job? So maybe, like, that's the one he wants. But
yeah, by the way, they still have high expectations at Penn State.
It's definitely not as crazy at Penn State as it is at Alabama. We know that
until you get there.
Right. Well, I don't know. I mean, Alabama, the expectations there.
Oh, no, their expectations are high. That's why they got rid of James Franklin. They could have just stayed pat.
Right. Yeah, but they're not as high as Alabama. I mean, Kalen DeBoer went 9-3 his first year, and everybody wanted him fired. Like year one.
I just think at certain levels, it's just the way it is. They're not going to settle for you being 9-3 or 10-2 and saying, what a great year. I mean, you get to the Alabamas, the Notre Dames, you need to be in the playoffs, period.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and it's, look, Kalen DeBoer is represented by Jimmy Sexton, the super agent who represents just about every major college football coach around the country. And this guy.
Alabama can tell him, dude, we're not giving you any more money. You need to get into the playoffs, period here. Your contract is good. If you want to, now that plays to me, BK would be saying, if you want to leave us, bye.
Well, yeah, I wonder if this is a ploy. I mean, Alabama, they have Eastern Illinois tomorrow, and they have Auburn on the road next Saturday. If they win both of those games, they'll be in the playoff, no questions asked. So, I mean, they've got a really good team. I think they've got a shot to make a run in the CFP should they get there. But, yeah, I mean, I think most Alabama fans, I'm sure there's still a few who are, we don't know if we trust him yet. But I think the vast majority of Alabama fans are now in on Kalen DeBoer. Sure. And they would like to see him stick around. So this could very well be a leverage play.
Penn State, like you said, would love to have him.
Of course. Yeah, that'd be a huge steal. A coach from Alabama? You kidding? I mean, he's one of the best coaches in the country, but also you steal a coach from Alabama. So I don't think he's going anywhere. I don't think it makes sense. Even if Kalen DeBoer is like not happy with just how much hate he's gotten, despite the fact that he's won the vast majority of the games that he's played.
Yeah, I almost forgot that job is still open at Penn State.
Yeah, there's only been one hiring so far. That's Virginia Tech.
It seems like those things are closed, but no, nobody's been hired there.
Yeah, I mean, there's, expect the unexpected with this coaching carousel, I think. Obviously, Lane Kiffin is the biggest domino in the SEC. I don't think he's considering Penn State or any other job outside of this conference. It's just, does he stay at Ole Miss? Does he go to LSU? Does he go at Florida? All three of those teams obviously want him. That's well documented. But maybe expect the unexpected, because once Lane makes his decision, who knows where LSU's going to go? Who knows where Florida's going to go? We still have no idea what Penn State is thinking. It seems like they're shooting for the moon if Kalen DeBoer is on their radar. So, I mean, it's an arms race, man. You got to have money, and there are plenty of schools that have money.
Yes.
And you could see a lot of new contract extensions for head coaches around America for guys who get flirted with by these vacancies.
Well, we know one that's not, and that's Sark, because he told us he's not.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I will be steadfast in saying that Steve Sarkisian will never leave Texas for another college job. So, yeah, I don't know. Shoot, if you're Penn State, though, you probably called Texas, right? Or you probably called Sark.
Yeah. If Kalen DeBoer's playing around, don't think he won't get his call from Alabama. So.
Oh, right. Oh, Steve Sarkisian. Yeah, that's obviously another crazy domino that could fall. If DeBoer leaves, is Lane Kiffin Alabama's guy if DeBoer leaves?
Yeah, they always talk about how they wouldn't hire him, but I got a feeling that they would.
I don't know. I mean,
Everybody says they won't hire Lane Kiffin. I got a feeling that if any of those places that ever said that they wouldn't, would now.
He's the top commodity out there, clearly. And Lane Kiffin, according to reports, is meeting with the Ole Miss AD today. So I don't know what that's about. I don't know if it's, hey, here's what LSU offered. Here's what Florida offered. Can you match it? Can you beat it? I don't know if it's, hey, I'm good. I'm locked in. Or if it's, hey, start looking around for a new coach because once this season is over, I'm gone.
Yeah, I got a feeling he's sticking.
I think he's leaving.
You do?
Yeah, I think he's leaving.
Because he would have made his decision, but he's already had his decision made.
I mean, I think I think he likes the attention. I think it's clear he likes the attention. My God, he's tweeting out like motivational quotes and pictures of his daughter's sorority every single day. And everyone's like, dude, can you tell us where you're going to be next year? Like, he's trolling hard like he always does. I'm just going to bank on Lane Kiffin's past being the present here.
Yeah, I would agree.
And he leaves, so I don't know. You just said you think he's staying. What do you mean you agree? You
No, I mean, I disagree. I mean, I agree with the fact when you said his past. There's nothing changed about his past. He's still doing stuff like that.
Well, no, in the past, he would leave every opportunity he got. He'd take every opportunity.
Yeah, I think that you sit with your AD today and let him know truly what's going on and not say, well, I can't give you an answer till the end of the season. No, Mississippi's going to want an answer before the end of this football season.
Yeah, well, that's
recruiting is right there.
It's one thing to be leaving in between your last regular season game and a random bowl game. It's another thing when you've got a college football playoff to deal with. Like, do you want can you coach your current school in the playoff, but also be
out the door
recruiting to your new school? Like, is that even possible to do? And also, would either team allow that? Like, is LSU, if that's Lane Kiffin's choice, are they like, yeah, no, you can wait. We don't need you here for signing day. We're good on that.
You think Mississippi's AD is going to try to strong arm him into saying exactly? That's going to be hard to do.
I don't know. Yeah, is Ole Miss going to be okay with like, yeah, we know our coach is leaving, but like, he also got us to the playoff, and he probably gives us our best chance to compete for a national championship.
You're not going to pull the rug out from under him before he coaches in those games.
I don't know. I don't know if either school. Yeah, I think you need both schools to be okay with it. I don't know if either school is going to be okay with it. That's another crazy element here.
The element is the wherever he's going. If he's not going to be at Mississippi, they will wait it out. I know it's recruiting. I know it's close, but a team that wants that guy that bad, a Florida or LSU, they're going to wait. They're going to wait until he says, I'm going to take this job, but I'm not coming until my season ends at Mississippi.
So you're going to punt on a whole signing class at LSU or Florida.
They will wait for him. They want him. They will wait for him.
Those are very impatient schools there, and you're saying
I know, but they'll wait to get if that's their guy, they're going to wait.
I don't know if they're offering him $18 million a year. It won't be that much. If they're offering him $15 million a year, more than Kirby Smart and Ryan Day, I think it's going to be, dude, we need you here right now. Otherwise, this offer's on the table.
He can't walk on Mississippi during the playoffs.
I don't think we've ever seen this before.
I don't think he would do. I don't think he would. He better win every game that he's at those other places. He'll never get another job in college football.
Yeah, he's going to be known as the guy who left a team going into a playoff run. Yeah.
No, I don't think he's that. He may be goofy and have fun and do a lot of stuff on X, but he's not willing to do that, I don't believe.
Man, I don't know if any college football coach says Ole Miss is the job I want to end at. I think it's usually shoot for a little higher than that. And LSU and Florida, I'd like to say they don't open up very much. It feels like they've been opened a lot recently.
No kidding, you're right.
You don't know if this opportunity is going to be as nice as it looks right now in the future at a school like that. So
now, one thing we will know that if he is taking one of those other jobs, we will know during the playoffs that dude is just coaching on air. He's just at those places, but he's about to take he's working two jobs at once.
I don't think they'll let him. telling you, I don't think they'll let him coach the playoff if he wants out.
Wow.
And all the reports about the ultimatum, and I know Lane Kiffin went on McAfee's show earlier this week and said, "Nah, there's no ultimatum. That stuff's hogwash. Don't pay any attention to that." I think you have to give him an ultimatum. Like, dude, you got to let us know, because we got to make sure we're 100% locked in on this playoff run, but also we have to recruit as well. Like, we got to make sure we can keep some of our guys in place, and we got to tell them, hey, we're going to hire this coach or that coach and try to keep the BBs in the box.
Boy, that whole college deal is hard now.
Yeah.
That's hard sailing right there.
It's crazy. Yeah, the college calendar is just insane with when.
But I just can't imagine a guy who's made it to the playoffs not coaching in the playoffs and headed to another school. That's wow.
Yeah, that's the choice he's got to make, and he's got some intriguing options for sure. All right, so there you go. There's the latest with the college football coaching carousel. Maybe
he could have any of those jobs. Penn State he could have any of those jobs.
I think so. I think so too. I don't think he would go to Penn State, but no. I think Penn State would be interested. It feels like he has become like the creme de la creme of every candidate here in this cycle. So,
well, who's getting the Baylor job? Because that thing is going to be up for grabs after Arizona gets rid of them this week.
Well, who's getting the Baylor AD job? Because it sounds like Mac Rhodes is like gone. Like, I know he's on this leave of absence right now, but it sounds like that leave is going to extend forever.
What is that all about?
I don't know.
How are they at Baylor keeping something quiet?
I don't care. Yeah, he did resign. It is official. That came out yesterday. I don't like, if I cared about Baylor more, if we were still in the Big 12, then I would be digging very hard on this story. Like, what's the deal? I just don't care.
Yeah.
Like, I do not have to care about Baylor anymore.
Because you can still hate them enough. You don't need any more.
I don't like them. Like, I'll never root for them. I'll always root against them. But like, I don't need to be like, oh, we're playing them soon, so I got to be focused on what's happening with the Mexican Mr. Clean, Dave Aranda. I don't care. I don't care.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's another job. It's awesome, man. It's awesome. All these coaching searches going on. Plenty of content for sure. Buck, the people need your Gold Star locks. We will talk about the Texans win and preview Cowboys Eagles here in a second. But you've got to make the people some money. You are up on the season after a very strong last weekend. Now, you did miss your most recent pick betting on the MAC a couple of days ago.
Never do that.
Still up 125,000 units. What do you have for the people this football weekend?
All right. I'll give you a 50,000 unit play on the ponies from SMU -2.5 to Louisville. This is the time to root against Louisville anyway. It's not going to happen for them. They're playing at SMU. 2.5, not enough for Louisville, for the Cardinals. You know, we shouldn't be betting on them anyway. Never should bet with them. So I'll put 50,000 units on SMU. I'll also put 50,000 units on Arizona in the Big 12 versus Baylor -6.5. And then I'll head to the Sun Belt. I'll give you 50,000 units on Troy versus Georgia State. I think that is that 10.5?
Troy is up to 11.5.
Wow. I'll take Troy over Georgia State. And then, of course, I will take James Madison in the Fun Belt. That looks like it's 9.5 over Washington. Washington State is really bad.
You're not getting 9.5 because I'm seeing 13.5.
What?
Yeah. You still want that?
Yeah, I'll stay. I'll still take that.
Okay. JMU fighting for a playoff spot, by the way.
I know. I'll also take, here's a couple plays, BK. Here's a 100,000 unit play.
There we go.
Fresno State over Utah State, 2.5. Don't tell me that's changed too. Where are you getting these lines from there, cousin?
This is 2 weeks in a row. Last week you won 100K on Fresno State.
Yeah,
I'm back to the well.
Going back.
I'm seeing 2.5. You're good there.
Okay, I'll take Fresno State. And then some NFL games. I'll take the Bears over the Steelers for 50,000 unit play.
Call them the Steelers.
Yeah.
Okay, betting on the Bears. Good luck with that.
I'll take the Seahawks over the Titans.
What is happening here?
For 50,000 unit play.
That's 13.5.
Yeah, that's fine.
In Tennessee. Okay.
Yeah. And then I'll take San Francisco 49ers. You know, Bryce Young is starting to have a couple little games that he's stringing together like he's really good. Well, he's playing San Francisco. It's -7. I'll take a 150,000 unit play on San Fran.
That's your Monday nighter.
Oh, it is a Monday nighter?
Yeah. Do you want
Then
to
I better
wait?
I'll hold off then on that.
All right.
I'll get people started in a good week. That's enough good wins right there.
That's it?
That's it.
Only one 100,000 unit play?
Yes.
And only
We're getting
7
towards
plays overall? What are we doing?
we're getting towards some really heavy duty times here. So we got
How
to
am
be
I
careful.
supposed to afford my turkey next week?
Well, listen, we're waiting for teams that are going to go to championship play and teams that are going to go to bowl games here soon. So we got to make sure that we've got the Sun Bowl covered and the bowl in Shreveport. And is there still a Holiday Bowl?
I don't think the Holiday Bowl exists anymore.
Come on, it's got to be out there in San Diego. Somebody in San Diego's got to have a bowl game.
No, it still exists.
There you go.
It still exists. It appears that it's the ACC and current or former members of the Pac-12.
Oh my God.
I don't think we're going to be allowed to participate.
Well, they don't have enough wins to participate, I don't believe.
Texas?
Washington State.
Oh, Washington State. Well, it says current or former members. So that's where
okay.
USC could end up if they lose to Oregon tomorrow.
How about a 50,000 unit play on USC getting those points at Oregon? Let's do that too.
Okay.
What are they getting, 7.5?
We as Texas fans really could use an Oregon win tomorrow. If you still are rooting for Texas to make the college football playoff, then USC is one of the teams that you're rooting against. There's a lot of them, by the way. In addition to cheering on your Longhorns tomorrow afternoon,
is there anybody in the ACC that we need to root against?
I don't think so, because I think the ACC is only getting one team in.
Yeah,
regardless.
That's the champion.
Yeah, so right now there are 2 ACC teams ranked ahead of Texas with Miami and Georgia Tech, which is a freaking joke to me. But
I'm sorry, BK. How about a 100,000 unit play on Georgia Tech over Pitt? Who, remember, they really want this game now. They didn't want the Notre Dame game. Now they're playing at Georgia Tech. This is going to be a massacre. This is your play of the weekend right here, Georgia Tech over Pitt.
All right, hold on. So you're taking USC plus 10.5 at Oregon?
No, forget USC. I don't want to mess with that.
You're
I'll
out
take
on that.
Georgia. I'll take Georgia Tech 150.
We are organized this morning.
150.
150K?
Yeah, Haynes King will have a field day over Narduzzi's group that since they took off last week, because they took off the game, they didn't really care about the Notre Dame game. Now they're going to refire everything up and get ready to play a physical Georgia Tech team. They're going to get just demoralized this week.
You were so impressed by Georgia Tech escaping 1-10 Boston College that now you're putting 150,000 units on them.
They're at home over a Pitt team that has to refocus after their coach told them, don't worry about the game last week. It's just a scrimmage.
To each their own, I guess.
And they played like it was a scrimmage.
They did. All right, there you go. There's the Bucks Gold Star locks. I guess you root for Pitt, but again, I don't think the ACC matters. You got to root. Here's some potential good news for Texas. Bo Pribula, Missouri's quarterback. Remember him?
Dislocated ankle?
Yeah, when he got hurt, he's done for the year. He's not coming back. He is now a game-time decision for Mizzou against Oklahoma tomorrow.
Dude, I don't see how you come back from a dislocated ankle in 4 weeks.
It sounds like he's been cleared by the medical staff.
Wow.
And it's like a coach's decision. Do you want to go back to him? Do you want to roll with what you've had? Not that it's been very good, but Oklahoma's a team that I think we always like to see lose, but we would really like to see lose tomorrow. I still don't think Missouri, even with Bo Pribula, would beat OU and Norman.
No, that place is going to be rocking. That's why I won't put any money on it, but I will with my cousin, and it'll be with the Sooners. I think they're on their roll right now. I think their defense is that poor. If that freshman plays tomorrow and if Bo gets out there coming off a dislocated ankle, that defense is going to be all over him.
They got a better shot with Bo than they do Zollers or whatever, the freshman who played against A&M. So, I still think OU's going to win, but who knows? Maybe Brent Venables can give you one. And also,
why? That dude is going to be in for Coach of the Year.
I don't think he's going to be in for Coach of the Year. I mean, if he gets his team in the playoff, you tip your cap. Doing a good job. But I don't think it's coach of the year stuff. Nah, I don't think it's coach of the year stuff. And also, you got to root against the Big 12, like BYU and Utah in particular. I cannot for the life of me figure out why Utah is ranked 4 spots ahead of Texas.
Right now they look better than Texas. That's what the deal is. They just look.
I don't even know about that. I mean, like they're playing nobodies. They've beaten nobody this year. So I don't see it. I don't see what's happening there. They play home against K-State tomorrow. BYU is at Cincinnati. Them losing tomorrow night would help. Cincinnati's a solid team. I think BYU is only a 2.5-point road favorite in that game. So those are some of the teams that you are rooting against.
Yeah, I had this weird feeling that people had the overkill of Texas from the beginning of this season to now. They would rather see even another SEC team in there than the Longhorns. I don't get it, but it just seems that way. They would rather for the Horns not to be a part of that.
Yeah, I mean, right now the Horns should not be in. They're not in, and they should not be in.
No.
The question is, if they go to 9-3, is that going to be enough to get them in? I mean,
no escaping this week. Beat Arkansas pretty good. And beat A&M.
Yeah, we got people saying like we're not making the playoffs. Why are we pretending? Like the analytics say, there's more than a 20% chance Texas gets in. So Lloyd, I'm telling you, there's a chance. So until that number is 0, I, as a guy who roots for the University of Texas, will be trying to root for whatever I need to root for to get.
Yeah, they need to curb stomp Arkansas, and they need to just go ahead and beat the Aggies flat out.
That would be nice. That would be nice. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Get to the NFL here in a moment. Quick shout out to Humbug Holiday Lighting.
Oh, light them up, baby.
Light them up. Humbug is a full-service professional holiday lighting company that specializes in custom design, installation, maintenance, takedown, and storage. They handle literally everything. There's enough stress already with the holiday season. You don't have to worry about dealing with the stress of putting up and taking down lights. That is such a pain. Let the experts at Humbug take care of everything for you. And again, it's professional installation. They'll customize the look to your home. They will take everything down after the season. They will store everything in the off season. They do residential. They do commercial as well. If you've got a business and you want to light it up a little bit over these next few weeks, Humbug Holiday Lighting, they are the best. High quality, durable materials, fast and reliable maintenance. They've got the client happiness promise. If you're not happy, they are going to make it right. Their tagline, all the magic without the hassle. That's what you get with Humbug. Give them a call, 833-4HUMBUG, or you can text them at 512-222-1820, or visit humbuglights.com to schedule your free, yes, I said free, design consultation.
Sweet.
Yes, indeed. And get you some Altstadt beer this weekend, too. Best beer that you could find all throughout the great state of Texas for your tailgates, for your watch parties, for your Friendsgiving, for your early Thanksgiving festivities. Make sure you accompany your good times with Altstadt beer. My choice should be yours as well. Please remember to drink Altstadt responsibly, but it is the official beer of BK, and it should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Sweet.
All right, Buck. How about the Houston Texans? Break up the Texans, winners of 3 straight games. I think most Texans fans were thinking, oh, all right, we're 3-5, and now CJ Stroud is concussed. Season's over. Let's turn our attention to next year. Davis Mills has led, really the Houston Texans, the defense, but Davis Mills has led the Texans to 3 straight wins, including an upset over Buffalo last night on Thursday Night Football, 23-19, the final score from NRG Stadium in H-Town. All of a sudden, Buck, the Texans are very much in the AFC playoff mix.
Yeah, I mean, Mills does just enough offensively that with that defense, he can keep you in a lot of games over a lot of good teams. Now, Buffalo doesn't have the greatest of defenses, but boy, that defensive display that the Texans put on last night was awesome.
Yeah, the Texans, to your point, I think the Texans had like 35 yards of offense in the second half.
Wow.
And they still won because the defense just was fantastic. 8 sacks of Josh Allen. I mean, you know how good he is at extending plays, right?
Yeah.
every time he tried to do that, it must have felt like the Texans were playing with 12, maybe even 13 on defense.
He couldn't go anywhere.
Every time Josh Allen would like evade one pass rusher, he'd like turn and he's got to be thinking like, all right, I'm about to have a bunch of space. And then there'd be somebody right there to take him down. It's the best defense in football.
Yeah, you don't get him from behind that often where he tries to escape and you tackle him. He had like 4 of those sacks. There were like 4 sacks where they got him by the legs when he's trying to escape yesterday.
And how about Kalen Bullock, the USC grad, with 3 takeaways yesterday, including that interception on that final 4th down play of the game to secure it. The Bills converted a 4th and 27 with like a Boise State hook and lateral play.
Oh, yeah.
To keep that final drive alive. And if you're a Texans fan, you had to be crapping your pants like, oh, my God. Like, we're going to lose this way. We gave up a 4th and 27. We're playing so well. We're about to beat this Bills team.
What are we, Texas here?
Yeah, we're going to give this up, and this is how it's going to end. But they bowed up. They bowed up. They got the stop that they needed. Huge win for Houston. It sounds like C.J. Stroud will be ready next Sunday. The Texans play the Colts. Colts still have a nice lead in the AFC South, but obviously another prove-it opportunity for Houston. They are right back in the swing of things, and they are currently a half game out of a playoff spot in the AFC.
Yeah, this is a pretty good concussion. I mean, he's been out for a while. His melon must be extra soft.
Yeah, 3 games without C.J. Stroud. And if you're the Texans, you're like, can we win 2 maybe to like stay sort of afloat? And instead, they've won all 3. Davis Mills is not very good, but he didn't turn the ball over. That was the key. The Texans were +3 in the turnover department yesterday. Davis Mills, not great. I covered him for 2 years. He'll never be great. They need C.J. Stroud back if they do want to make the playoffs. But, man, you got to tip your cap. A tremendous job by him to just do enough to get this team back into the mix.
Yeah, they even without Joe Mixon, they run the ball just well enough right now. I mean, Chubb is having a pretty decent year for that guy. I thought he was one of those guys, BK, that was the end of his career, and him coming to the Texans. I thought he'd just be a short yardage guy. But, boy, they play him in the middle of the field. He's okay.
Yeah. Woody Marks has been the guy in the backfield, another USC cat for D'Amico Ryans' group. He's been very, very good. He feels like
they substitute him just right. They don't overplay him, you know?
Yeah, they got a nice rotation. And Joe Mixon's out for the year. Like, that just came out yesterday. So, sorry to you fantasy players who had him stashed on IR thinking at some point, like, we'll get a huge boost with Mixon. Yeah, not good for him.
That guy's career may be at stake because he has a foot injury that's just – I mean, that's been a long time. It's not – his foot injury's not healing.
No, and we did see a ref leave the game with a non-contact injury last night. You hate to see that.
Wow.
Injuries taking over the NFL, even for the Zebras. Cowboys, Eagles on Sunday. We'll bring on Double R, one of our resident Cowboys fans here. These two teams played a great game. The first game of the NFL season in Philadelphia. The Eagles were able to get the win. Remember, you had the Jalen Carter spit incident there. Shocking. He would do something bad. Right. And also the long weather delay as well. But the rematch, I'm a little surprised, Double R, the Eagles are only 3.5-point favorites this weekend.
Yeah, I definitely like the matchup better this time around because the Eagles, they've got a decimated offensive line. So that's one thing to think about. You got a couple of dudes out there. And then when you think about on the Cowboys side, you've got somewhat of a revamped defense there with the moves that have been made. So can you stop Jalen Hurts? Can you slow him down? That's really going to be the key right there in this offense. Guys, can you imagine this Dallas offense and the Houston defense together? Now, that's what I'm talking about.
That'd be a good team.
That's definitely a wet dream right there, Rod.
Yeah.
Truly.
Wishing one hand, sitting the other.
That's it. But I think that offensive line thing for the Eagles, I think that's going to be pivotal here. This could tip the scale a little bit to the Cowboys. Hey, you only gave up 16 last week.
Don't get too excited about that secondary with the Cowboys. I know that they've had a game or two, but don't get overexcited about the secondary.
Hey, Siobhan Ravel, 3rd-round pick out of ECU. Come on, man.
Yeah.
He's back. Looked good last week.
There you go.
I wish they could play the Raiders every week.
Yes.
I think every team does.
You got a pissed off receiver on the other side. Of course, this will be the game where he breaks out, right? I mean, that's what always happens. Everything will be fine after this week.
Yeah, there's all sorts of turmoil with Philly right now. You had an article come out earlier this week that like Eagles coaches are not happy with the way Jalen Hurts is playing. It's like he's too focused on playing his game, but not staying within the framework of the offense.
Yeah.
And it's basically like,
what is the offense?
well,
right
they want him to take more shots down the field. Like, you've got these elite receivers. We're paying these guys a crap ton of money. Like, you've got to make some tight window throws in the NFL, sir. Take a chance and put the ball where it needs to be. And he's not, in Philly's eyes, he's not doing enough of that, at least according to one reporter. Jalen Hurts even got asked about that. Like, so it's,
yeah.
Dude, they're never happy up there, are they?
It's just winning every week. That's all.
They're 8-2. They have the best record in the NFC.
It's the embodiment of being a
mad.
Philly native, right? You just have to be unhappy and miserable the entire time.
I feel like Cowboys fans are more optimistic with their team at like 4-5-1 than Eagles fans are at 8-2 right now.
Right.
They thrive in the bad situations. It's like when you're waiting for the bottom to fall out and everything to just fall apart, they continually get better. Where you see with the Cowboys, it's a total opposite, where it's a crap show and it looks like one, and it really looks like one. That doesn't happen.
They might not function without a soap opera.
The Eagles or the Cowboys?
The Eagles. Well, both. Hell, shit.
Yeah,
both.
Well, the Cowboys can't function with one. They have one, but they're not really functioning as a football team. But yeah, I mean, I was talking to a couple of Eagles fans the other day, and they're like, it just doesn't feel like our year. I'm like,
yeah.
If the season ended today, y'all would be the #1 seed in the NFC. Like, what do you mean? It doesn't feel like you're okay. All right, like, you want to trade problems here? I would be very happy.
I guarantee you the Bills fans didn't say that after last night. They think they think it's this year is their year. And after last night, holy shit.
Boy.
Well, who's going to sneak up on the Eagles in the NFC? I mean, the Rams.
Yeah, I mean, I think Rams are right there. I still think the Lions are good. I know they've had some issues. Seattle's obviously a surprise.
I'm not
Green
big on the
Bay.
Lions without Laporta, though, right?
Yeah.
Like, Laporta's just such a key cog to that offense.
Now, what is his injury? Is he due back here shortly?
No, he's done. He's done for the season.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, then Seattle just turns it over. Seattle turns it over a lot. It's like, God dang, man. It's like little pieces, and that's where Philadelphia remains. They continue to be solid, even through all the bullshit.
I think if you're an Eagles hater, the Rams need to be the team that you root for. I mean, the Rams almost had them last year in the playoffs. Remember, they were closer than anybody else in the postseason to.
They got the defense too, young defense. Didn't get after it.
And Stafford, I mean, Stafford's playing great. Like, again, remember in the offseason, it was like, is his arm going to work? And he's
they were apparently they were about to draft Jackson Dart until the Giants jumped up and got him, and then they made that move to go back. So
watch those Panthers.
Well, Dable will be good when he's at Penn State. So
yeah. Oh, Dable to Penn State.
Yeah,
guys. Quick question before we get out of here: are you guys fans of the steakhouse chain Sizzler?
I remember that. I remember the Sizzler back in the day. Kind of like a sirloin stockade kind of thing. Texas Roadhouse.
I think I'm thinking of something else. I'm mistaking Shoney's for Sizzler.
Okay.
Yeah, Shoney's.
I don't think I've been to a Sizzler.
Shoney's like his breakfast and stuff, don't they?
Yeah, kind of like.
I thought it was like a. I thought
kettle.
Shoney's is like a buffet, like eat all day buffet or stuff like that.
Yeah.
Buck, you familiar with Sizzler?
I am.
Apparently, it's making a comeback, boys.
Yeah.
No.
With a new, refreshed look. It was a pop culture icon in the 80s and 90s. A big part of one of my favorite movies ever, Happy Gilmore. Hey, Shooter, want to go to the Sizzler and get some grub? Big part of that. But apparently it's making a comeback, tapping into the sentimental value associated with the brand. And they are trying to compete with fast food giants like McDonald's and offer a more appealing alternative for parents seeking a dining experience that evokes comfort and familiarity.
All right.
I'm not familiar with the food.
In its heyday, Sizzler had more than 700 restaurants nationwide. It was steak, seafood, and salad.
Yeah, big salad bar like K-Bob's. K-Bob's had that big old salad bar.
They had that hot pan steak.
Yeah,
which you just put on top.
What kind of
they had a skillet steak.
I've never been to a Sizzler like
just off that.
I hear steak, seafood, and salad, and I'm like, all right, this is kind of an upscale sit-down restaurant. And then I see a quote where they're like, we're competing with McDonald's, and I'm wondering, what are we doing here?
Here's my question. Are they going to have this? Bucky, I did this for you last night. McRib.
Oh, look at that nasty looking thing.
He's
That looked like
he's
somebody toward the
not
inside.
talking about the sandwich, double R.
That looks like a piece of deer meat that somebody did. It's not properly, they just ripped it out, ripped the heart out, and stuck it between two pieces of bread.
See that onion? Look at that onion hidden in there.
Oh my God!
Yeah, pickle in there. Bucky hates the pickles. He doesn't want
man.
another man putting pickles in his mouth or something.
How many of you had double R?
That's the second one I've had since they came back.
Oh my God!
Look at my middle finger. Look at that tangy sauce
Ooh.
on my middle finger.
You got
Look
it
at
up
that
in there,
tang.
huh?
Look at that tang on the end of his middle
Got the
finger
tang
there.
on the end of the finger last
Who,
night.
who needs Terry Blacks? Who needs Terry Blacks when you got this right around the corner,
I
huh?
don't want that.
Leroy and Lewis, who cares?
I had ventured last night for my first time because I always like to try people's meatball subs. I went to Firehouse Subs. That was the first time I've ever had a Firehouse sub. Wasn't bad. The bun was okay.
I like Firehouse a lot. It supports the firemen and women.
Yeah, meat kind of tastes kind of funny. The meatball itself.
Okay. Yeah.
I usually get the brisket, but I don't think it's really brisket.
Firehouse.
Yeah, the Firehouse subs.
I like some good old Schlotzky's.
The
Good old
McRib.
Schlotzky's is good.
Buck, I'm bringing you a
Schlotzky's
McRib. I'm bringing you a McRib tomorrow, by the way, to Schultz.
Bro, about to go ahead and poop my pants at Schultz's.
Well, that would also be great for content.
No.
Like, we'll have enough to talk about with the game, but like, if you shit yourself on the air while we're in a crowded Schultz garden, that would be good for all of us right there.
I can't wait to see that.
They've got that one bathroom right there at Schultz's where everybody goes, just one bathroom.
Man.
I go in there, and if I have to jump up on the sink, you know me, I'll jump up on that sink and sit on the sink if I have to.
Oof.
And you can't eat that thing with a fork. No fork allowed. Fork that. You have to eat it with your hands.
Oh, gross.
Sandwich, of course. Why would you fork and knife a sandwich?
I'm good with that. I can do ribs. I just don't do chicken with my fingers.
Well, that's a rib. So there you go. Mac rib.
That is a
Mac
real
rib.
real
That's what
rib
they're
right
calling
there,
it, huh?
sir.
I don't know why you would do
rib.
that to yourself.
What, eat fine dining?
That is, come on.
Yeah,
At
it's like,
McDonald's?
And they almost had me yesterday, too. Before I went there, I had gone by a couple of McDonald's. And I said, why don't you just go ahead? You know, the president said, put a little bit of that tartar sauce. Have yourself a fillet of fish on a Thursday. I'm like, you don't do that in the off lentil season. You just don't go in and ask for a fillet. That's not as fresh as the one that you get from Maine on a daily basis.
Ner.
That they ship in.
Mainer. Don't forget. Ner. God bless it. All right, guys. Tomorrow, Schultz Garden, 12-2 for pregame. Double R and Zay on postgame. And y'all enjoy the weekend, guys.
See you, boys.
Take care, boys.
Later. There they go. Here we are. Welcome to another edition of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I'm Wags. That's Double R. Hit us up on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on Twitter. He's at the Rodney R and then Mainer. And then also on Instaface at the _ Rodney R. Hit me up on Instaface at the Wagner Wire. Hey, smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already. And then that coded text line blowing up 512-222-9328. All right, amigo, where do you want to go first?
I actually want to go get another McRib, dude. That thing was
Why
good.
do you do that to yourself? Like,
I love those
you can't
things,
digest it that well, right?
And here's the other part about it is so I got a 6-piece nugget with it too. I didn't get any fries. I just got the
one fitting
and a 6-piece nugget because I knew I was going to have some of that tangy barbecue sauce left. So I'm like, man, I can't throw that away, Wags. That's like a travesty. So I got a 6-piece nugget.
So you take the nuggets to sop it up?
Yeah, just kind of dip them in there, kind of spin them around, So boom, there you go. Get ready for a football
I
Friday.
had myself baked potato skins and mozzarella sticks from Copper Top. I went out last night for just spur of the moment. Like I was just sitting on the couch and my buddy stops over and he's like, hey man, we're going out, let's rock and roll. And I'm just like, Jesus, man. And you know me, like that's very intrusive. Like if I'm up on the couch, Double R, and I'm already laid up, like, brother, you better have one hell of a fucking excuse to get me out. By like the second quarter, this dude's full out singing John Cicada. Take it away. I can't remember.
God.
I can't remember the actual song. that he say, but it's like if you go, say goodbye. It was crazy. But yeah, he was already 3 sheets to the fucking wind. Thank God he allowed me to drive the car back. But damn, dude, absolutely.
I haven't been out on the town in a while. Yeah,
you know what? Next time, we should go to Copper Top together. We should try and do a show at Copper Top.
My wife always tells me,
nice
she's
little
like,
spot, man.
Well, where's that at? Oh,
It's
right over here, right?
Yeah, it's right on the corner. Right on the corner.
Oh, I've been there once.
The neighborhood pub.
Oh, yeah, we have to do a live show there.
I've never really been there, man. It's pretty.
That is right. I forgot about that place. It's right
nice,
there by
low key, very low key.
Yeah.
Great food. Excellent food.
By the oil change place, or now I guess it's a hair salon, right? It used to be an oil change place.
I don't know what the hell. It's right next to the Circle K.
The Shell. Yeah, the Circle K.
Circle K.
I forgot about that. Yeah, we do
O'Connor.
need to meet there.
Shit, is that O'Connor?
Yeah, I think it's
O'Connor.
O'Connor.
620
Great
O'Connor, right there.
Great Oak. My wife always tells me, she's like, you need to make time and go out with your friends. I'm like, none of the 4 of them call me to go out, so that's why I don't go out. But anyway, yeah, good times. We do need to go there.
Good times, yeah. But that's where I took in Thursday Night Football. Your thoughts, amigo, on Thursday Night Football? But hey, we kind of said, look out for this the Texans defense there. I mean, my God, I didn't know that it would come on display like that. I thought they'd cover. I jokingly said, hey, could we get a wrong team favored? And sure enough, man, fruition Friday is upon us.
I didn't buy into it, Wags. You once again trumped my...
I got lucky. Absolutely lucky. Absolutely lucky.
I have to say, I mean, the defense is the story. I mean, the Texans defense. But I mean, for Davis Mills, how about that dude? You want to talk about when somebody gets drafted and they take your job?
What was Fry's Electric?
Oh man, dude! Back in the first days of streaming, that's where I bought all my mixers. That's where I bought my microphones, your cables, and all that. There was one over there on.
Is that Austin based? Is that just?
I think it was.
Exclusive?
I think it was nationwide. I think it was, across the country.
I never heard of Fry's.
Dude, Fry's, you could go in there and you could buy everything. You could buy the early days of what we now call webcams and all the cables, everything. You would go and get that stuff. Yeah, it was a toy store for electronics.
Oh shit.
That's exactly what that was. Same thing with the Radio Shack. Man, I still got Radio Shack cables, man. When
the hell did Radio Shack go out of business?
I think Radio Shack has
been. I assume Best Buy put all these guys out of business, right? Or fuck Amazon.
Amazon, yeah. We were in Mexico about 4 years ago, and we go to this big Mexican plaza that they had, and Puerto Vallarta, and we go walking in, and there's like a Radio Shack mega store in there, dude. And I think this is about 4 years ago, and they had everything that Radio Shack has ever had, and I'm like, I want one of everything, but I don't know how I get that in the plane. To get everything back. But so I've seen one Radio Shack. God, those are cool. A Blockbuster. Remember Blockbuster? You have to go rent a disc. Wow.
Shit, I think there's still, isn't there like one Blockbuster left, and that's up in Seattle or something like that, or Oregon, somewhere like that?
I think so. Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah, man. How about treat if you're a Texans fan, treated to a nice little display of football last night, man. Will Anderson all over the field last night. 7 sacks, dude.
Yeah.
Getting after it. Not Will Anderson himself, but the Texans defense.
Yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot. And Bullock, I say that dude's name, but again, I had the sound down. But that dude, three turnovers in and of himself. I mean, that guy and X truly was. Twitter was in an uproar when Josh Allen went down. I think a lot of people were like, oh my goodness, this guy. I thought that he might be out the way he kind of took that spill right there, but no, all good for him. But the defense was the story. These guys, Danielle Hunter, I mean, Stingley back there, they don't even attempt to go after that dude, right? This is solid defense, man. What a performance. What a performance.
In your opinion, so now that we've seen kind of the vulnerability, I don't think it was just on display last night. I think the vulnerabilities have been on display for Buffalo the past couple of weeks, right? Where would you say their deficiencies are at? We all already know, like, their wide receivers. Yeah, they got some scat ones, right? They got some guys that can get after small little dudes that, can absolutely eat you up in the slot. But really, they're missing that huge targets, almost like a Pickens, right? They don't have anybody that's like a George Pickens. I guess they were trying to make Coleman that were, or maybe Palmer rather. Joshua Palmer they brought in from, or they didn't trade for him. I think they just picked him up as a free agent. But still, they're trying to bring somewhat of a bigger body frame in. But still, like Shakir, when you see what he can do when he's in space, right? Gabe Davis kind of having a resurgence last year or reemerging, rather in the lineup or in getting some reps and getting some play. But yeah, like beyond the tight ends and checking down to the wide or checking down to the running backs, like it's whatever Josh Allen can get through the midfield and then execute with his legs. James Cook's going to be able to get his, it seems, regardless of however many you put in the box. Like, he still got 100 over. I think he went over 100 last night. 116. So,
and I think,
and they were playing that too. Like, they were trying to take that away from Buffalo. He was still able to do it, man. That's a tribute to execution right there.
And the other part of it is, I mean, you and I preach trench warfare. But these guys are, I mean, average. Buffalo is average at best at offensive line. I mean, you want to talk about a vulnerable quarterback situation back there. That dude's running for his life. And again, Josh Allen has the ability to run and break tackles and do things. But again, that's not the forte, the way this offense is built for him to be, some sleek looking quarterback out there doing all these different things. It was, this guy was at 8 sacks. That's unacceptable.
So I'm sorry, I missed the last one. I only had 7 down.
Oh yeah, I saw 8 sacks on the final stat line. So that tells you right there that when you're not able to protect your franchise quarterback back there, and he's running for his life all of the time, that there's a problem. And you and I have talked about from the offseason about not having that one dude on the outside that's going to be able to make a play, to allow that second part of the offense to really kick itself into gear. After Cook starts cooking, then boom, and it's not there. It's just not there.
Can we say that Buffalo's got a shitty line? Like, I don't think Buffalo's got a shitty line. I mean, I'm sure they struggle with pass protection with Josh Allen, but they got the number 1 rushing offense in the fucking league. Like, yeah. I don't think that they have a terrible line, right? Like, when you're producing 147 yards per game on the ground, I don't think they have a terrible line.
Yeah. Well, it looked deficient last night. And again, to me, that's what happens when you've got a superior defense across the way. And that defense really is that defense does exactly what a championship defense does, to where you've got a backup quarterback in, yet another backup quarterback in that has come back and kind of put new life in. And I saw last night, well, maybe Davis Mills needs to be the quarterback. No, he doesn't. You need CJ Stroud if you're going to make a run. But you've put yourself back in position when you've got the Colts next. So if you get after Daniel Jones, you pressure that dude a little bit and make him make mistakes, Wags.
Clearly you probably need a little bit more from Davis Mills, but when he plays a clean game like that, he gives you a chance to win. All right. 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. Sure, he didn't light it up throughout the damn sky, but you need somebody that you can turn around in that backfield and just really rely on to kind of get you the totes, man, without getting broken, honestly, right? Like, it's a backfield that kind of needs to be pieced together, which is so crazy that, I don't know, I guess you were hoping that, Mixon would be able to kind of heal himself, and that, Chubb would be able to kind of find the fountain of youth, but it's really hard coming off an injury of that degree, so.
Yeah. So, and it is, you don't have that locked in running back there. I mean, I guess
Woody Marks looked pretty good last night, man.
Marks looked pretty good. And that's,
I don't know if this is going to be like the, who was that? Fast Willie Parker, just out of nowhere. Right. I think he was out of North Carolina, as a matter of fact, but they just found, the Steelers found Willie Parker back in the day out of nowhere to kind of just help supplement with the bus. And sure as shit, maybe they found that out of Woody Marks here last night.
Hey, man, so. It's, and sometimes in these dire situations, that's where you have people that start making plays. And yeah, with Mixon, it's he's not going to play, so you're going to have to go with Woody Marks and good old sturdy lifetime Brown Nick Chubb. So that's what you have going for you at this point. And hey, man, with this defense, if you can have
you've seen Chubb hit it in spurts, right?
Oh,
it's I'm not sitting here,
good.
lobbying for it that he's going to be the next, return to grace or anything like that. But there has been moments where just like on, burst of 11 or 12 yards where he gotten into the pay dirt or whatever. It's just like, holy shit, that. And he's able to make that one cut and go, right? That's the Nick Chubb of old, man. If you can get just a little bit of that back, man,
dude,
maybe I'm trying to breathe a little bit of optimism and life into the Texans, but dude, and apparently CJ Stroud will return next week. So, or that's kind of what the news that we're gathering right now, but I'll have more updates on that as we go through.
I think I saw that if this would have been a Sunday game, if it wouldn't have been a TNF game, that he could have played Sunday. If it had been a Sunday game, he would have been out of protocol enough or out of protocol to where he could have played. But that's where they've dug themselves in. And look, man, for D'Amico Ryans, he has gone in and put his stamp on this defense. You expect a D'Amico Ryans team to be very productive on defense, which they are. Mixon's
Stiff comes in with one right here. Figured Mixon was going to be longer recovery with the mileage and age. That dude is having blue collar mornings right now. Yeah, imagine what his bones feel like when he's getting up out of bed.
Oh man,
just the aches, just sitting there with your wrist, anytime, or your fist probably hurt from holding a damn hammer or a drill, right? Yeah. Like just the damn arthritis that kind of sets into your hands or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. So with the Texans, and you got the matchup, you go to Indy, then you go to Kansas City, Arizona, Vegas, the Chargers, and Indianapolis again. So that 2.5 games back right now. Jacksonville, I think, have surprised all of us where they are. Houston's a game and a half? I think a game and a half back in the wild card to Jacksonville at this point. So they've pulled themselves up the mat, and it's there. And if the offense stays serviceable,
big win last night, huge effing win last night, dude. We talked about it. He needed it to kind of stay in the running for it, and they absolutely got it.
Yeah. When you need a win, you go up and you do it, and you're going to ride the defense. And look, when you talk about Jacksonville, because I mean that's the team that's obviously right in front of you right now. I mean that they got a big one coming up. They got a big one coming up as well. Some big ones coming up. So if Houston can just stay right there and surpass them, they may change. You got to play the Colts twice, beat them twice, and you're probably going to win the South.
What's
somehow.
Jacksonville have left on their record? Jacksonville has Cardinals. That's a winnable game, right?
Mm-hmm.
They got the Titans right after that. That's a winnable game at Tennessee. Then they host the Colts.
Yeah,
they host the Colts, and then they have the Jets. They got the Broncos, and then so they're staring at one. I don't know if they're going to split with the Colts or not. The Colts are pretty damn good, right? Like,
yeah,
Jacksonville's having a surprise year for sure. But I'm going to say 2 losses right there for the Colts, right? Colts give them to Broncos in Denver. That's probably a loss. I'll say so. Texans have a chance. The door's open, man.
They really do. They've done a hell of a job to get themselves back into this thing. So, yeah. But you mentioned Will Anderson a while ago. I mean, to sit there and watch that guy, dang man, that is just complete domination. What that guy is doing right there. So many pieces on this defense for the Houston Texans, and it's still there, attainable for them. And meanwhile, the other side with Buffalo, that's where you continue to watch these guys. We're talking about trending teams in the AFC. Of course, New England is one of those. But we're talking about here New England and Jacksonville as teams that can make some noise in the AFC. I don't think that we had really realistic possibilities of either one of them doing.
I thought that New England would be in the playoff. I didn't think that they would be contesting for home field advantage.
Yeah.
Right. Like, holy shit. Or the Colts for that matter. Denver. We thought Denver would be a pretty strong playoff team. Division leaders, right? But again, and they have they convinced you that they are that team?
Denver?
Like they've kind of done just enough to win, right? And usually you can sit there and go to the old adage that's the mark of a good team is finding ways to win when you're playing poorly. Well, no, that's from other people's camp, right? From other people's beliefs. That's fool's gold, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's fired on all cylinders at all times, man. What the hell is this win while you're playing bad shit? It's the mark of a good team.
Yeah, I've said all year to where it's like, okay, it's Kansas City until otherwise proven, and I'm starting to be otherwise proven a little bit. It seems like I think I'm almost there, Wags. I'm almost there.
I'm not ready to drop Kansas City off yet. They just I know their defense is down a little bit than it has been in past years, which, people sit there and say, Patrick Mahomes, Magic Man, sure, 100%, but they also had one hell of a championship defense too. So
that's it. And it does go down to, I think what has happened to Kansas City this year is the fact that last year they're winning all these one-score games and winning in ways that we're not used to seeing them. That's not happening. That luck ran out. So now it just so happens that Denver has gotten, asserted themselves as a contender, and so have the Chargers. So that's where everybody's gotten better and are now playing at a higher level. And I think that's why now it's more like, okay, maybe Kansas City is more vulnerable and on the cusp of not winning the AFC West for the first time in like forever. But still a lot of football to be played. And Kansas City can come on just like that. And Indianapolis,
Denver's the third. Denver is the third best defense in terms of total yards allowed. So yeah, Denver's absolutely fucking lights out too. Denver's the number one leader in sacks. They just get after it. Absolutely tough. I mean, Texans are right there with them though, man. Texans are right there with them. If they can get a little bit of balance from the offense, and who knows, maybe with CJ Stroud coming back, you saw Nico Collins getting busy and getting after it last night. They still need a little bit more of the running game. Marks, my guy. Maybe that's the key. Maybe that's the answer. Sprinkle that with some Chubb.
And when you look at the AFC, like the wild card race, I mean the first you got the Chargers at 7-4, Buffalo 7-4, Jacksonville 6-4, 6-5 Houston, 5-5 Kansas City and Baltimore. On the outside looking in right there. So that's where this is. I mean, can Denver and the Patriots and the Colts, can they hold on? And then there's Pittsburgh there, playing this week. And maybe it's Mason Rudolph. That's that game there, Chicago and Pittsburgh. That could shake some shit up, in the AFC. So
absolutely. We'll get the scores here in just a minute from the rest of the NFL and our predictions for our Friday fruitions picks here. But yeah, Josh Allen going from absolute MVP candidate last week with 6 total touchdowns to 0 touchdowns and 2 interceptions last night. Yeah, man. Rook, go ahead. What's up?
I will tell you, as again, I'm not a Texans fan, but I'm not a Texans hater. But I've always said that for the Texans, that they have continually played in the noon window on Sundays, and then they get in prime time, and that's when they kind of don't look. Great win for that organization to win on a sole national TV game in that manner. Way to go, Texans. Way to go get the South. Go get the South and make a run. The Battle Red.
I mean, the Colts going to have a big say in that. Colts are going to have a huge say in that. Yeah, big win for the Texans last night. Also, a big win for you is if you hit our guy up, Ryan Hurricane Hecht. It's the Hecht Law Firm, your go-to personal injury attorney right here in our Fairburg of Austin, Texas. Proud Texas Longhorn, fighting for fellow Texans. Not just a lawyer, though. He dons that burnt orange and he wears that same fire and pride and brings it into the courtroom. Injured in a car accident or you just got any type of personal injury at all, call my guy Ryan. 512-938-8929. Again, 512-938-8929. He's been blowing the doors off companies for a couple of years now, man, not letting you have to deal with all those insurance companies. Just give him a call. Supporting local sports, local businesses, and local families, and you when you call him today. Again, that number, 512-938-8929. Email Ryan at hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHTlawfirm.com. Ryan at HECHTlawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
That's right. He is the top of the top. How about a word from our friends at AV Consultation?
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street, hold the door for people behind us, tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics. But more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
Absolutely. avconsultations.com. And with that holiday season, I do want to mention to you, for you friends out there, coming up on Sunday, this Sunday, November 23rd, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. over at the Central Texas Food Bank. Here's something that's really cool to be a part of. It is the Austin Empty Bowl Project, 6500 Metropolis Drive. Again, they're not advertising. This is just something that I have always really enjoyed what happens here. You've got pottery makers from many spots that don't make bowls, and you go and you have a great meal right there. And a lot of this goes to one of the I think is a great organization. It is Austin Central Texas Meals on Wheels. I was actually able to be a part of that for a lot of years, and that one's pretty special to me. So if you get a chance from 11 to 3 on Sunday, head on out to the Central Texas Food Bank, 6500 Metropolis Drive, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Donate to those in need coming up for the Thanksgiving and holiday seasons, Christmas season, and as well, you walk away with a really, really cool handmade bowl from some of the great pottery makers here in the area. Also tell you about McCall Custom Homes. It's McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. That is who you need to get that phone call in if you were looking for a new or pre-owned, going the covert way. If you have an outdoor patio space or you have an indoor space that you want to get renovated, well, that's what these folks will do right there for you. They'll take that space, and like in my house, if you've got something that's a little bit older, maybe in the 1990s version, and you want to get it into 2025, well, you get a call into these folks, and you want to call or text right now at 512-633-9580. Free estimates for TSU listeners and viewers. Be sure and mention Texas Sports Unfiltered. Mike and his crew will come out to take a look at what you're wanting to do, and then before you know it, that project starts. Great trades. They're going to come out and have the utmost respect for your property. That's the other thing. They're going to come in and they're going to treat that home as if it is their own, and they're going to put a lot of pride and craftsmanship into getting that dream into reality. Check it out today. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com for the gallery of projects, 512-633-9580. For over 40 years, a father-son team. Check out the Google reviews. Check out the 5-star Better Business Bureau ratings. And be sure and mention Texas Sports Unfiltered for that free estimate. 512-633-9580. McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
My dude, you want to go down the rest of the NFL slate?
Let's do it. I wish we could play. I wish we could play like NFL bumpers, but I think we probably
can't. So here's the thing: we can, but we gotta have it basically routed to where the sound doesn't go out for the stream for recording, right? Or not for stream, for recording. It can go out live all you want, but you can't have it to where you have it recorded. That's where you get the hits with the copyright. With OBS, you can filter that out. I haven't figured out how to do that with StreamYard yet.
What I used to do with some bumpers, like for high school football, I would take like a song and I would chop it up. You know, I would take like a 1 minute clip and I would like boom, 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 condense it, cut it all up into about a 20-second little whatever. And I never got, well, as far as I know, I never got cited, but I don't want to take that chance and it not work with this program.
No, I got you, man. You want to go down the rest of the NFL slate, man? You want to drive?
Hey, you drive, my man. You put the Cadillac in gear and let's go. You put the Covert Bee Cave TSU machine into gear. Let's go.
I like it, man. We just had Thursday night football. Let's continue to go down the slate. How about the Giants? Giants pride is the slogan there, but they're going up against the pride of the Lions for Detroit. Oh my guy. It is looking like a 10-point favorite for the Detroit Lions right now. Where are you at with this game?
I think you got to take that, don't you? I think that
points. And remember,
good defense. Good defense.
And I'm not sure if it's Russell Wilson yet or I think it's going to be Jameis Winston.
It's good Crabman, isn't it? Yeah,
right. I think it's still Crabman. I did see in Giants news that Russell Wilson does desire to stay a Giant, which sure, you can have all the aspirations for that if you want. I'm farewell is what I'm saying to Russell Wilson. Keep one veteran on. You don't need two veterans like that. I will happily. We're going with Jackson Dart. I'll take Jameis Winston because the dude ain't afraid to absolutely just throw. I don't know. That can come back to haunt you though too, right? Throwing into four people, right? Throwing in double coverage, but I still like having that type of confidence. Absolutely.
Yeah. I've got to lean, man. The NFL is so crazy this year to where it's like just when you think that you look at the 10-point line right there, and I'm going to go with it. I'm going to take the Lions and the points, but this year is so wishy-washy to where this could come down to a field goal game, with the Giants, because that defense is a very good Giants defense. That's one thing that they have built there.
See, it's sus, right? Like it looks like a very good defense, right?
Yeah,
but they got a really good set. Like Burns is fantastic, right? They and JT can get after it too, but I mean, other than that, it's very sus. It's a pretty lousy defense, man. They struggle to get off the field on third down. It's a pretty lousy defense. Here's the thing, T-Money, I see you out there. Yeah, Dart is cleared, but I think from what I'm hearing that Dart is still going to sit out, and there's chances that Dart doesn't even come back for the rest of the year, like doesn't come back in and play for the rest of the year, right? That's also could have been a little bit of Dable's dismay or undoing his own fault there, like also trying to rush Jackson Dart back from injuries when they should have just kept him out. So I think they're trying to be a little bit reluctant with their future quarterback moving forward. I could be wrong. That's just the shit that I'm hearing on the back end.
And I like that move, to be honest with you, Wags. I think that's a good idea, especially as many times as he has gotten knocked around. We've talked about the different times that he's been evaluated for a concussion. So that's probably a good idea. That really is probably a good idea to kind of pull him back a little bit, just to try to ensure your future.
As a fan, I'm fine with that. Like we know what the damn tape's going to be. Like we know what the campaign's going to end at, right? It's a shit show. Okay, go if you're playing for draft picks here. You've already entertained us. We know we believe in Jackson Dart, right? Go for the draft pick. I'm not going to say tank, but go out and compete. But we understand that even if we're competing with the roster that we have now, we're probably going to lose. Okay. Yeah. And I'm fine with getting, better talent and better draft picks and surrounding that and protecting Jackson Dart.
And I go back to specifically, when it comes to a fan standpoint, the first couple of years of Troy Aikman, where I go back and I looked at everything that happened with him, because he was like kind of one of those first ones with the concussion thing. As many hits that dude took, if you would have pulled him back, of course he did. He missed a lot of time because he was knocked out with concussions. But if you would have tailored that dude back a little bit when you weren't prepared or built to win, you might have preserved him a little bit longer. Of course, he got a lot of concussions at the end too. But still, so I think it's a great move, especially when you got, at this point, two capable veterans there. But you really do need one. You're totally right about that. Just pick one. Just pick one.
Russell Wilson, sayonara, man. I'm fine with it. So to close in on this, to put a bow on this bad boy, I think the Giants cover. I don't think they win. They make it entertaining. If you've been watching Giants football the past couple of weeks, it's been very entertaining and fun to watch, but ultimately we know what we're doing. We're going for the draft pick here.
Yeah.
Boy, I love your heart, man. Wrong team favored. Giants take it. Great call with the Texans last night. I'm going to say that we're doing this the right way, or the Giants are doing this the right way, and they're playing for picks.
You have to. I mean, you really do. It's a business decision at this point. It's not, what good does it do you right now to go out there? Yeah, you win a game you shouldn't win. You can beat Detroit, but you get your quarterback beat up and knocked out again. I mean, in the long term, that's not a smart business plan.
I don't even think they could play Detroit. Also, from a fantasy side note here, look for Singletary if you're looking for that running back to kind of give you some supplement or give you a little bit of, late season hurrah and hope, and you're struggling, you're just looking for some type of succession there, reprieve. Go for a Singletary. He had one hell of a game last week. I don't know if he's going to be able to match the 26 point or the 22 points that he gave me in my league, but I do see him projected at around 12 to 15 in other leagues. So that's a pretty decent pedestrian middle of the pack. I guess it's a decent floor for you, man. 15 points, you'd probably take that in any type of given fantasy matchup. Where do you want to go next? Jets, Ravens, some battle of the stalwarts here, amigo. Ravens need this. Go ahead.
Here come the Jets. I mean, here come the Ravens.
Here come the Jets. A lot of points here. 13 in the hook right now for the Ravens, who seem like they're starting to find their way a little bit. But still, if you want to play a little bit of the cover, I don't know if the Ravens actually. I can't say that. The Ravens are absolutely suited to go up and put 40 points on the board. It's just weird. They have to do it first, right? They got to get ahead first before they can kind of do that. And once they get ahead, they just lean on you and beat the hell out of you with Henry there. But still, they're able to shape it up and hit you deep with Flowers too. So a lot of different Swiss Army knives. And when they come out in that 12 set, they look pretty damn wild with it too. So I wouldn't advise my clients to take the Ravens because 13.5 is a lot to cover in pro ball. But if you can tease it down or maybe shave it down, sure, get it down to 10. But give me the Jets to cover, as a matter of fact.
I'm with you. That's
give me the Jets to cover wildly with T-Mobile. T-Mobile taking them, and the Jets being able to find some type of way to stay in this game. The Jets are covering in this. It's Tyrod Taylor for sure. T-Mobile, absolutely. Tyrod Taylor, let's go.
That's just too many points in an NFL game, to be honest with you. 10 is right on the cusp right there to me. But it, and the Ravens again. The Ravens are getting pieces back and have put themselves back into the wild card conversation with Houston too. But I just can't give 13 in a
fitting Ravens football to let this team, with the atrocities that it's having right now, just in complete disarray. The Ravens will allow the Jets to play with them.
Well,
The Ravens don't have a good defense.
No, they don't. They absolutely don't. We're doing all this, and it's still going to be Kansas City and the Ravens in the AFC Championship, right? It's like all this, and we're still going to.
I don't think the Ravens will be in the championship.
But
they got to get past
I will take the Jets to cover. Give me the Jets to cover. That they will cover this. They better cover this.
Maybe I talked you into it. Maybe we Thelma and Louise off the damn cliff here. But yeah, on to the Steelers. They got to get past the Steelers first, and the Steelers are absolutely they got one of the surging Bears. I can't believe I'm saying that. The surging Chicago Bears. Are they able to stay with it? Do they put the Steelers away here? Right now, the line is 2.5 in favor of Chicago. Your thoughts, amigo?
I'm taking the Bears, dude. The Bears, their defense. I mean, it's not the 85 Bears or the right now Texans defense, but they lead the league at 22 takeaways, 15 interceptions. This, we can talk about Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson and all that.
They give them opportunities. They give Caleb Williams opportunities.
Yeah, it's like Ben Johnson has had a great effect right here. Well, yeah, their defense has had a great effect right here. And I don't know. I think I saw questionable the last status that I saw for our man Aaron Rodgers, which, God, it pains me to say that dude has made a difference for Pittsburgh. He's got him in position right here, leading the division. I'm going with the Bears. This is at home.
Let's talk about that real quick, though, right? Like Russell Wilson, who we just kind of wished out of New York, or Aaron Rodgers, right? Like, I think I'm taking Aaron Rodgers, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah,
I mean, with even with all the drama that he brings to you, I think I'm taking Aaron Rodgers. I want to win.
Yeah,
and apparently Aaron Rodgers still has 75%, at least 75% left in the tank.
It's been really cool to watch this dude, because it's like he doesn't put himself in a vulnerable position. He knows how to he has gotten old the right way watching him play. It's like we talk about these quarterbacks that continue to kind of sacrifice their body on stuff. He's like, fuck that. I'm not going to put myself in danger. But the defense for the Bears has just been exceptional. 15 interceptions. And if it's going to be Mason Rudolph and he's trying to throw that ball around, I'm going Bears all the way.
That's good. Yeah, I'm with you there. That 2.5 might be a little bit strict. The Bears might be able to do it by more, maybe in Chicago. At least, if there's it doesn't look like there's gonna be inclement weather. It looks like it's gonna be sunshine and blue skies right now. Maybe a little bit of clouds projected there, but dude,
a nice balmy 53 degrees.
Nice balmy 53 in mid, or it's the monster. It's not the Monsters of Midway anymore, is it? They don't call them that. It's still Chicago. It's still Chicago though. All right, I want to hit one more. I know that wasn't on the slate for us, but I just wanted to go over Patriots and Bengals right now. Bengals do have an electric offense, right? Is Joe Burrow coming back?
Has he been cleared?
He suited up, man. He was on the practice field, dude. If you're the Bengals, it's out. There's no way that it's happening, right? It's playoff bound is out of the question for you. You can't. You're not going to be able to catch up with the Ravens or the Steelers. If I'm the Bengals, I'm sitting Joe Burrow. Sure, let him come out there and kind of go through the motions for recovery purposes or whatever, and try and stay loose. And but hell, man, I don't know why you would risk your franchise quarterback who's already been sacked the most in the NFL already, moving up through his career. So I would kind of put him on the shelf and look for next year, though. But anyways, Patriots favored by 6 here. I don't think it's enough. I think the Patriots run away with this thing. Probably good for 10. I know it's only 4 more points, but 10's a lot to cover in pro ball. Patriots are looking fantastic right now. Give me the Patriots on the road easily.
And for the Bengals, you have no Chase.
Undefeated on the road this year.
Yeah. The Bengals don't have Chase. And this goes back to where you can, with Joe Burrow, you can think that you go through practice reps and all that you're ready. But this is a toe, right? I mean, this is a toe injury. And like we talk about, when you get into game conditions and that speed picks up and you got these dudes that are chasing you around, I am not going to put the future of my franchise, like we talk about, with the Giants, especially with this known commodity. You absolutely cannot do that. You go with Flacco. And the Patriots, I think the Patriots are good for at least 10 here, to be honest with you.
Rob thinks it's going to be a close game. Rob, you know your team a little bit better than I do. I'm from the outside looking in. I think I'm with Double R, man. I think it's going to be at least by 10. I don't know how close it's going to be, dude. I think you guys are. But again, I think you're looking at it through critical lenses. I do the same shit. So, but if I'm going to take somebody's word, I'll probably take the guy that knows them best a little bit better than I do.
Yeah,
I know. I saw that Williams is out. I think you're going to be fine though, man. When is he slated to come? In 2 weeks. Williams in 2 weeks, I think, is due back. It should be in time, or I would think that they're probably going to hold him out and keep him ready or bring him back in time for the playoffs. So for sure, just keep him out in time so he can rest for the playoffs, rather. All right, one of the marquee matchups on the slate here: Colts and Chiefs. We talked about the Chiefs if they're a little bit of that magic in them. Hey, Colts got to come into Arrowhead, man, and if the Chiefs are looking to stay afoot at this thing, here they go. They must win for the Chiefs this week.
Yeah, Chiefs 3 and a hook, right? So
favored. Absolutely. That's the effects of Arrowhead, man.
That's just the thing about being Kansas City, where I think everybody is kind of with us, to where it's like you can't put Kansas City all the way into the grave yet. But Kansas City needs to win this game. I mean, they really do. I mean, with everything that's going on with the Patriots and the Colts, and now with everything that's going on in the South, and a 5-5, 500 team right here for the Chiefs, you're on the verge of kind of playing yourself out of the playoffs right here, which is really weird to say. But get Daniel Jones rattled. Let that crowd help you.
So and Daniel Jones is going to be, I think he's going to go. Like, he's listed as questionable, right? But he's got a knock on his calf. So, and that's just it. If you can get him off his spot and get him a little bit uncomfortable, I think that's going to bode well for your defense. Probably get him into some tough situations where he's throwing you the ball, and shit, man, turn that into 6. If you give Patrick Mahomes more chances, more times than not, he's going to put 6 on the board for you. So
yeah, I think that this is where Jonathan Taylor can really. I mean, if you can get this dude cranked up, early, get him to the defensive front there at Kansas City, and kind of let him start chunking yards. That get ahead, get ahead and get the crowd out of it. Because this is one of those venues to where you can talk about that crowd. That crowd really does factor in. So the Chiefs are
sustaining drives, right? I mean, of course, like
stretch it out.
Quick hitters, shock the hell out of the crowd too. But long sustaining drives just lull you to sleep, right? This dude, what's he got? Almost 12. No, I can't say almost 1,200. He's got 1139 right now in the
1139.
season with 15 tutties, man. And that's just on shit. That's just on the ground, dude. But yeah, man, you got to bring the wrecking ball. If you're the Colts, man, you got to bring the wrecking ball. I understand, Daniel Jones has had a pretty decent year, man, but hell, that fairy tale thing could be coming off. And if he's got a knock on his calf, I wouldn't ask him to do too much with it. Just go with what you know. Just turn around and hand the ball off. And of course, if they start stacking 8 in the box and take advantage of it and hit that play action, and that's where Pierce comes into play. Pierce has been, everybody's been talking about the receiving core for this, or the young receiving core, I should say, for the Colts. Pierce is starting to emerge as the deep threat out of this pack now, man. So if you have any stock, if you're looking for somebody to get that late type of ownership in fantasy, or you're looking for late ownership or that key surprise or that dark horse, if still out there, I seriously doubt he's available in most leagues, but go ahead and look up Pierce.
And the Colts are +2 in turnover ratio, so I think that's a pretty big stat right there. Can you make Mahomes turn the ball? I say Mahomes. Can you make him with some of these throws that he makes, these fantastic throws that you see him make all the time? Can you make him throw them to the wrong people? Can you force them to turn the ball over?
Usually does not do that.
Yes, he usually doesn't do that.
Usually does not do that.
Especially
the guy
in the
is
game.
Pretty good at football.
It's really weird to say that Kansas City's kind of in a must-win. It's like when you talk about the Chiefs, a must-win is in the playoffs because you must win to advance. I really think you need this one, and I'm going to go with this and say that I'm going to go with Kansas City here. I think they're good for about 5 or 6 here, Wags. I'm going to buck the system and believe in the Chiefs. I think that the cream rises right here, and then.
I don't think we're breaking news. I'm taking the Chiefs too.
Yeah.
Eagles and Cowboys, my guy. Philadelphia favored 3 in the hook. Your thoughts?
We talked about that where Philadelphia's got some offensive line deficiencies, and that defense for the Cowboys seems to be, again, one game. Secondary still suspect. That's what worries me. Dak's got a hip. Dak's got a hip that's slowing him down.
2 of them. Doesn't he have 2 hips?
One of them ain't working too good, apparently.
Right.
One of them has him a little ailing, but I think again Dallas needs to come out. I think that Dallas is going to run the ball extremely well. I mean, they have been superb on the ground. CD and with Pickens, I mean, just with that improved running game and with those dudes on the outside, and oh, by the way, a tight end that can do a lot of things. I think Dallas is going to I think they're actually going to shut Philadelphia down. I'm going to take the Cowboys here. I think the Cowboys are going to win by 6, Wags.
Look at you. I hope that's not just I hope that's your brain and not your heart.
This has been, in-depth, really thinking this thing, and I think a lot of it still is the horrible situation that has bestowed my Cowboys. I haven't said anything bad about them for 2.5 weeks. What's going on here?
I'm going to take Philly.
Come on, man.
We're splitting here. You're going Cowboys. I'm taking Philly. I think, look, great upgrades for the defense. We'll see how they pay off. Those upgrades are going to need to be on full display going up against this offense. There seems to be a little bit of infighting here for the Eagles. That's what's going on in the locker room. So if you got any type of saving grace, maybe you can lean your hat on that. One more real quick, and then we'll move into Longhorn football before the guys get in here. Buccaneers and Rams to round out the Sunday slate for Sunday Night Football. Rams hosting and giving 7 to the Bucs. Your thoughts on this?
The Bucs have quietly lost 3 or 4. And that's where you go back and you look with the Panthers. I mentioned the Panthers kind of joking earlier, but shit, they're sitting right there too. Panthers have a hell of a matchup this week, I think, if I'm mistaken. Maybe I was looking ahead. It's really hard for me to what's the line? 6?
7 right now.
7. I can't give the Rams that. I'd say this is a field goal game here because I think that Baker Mayfield's going to claw and scratch his way to keep his team in the mix right here. But it's Matt Stafford is just at an all-time pace right now. The dude is just superb, and he's got a lot of weapons, man. I'm going Rams by 3 here. I can't see a way that the Bucs can get by these guys. I just can't. Rams are the best team in the NFC.
I mean, that could absolutely, that's a good number if Wirfs doesn't play and Igbuka doesn't play, right? Like, I'm not so much worried if Igbuka doesn't play, but if Tristan Wirfs does not play, Baker Mayfield's going to be running for his life. And I mean, what's the status on Worth's shoulder right here? Worth, he's got a pretty banged up shoulder. We'll see if Worth goes. I'm pretty sure he's going to go. But yeah, even with that, I think 7's good for this. I think the Rams are full head of steam right now, man, playing some of their best ball, getting ready to shape up for playoff football too. So, all right, into Texas football, amigo. The rivalry is back. It is rekindled. Can you add some gasoline to the fire? Is anything going to happen out of the ordinary this week with Texas and Arkansas?
This one, I mean, you have had great games, and I know that this one did kind of sizzle out for a long time, but to me, this is old Southwest Conference right here. I think of Frank Broyles and Darrell Royal. That's what I think of with this, and Coach Akers and Lou Holtz and all of those guys. That's really what I go back to, because these have been some great contests in the past. But this is an Arkansas team with absolutely nothing to lose. They've been losing all year, Wags, and they're going to come in here that they can run the ball. They are coming right at this defense. You don't have Anthony Hill. It's a Trey Moore game to me, dude. I think Trey Moore, we see him in more of a standard linebacker, position.
Yeah, we kind of talked a little bit about that yesterday. Like, how much will we see of Trey Moore in the absence of Ant Hill? So. Look, Sark was asked, status on Anthony Hill. Here's Sark's remarks on that.
Yeah, he's been limited. Obviously, you guys have seen he's questionable for Saturday, and he'll probably be questionable again tonight. We're kind of taking this day by day with him to see, kind of how he feels towards the end of the week. The beauty of it for Ant, he's played so much football for us, and he can get a lot of reps done throughout a walkthrough to see if he's healthy enough to go, that the walkthrough reps, I think, can carry over into a ball game. But as far as Leonga and Tyanthony go, those guys, again, Lyon has played a ton of football for us, and he's played multiple positions for us. Tyanthony has really come on, and I'm really proud of him of how far he's come in our program and the impact that he's had at linebacker. So we feel very comfortable with those two guys. We feel very comfortable with Trey Moore as well. So Trey Moore obviously provides a little bit more stature, I guess, if you want to call it that, at linebacker, where Lyon gives us so much versatility playing multiple spots, and Anthony gives us that speed factor that you have to have at the dime position for us. So I think between all three of those guys, we're in pretty good shape at the position if Anthony can't go.
I think we need to prepare for Anthony Hill not playing.
Yeah. Yeah. And here's what I'm really thinking, that I think we see a big game out of Brad Spence, because you want to talk about a dude that makes the most of the minutes that he's getting. That dude comes on the field and he's instantly making plays in pivotal situations. So give me a lot of Brad Spence, give me Trey Moore back there, and I think you're okay in this game. If it was A&M, I would be a little more concerned about this. But look, I mean, Mike Washington can run the football. This quarterback can run the football. You got what's that dude, Blake, on the outside. I mean, if you can get
Blake's pretty nasty. But look, here's the thing: like, and Green's got great numbers, right? And this offense can roll, right? But look, we talked about I'm not trying to repeat what we talked about yesterday, but the key for me, key to the defense, PK needs to dial up and get pressure, right? If you can move, if Green gets on the run and has to throw on a run, he's probably throwing it into the burnt orange hands. That's just 10 picks on the season. I think he's gettable. There's absolute vulnerability to his game. If you can make him run, if you can speed his game up, absolutely he can give you a turnover. And if that's the case, man, you give us a little bit more opportunities to put points on the board. Texas will take advantage of that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Grayson Middleton, that's kind of another name that I'm thinking in that secondary that's going to be kind of out there trying to make some fortune out of some of those errant throws. So that's really the thing. Look, man, I think you mentioned it during the week. You got to look out for Rohan Jones in this game for Arkansas. That tight end, he may not have 50 catches, but man, I think
he's a weapon. He's like
21 yards of catch.
So and what I was referring to, right? Like when it's 3rd and 6, and it's just been brutal. They've already converted twice, right? And you're just trying to get off the field in desperation, or else if you don't get off the field this time, there's a good chance that they're not just in short field goal range, they could probably convert and get into the red zone, right? Absolutely must get off the field on 3rd downs, and Jones is the guy that can you just got to keep your eye out for it because he's the one that can extend drives, and Green just finds him in times. When Green does get rushed, that's the dude that sometimes he finds, like Jones just slips into that no zone and Green finds him. So
yeah,
I'm not worried so much about Jones after the catch. I'm worried about Jones just kind of, hitting that, getting beyond the sticks there and just being able to sustain drives and extend drives for him.
Kind of the oh by the way guy,
right,
where it's like it's falling apart and boom, there he is. And then over on the offense, I mean, with the front there, I mean, it's a okay front, I guess, for Arkansas. What do we get from the offensive line, Wags? I mean, hot, cold, really, really cold, decent. Take care of your quarterback. Don't let him. Can we run the ball?
Are you referring to our offensive line?
On the offensive side.
Our offensive line should eat. I believe, right? And this
line.
Should be a game where Wisner gets over 100 mark. I would love to see Wisner with the confidence getting over the century going into Thanksgiving, like up against the Aggies. I would love, and especially for the offensive line, right, to have something for them to put on their shoulders and be like, hey, or at least to wear on their chest, right, and be like, hey, man, we did kind of show out against Arkansas. Bring that same type of confidence into the Aggies, and hell, it's going to be one hell of a fight. And I'm not trying to overlook Arkansas, right? But if you can stay with Arkansas, or excuse me, with the Aggies, and continue to hit them in the mouth, right, and have that run game, establish a run game early, and not allow them to get their high-powered offense, and regardless of where the Aggies at in terms of score, right, they're able to come back. They can come back. They can blow it out of the water. They just got a high-powered offense, but their defense is gettable, absolutely vulnerable, man.
Yeah, and with Texas tomorrow, come out, try to run the ball, and if 2 times it doesn't work, keep trying to run the ball.
You can't abandon it, even if you're getting negative yardage, right? You have to sit there and keep the defense honest, or else it's people just giving you one dimension, allowing you to play one phase football. You're going to absolutely sit there and drop 7 back and rush 3. And when you can get pressure with 3, I mean, hell, why not just bring 3 the only time and drop 7 back, or hell, drop 8 back?
Yeah, and that's why I just want to see a concerted effort to try to run it. I mean, I think I know what the first play is going to be. It'll be to swing out to
window.
Yeah.
That's what we should start doing. We should start doing prop bets, over under on what the hell the first play is going to be.
Yeah, but I really do like what you're saying right there. That's going to be a big part of tomorrow. Look, if you come out and lose, then all right. Well,
big swing out, Wingo, and hit injuries up the middle.
Yeah. Don't do the obvious.
Give me a pump fake the Wingo and hit injuries going up the middle.
Yeah. It's like we talk about with the running game. It's like, try it a little bit more. I mean, you will eventually
abandon it, right? Like, just again, you got to keep the Arkansas defense honest, and this is an Arkansas defense that is absolutely gettable. We talked about the numbers last night, or the numbers yesterday that they put up there. They're 123rd in college football, right? They yield 426, a game, a match. Let's get out there and take advantage of this shit.
But the other thing is, to kind of to your point about not overlooking them, is hot damn, they've been close. They have been close.
They fight. They absolutely fight. 100%.
Yeah, I think it's like 5 games by a combined 11 points that they've lost. So it's like they're scary enough good. This has been a trap game to me all year. I've said that several times. Now it's a must win, and it definitely is a trap game. Bobby Petrino come rolling up in here. It's gonna be a motivated bunch of hogs.
I don't think you're breaking too much news there, amigo. My dudes, what's up?
It's not too late to hop on the North Texas bandwagon if things do go wrong for the Texas Longhorns. I just want everybody to know.
I had the shirt on the other day, man.
The invitation, if it's any consolation, I was going to go to grad school up there. So
beautiful.
Yeah. Mean Joe Green Hall. My kid stayed in there one year. She's like, who's Mean Joe Green? I'm like, girl, come on, man. I got to teach you.
You're never allowed to drink a Coke ever again.
That's right.
What's on the slate, gents? How's the weekend forecast looking?
Talking some Cowboys, Texas, Arkansas, some recruiting, maybe some Texas high school football too. Second round of the playoffs.
Vandy, right? Vandy moving on.
Yep.
Yeah, they beat Westlake round 1. Westlake's first time losing in the first round since 2014, I think. Hey, but you know who has never, not once, lost a game to Vandergrift, to the 4 Points Vipers, to the Steiner Ranch Vipers? You know who's never lost to them?
The Fighting Lake Travis Cavaliers.
We know, we know, J-Guns. We know. If I had to guess.
Yep. Hey guys,
my alma mater has Duncanville tonight, so yeah.
Nice. Before we go, guys, do need to mention our friends at Humbug Holiday Lighting. If you're looking, the holiday season is upon us. If you're looking to get that house lit up and get it to be the best looking house in the neighborhood, like mine. I mean, also right now, the only one that's lit up in the neighborhood. People drive by and they're like, what's going on over there? Is there a party? They think I'm having a rave, for crying out loud, with all the lights that I've got going over here. Custom holiday lighting, professional installation, residential and commercial services. If you've got a storefront that you want to get all lit up and you want it to be very holiday-esque, it is Humbug Holiday Lighting. Postseason takedown. That's the coolest part. They come out, just kind of a little bit of how they do this. Like when they came to my property, they're out there, and it's not a string of lights that they're pulling out of totes and doing all these different things. They're actually out there measuring, cutting for precise measurements. It's your unique situation. So be sure and check them out. The off-season storage is amazing, and it's commercial LED lights. It's not anything that you're going to get at one of the retailers that goes dark or whatever. When these lights come on, and they're timed, by the way, they come on, they shut off. I don't have to do anything. They light up, and man, my whole street is lit up. I'm telling you, it looks like a rave. Multiple design package options. It's a super, super easy concept to do. Check them out online at humbuglights.com. You can get a phone call in at 844 or 833-4-HUMBUG, or just text 512-222-1820. They're going to come out. They're going to take a look at your property. Then they're going to send you a mock-up of what it's going to look like. Hey, do you like this? Do you want to add this? Do you want to add that? You tell them what you want. They get that done for you. It's fast and reliable, safety focused, no storage ever. Client happiness is what they're looking for. If it's not right, they're going to make it right. Call them 833-4-HUMBUG, 512-222-1820 via text, or humbuglights.com to schedule your free design, consultation, and installation. Those spots book quick. Be sure and check them out. All the magic without the hassle.
That was a good sell.
That was a 4-minute fucking read.
That was a good sell.
Like that. I'm a happy cut. My
Rodney's cashing out.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Guys, we don't want to take up any more of your time.
Hey guys, have I told you all about a Humbug lighting? No, I'm just kidding.
Y'all have a great weekend. I'll see you guys in like 30 minutes.
Sounds good. Thanks, Wax. Thanks, Rodney.
Rodney, great stuff, man. Love you, brother.
Sorry, guys. See y'all later.
Hey, well, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That's Nick Harris. Gonna be doing
Covert Bee Cave. We need to make sure that we shout out these guys.
No. None of that. None of that. That was a fun. That was a good one. Nah, we ain't doing that. They want to sponsor the show. You are doing the ad read, not me.
I'm okay with that. So go ahead, Jordan. My bad.
Yeah, but hey, you brought up who Rockwall Heath is going to have their season ended by tonight. Get those.
We don't know that. I actually feel like we have a chance tonight.
Rockwall Heath's chances of winning tonight are like the same chances UNT has of making the playoff.
That is not true at all. That is actually not true at all.
They already stuck Tulane in there. Who does Tulane even have left on the schedule?
UNT in the American Conference Championship. If we win out, we're in.
That is a good point. Still, I don't know. I'm very curious how JMU will get handled because, I mean, they're in the Sun Belt and their strength of schedule sucks. Are they going to leave an undefeated or, 11-1 JMU team out? I don't know. Okay, wanted to bring up, though, Lake Travis. I didn't even know who they were playing this week. I thought it was the Valley week. That's why I didn't care. They got San Antonio Brennan. They have not met in the playoffs since 2023. Lake Travis won like 34-7, something like that. But in 2022, it was San Antonio Brennan who knocked the Cavs out in the third round, 34-17. Brennan had a pretty good team that year. I'm pretty sure they had a close game with Westlake in like the fourth or fifth round. But should be some good Texas high school football. Want to get into the Cowboys, though. They got a big one this week. Philadelphia Eagles coming to Jerry World Sunday afternoon. ESPN Analytics, the matchup predictor, has Philadelphia with the 56.3 chance of winning The line, the Eagles -3.5, point total 47.5. Cowboys are +155 on the money line.
Yeah.
What do we got to know about this week? And the main question I have is Overshown still on a pitch count? What does that look like?
Yeah, but I think he's going to see an increase this week. They're going to be smart with all these guys that they've been returning from injury because they are about to play 3 games in 12 days. And that's a tough stretch. So, and I mean, shoot, you factor in this last Monday night game and the Thursday Thanksgiving game, they're already on a 3-game and 11-day stretch. So it's going to be super tough for them. So they want to make sure that they are keeping the workload appropriate for all of these guys, but especially the ones that are returning from injury. Overshown's the big one.
Yeah. Hey, how you feeling about this one? First time around in this game this season, it was 24-20. Do you think it is as close in that? If I'm not mistaken, that was a pretty entertaining week 1 game.
It was the season opener. And if CeeDee Lamb doesn't drop 18 passes in that game, the Cowboys probably win that ball game. But it's interesting because it's rare that you see a divisional opponent for the second time, and there's so much change on both sides of the ball since the first time you saw each other. For the Cowboys, I mean, it's all these defensive pieces that are now in the mix. Quinnen Williams, DeMarvion Overshown, Logan Wilson, Savone Revel, Jadeveon Clowney wasn't in that week 1 game either, and he's starting to really put some performances together. And then for the Eagles, Jalen Phillips has really added a whole nother layer to this defensive front for the Eagles. And Jalen Carter didn't play in that game because of Spitgate. So that's another one that's going to be in the mix for them. So it's going to be interesting to see, how those new defensive pieces kind of make things interesting in this ball game. But yeah, it should be fun. And dare I say, I think the Cowboys win this ball game. I think they have the potential to do so. I think the defensive pieces, if they really come together like they did against Vegas, that there's a good opportunity if they come out of this with a win.
Hey, that'd be pretty notable. Cowboys 4-5-1, Eagles 8-2. How far behind are the Cowboys right now for making the playoffs?
So yeah, right now 4-5-1. The Detroit Lions hold that 7th spot right now in the wild card chase, and they get the Lions here in a couple of weeks, so that's going to be a big game for them to be able to take them down. Excuse me, never mind. It's your San Francisco 49ers at 7-4. So you do the math, roughly 2 games out of a wild card spot right now. But I mean, this team only really has 1 more loss. The rest of that's their best chance at making the playoffs. They can only lose 1 more time down the stretch.
I know Chiefs aren't, quite what they usually are. I'm pretty sure this is like their worst record through 10 games or whatnot since, Mahomes has been there or something like that. But early since he's been there and has been playing. Would you say this Eagles game is the hardest remaining game on the schedule?
I would say that road game in Detroit would be. That's going to be a tough one. Especially like DJ Dog said, it's going to be the 4th game in 19 days. You're on the road Thursday night, prime time. It's going to be a loud crowd. It's going to be a Detroit crowd. I'd probably say that one, but man, yeah, it's tough. I would say that one, and now I would say the Chiefs one's a little bit more difficult than the Eagles, only because the Cowboys have so much familiarity with the Eagles. Is it a better team, the Eagles? Yes, absolutely. But I think the familiarity factor will certainly help out. And I mean, Dak's record against the Eagles has still been pretty solid. He's 6-1 at home against the Eagles in his career. I think it's something like 13-4 overall or something crazy like that. So, I would put the Eagles probably 3rd on that list as far as the rest of the season goes.
So I know you brought up Jalen Carter spitting on Dak and that he is expected to not do that this time around. But Jamar Chase spitting on Jalen Ramsey last week. What's with these NFL players, Hawk Tua, Why is this a thing here?
The thing for me is like, dog, you have 1 million cameras on you at all times. Why after the game when you're asked about it, you're like, no, I didn't do that. Come on, dog. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Come on. And that was a lot more egregious than the Carter one.
Dude, and I mean, Schefter reported like he doesn't get his game check, which is like $500,000 because he spit.
For Jamar Chase, no, that's going to be That's going to be well over $2 million.
Oh, I don't know why. I thought his tweet said it was like 400,000 something. Let me check. But
it should be because he's making $40 million this season. So a game check should be somewhere around 1.5 to 2 million, I would think. Now the Jalen Carter game check was around that 250,000-300,000 mark.
It says Chase will now be forced to sit out Sunday's game versus the Patriots and forfeit over $507,000 in lost wages.
That's it? Oh man. Damn. Well,
it says
all right. He's got 39.5 more million to make this season.
The 1-game suspension will cost his weekly paycheck of $448,000, along with a $58,000 per game active bonus he now will be forfeiting.
Interesting. Okay.
So, yeah. Anything else you want to hit on? Cowboys, Eagles related before we move into high school football?
CeeDee Lamb finally fessed up to the crime that he did the time for on Monday night against the Raiders. No, I'm not out the first segment, but I will be out for the final 30 minutes because I missed curfew. Though we had heard some rumblings on Tuesday morning that CD and Pickens had a little night out on the town in Vegas at Red Rock Casino, which people that are not familiar with Vegas, the team was staying at the Durango Resort, and Durango is basically the farthest resort you can be from downtown and still be considered Las Vegas, and away from the Strip, away from downtown, away from Fremont Street, all of that. So they had them all secluded away from the rest of.
They thought they did.
They thought they did. So the team, the receivers, they all go to dinner down near the Strip, and all the receivers are getting back in this limo to go back to the Durango, and two guys are like, no, we'll meet y'all there. It's just too crowded. We'll catch up with y'all later. And CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, they end up going to Red Rock Casino instead. Have it on pretty good faith. This is not confirmed. Have it on pretty good faith that they booked a room at Red Rock Casino, and a little bit of a room party going on that got a little rowdy. And they were there after curfew and busted by the Cowboys for it, and they sat out the first drive. So CD finally fessed up to the crime because there was a social media rumor going around about how he was seen throwing up at Red Rock Casino at 7:30 a.m. the next morning, in which case he was like, yeah, we missed curfew. But I was not throwing up. Do not write in the papers that I was throwing up.
I can handle my liquor.
I can hold my liquor better than that. That's what he said. So. Quote, CeeDee Lamb, heard it with my own ears, and he was very hot about the idea that he could not hold his liquor. Said he was embarrassed by that idea, so he wanted to make sure and set the record straight.
Like, look, I was drinking till 7:30.
Yeah,
but I wasn't throwing up.
Yeah,
let's set that straight. And it's like, okay, Sedarian. Ask what has Pickens said? Is he like alcohol? I don't. What's that? Like, that's how David Benda, I forgot, someone on the Texas beat asked David Benda something last year about gambling, because I think some college football player got popped for gambling. He's like, hey, what are your thoughts on that? And he was like, gambling? I don't know what gambling is. What are you talking about? I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
Like, how did Pickens handle it?
Pickens, after the game on Monday night, it had already been announced that it was a coach's decision for them to not play in that first drive. And so he's asked about it in the locker room after the game. And George, he's like, oh, yeah, it was just like a personnel thing. We thought that they were going to, have like light boxes. So we were just going to run the ball. And, me and CD were off the field for a couple plays. The follow-up is like, they've literally said it's a coach's decision. So what's that about? And he's like, oh, well, that's between me and Shoddy. And that's all George has said about it. But he tried to lie about it initially. And then yeah. But he didn't say anything yesterday. And honestly, it was not worth asking George Pickens about.
Lie deny deceive, you know what they say. Did you see this, Jade?
I did not.
Yeah, so you see how he had like a pick six that I think got called back?
Okay.
He posted it on his Instagram story, posted something when he was guarding Kelsey and said, like, Taylor Swift put me on a song. So now the Taylor Swift, Travis Kelsey army are all hating on our young noble king, Josh Thorpe Barron. So,
I love that. If anyone could take on that army, it's Joe Thorpe.
Yeah. And then, all the Chiefs fans are like, look, dude, you didn't even play before Surtain got hurt. Come on. But I don't know. All right, Texas high school football. I want to talk about that. Alvarado versus Sulphur Springs. Good luck tonight, Patrick.
A banger.
Yeah, hey, you got to run into Saline at some point. That one's that district and Saline are tough. I know Jalen Lott and Donovan Webb and the Frisco Panther Creek Panthers are taking on Springtown, who's undefeated. And for those who don't know, Springtown, they are the porcupines. Their inflatable is this giant porcupine. They run out of a porcupine. It's pretty damn awesome. Let me see if I can find a photo of this.
It's like an orange and black porcupine too. It's just like it's pretty hot.
Oh yeah, I know Mike posted a photo of this when he saw them play Kobe Black and Waco Connolly at one point. So let me go to his Twitter. I bet I can find it. Here it is. F yeah.
That was fast.
Yeah, I have a weirdly good memory for stuff like this. How about this? Is this not? You don't think Jalen Lott and the Lott family are going to be shaking in their boots from this thing? I would be.
To Texas, he's so scared.
It's like, hey, we got to play these guys. Oh no, no. The thing I want to know too, like, what do these logos look like? Like, do they have like a porcupine logo on the side of the helmet? It's got to be badass,
Yeah, they do.
They're like this is the Angry Bevo throwback logo. Do we have an angry porcupine logo or anything? Like, pretty.
We need to get Sickos committee on a bevel porcupine mission.
Oh, bevel porcupine. Hey, by the way, these guys are undefeated. They haven't really played anyone with a pulse, so very weird game to call. Obviously, Panther Creek, they have more Division I talent. Why are we still stuck here? That's weird. Panther Creek has more D1 talent, but I mean Springtown's undefeated, so. Should be a good one.
In that game, but I was I do a high school pick 'em every week, and Alvarado Sulphur Springs was on there, and a Springtown Panther Creek, and I picked Panther Creek, but I think it's gonna be a close one.
Hey, who's got a big one this weekend down in Houston? Jermaine Bishop, and he's closing in on breaking some records, being in the top 10. He currently needs, as you can see on the screen, 6 more receptions to be 10th all time in career receptions. 110 more receiving yards to be 10th all time in career receiving yards, and 7 more receiving touchdowns to be 10th all time in career receiving touchdowns. He already leads the entire Houston area in all 3 stats, but, hunting for gold. They're playing Tomball, who they beat in the second round last year, and then they ended up falling in the 4th round to DeSoto. But in the second round game last year, he had 14 catches, 175 yards, 2 touchdowns. And they did not log defensive stats that game, but had a great game on defense, including, I'll pull it up, this hit. Jermaine Bishop might be the most hated man in Tomball because he knocked their quarterback 1 out of the game. They wanted targeting. He played the rest of the game. It was not called as targeting, but
oh, Jesus.
Yeah, that's all 155 pounds of Jermaine Bishop laying the wood. And this game got pretty chippy. Pretty intense, and they had a few times. So excited to see him. I will be clipping some of that game and putting it on Twitter just because I'm not going to a game tonight. So yeah, excited for Jermaine. Should be able to break in. And in case you are curious who the all-time leaders are in Texas high school football history, shout out this website, by the way. It's one of the best ones, Texas High School Football History. You get here by going through Pigskin Prep. Career leaders, this is who he's closing in on. The only player that will be in the top 10 besides Jermaine Bishop that played 6A football, Jackson Smith and Jigba. Number 20 overall pick in the draft a few years ago. Now balling.
Leading the NFL in receiving right now.
Well, there you go. Maybe a sign of things to come. There's obviously Jake Oliver, former Texas Longhorn. You got Longhorn legend Jordan Shipley. Was kind of surprised Grayson Harris is as high up as he is because he's like, I don't think he's even top 30 for receiving yards. And then this Cannon Valenzuela kid, he's at Colorado State as a linebacker take. Played everything at the high school level. Also threw a shot put like 48 feet. I believe he's the highest ranked prospect Colorado State has ever signed. We didn't even know this kid existed until he went to state 7-on-7 tournament before his senior year. We were like, yo, holy shit. Who is this kid? wrote about him, posted about him, but no one big came and offered him besides Houston. They wouldn't take him. So could very well be a guy in the portal. Some other interesting names. Katie Cannon, former Baylor Bear. Caleb Jones, former Texas Longhorn, who got kicked out for beating up the guy his girlfriend was cheating on him with, and finished his career at Arizona.
Lonnie Adkism was the truth. They don't know nothing about Lonnie Adkism.
They don't. Jaden Greathouse, there he is. Leighton Stone, he's at Texas Tech. Tristan Gentry.
Marvin Mims.
Some pretty good ones. Ed Small, a.k.a. perhaps the coldest white boy of all time. Garrett Wilson, Lake Travis University. You see it. All right, look at receiving yards. Jordan Shipley won.
I do have to bounce out of here. I apologize. 10:30. Got to roll. But go UNT and go Rockwall Heath. And if the Hawks win tonight and you tweet me, I will. I'll give you a smooch. How about that?
All right, everyone tweet them when they lose.
All right, y'all. Y'all have a good one.
All right, we'll see it. All right, so here's a look at career receiving yards. Like I said, Jordan Shipley is first overall in Texas high school football history. Has held that record since 2003. Pretty damn strong. You got Marvin Mims in here, current Denver Bronco. I think he's still with the Broncos. Former Sooner, Jackson Smith and Jigba, of course. Lonnie Adkism, y'all probably don't know who this is, but led the state in receiving, I believe, 2 years in a row, and is signed with Sam Houston. I don't know if he's still there. Trendavian Dixon, if you know, you know, high school football GOAT. And even though he is in Navasota, I did not count that as the Houston area, in case any of y'all are curious. I'm trying to think. DeCorian Moore's on here. There's Grayson Harris. I guess he's higher than I thought. And whoever commented that, Nathan, yes, that is correct. Grayson Harris is one of the kids that Venables and Oklahoma dropped right before signing day. JoJo Earl, what a name that is. Haven't seen that one in a bit. Micah Hudson's there. How about that? You know, these are pretty nice. I always like looking at this stuff. Kyle Cock. What you know about Kyle Cock? You don't know shit. It's actually Kyle Cook, but
Coke.
Always called him.
I thought it looks like Coke.
He's a monster. He's at UNT and is, I believe, like a reserve receiver. Will probably start next year. He was a year below Austin Novosad and was his leading receiver his sophomore and junior year.
See Garrett over there.
Yeah, Garrett Wilson's on here. Yeah, pretty nice. And he won't – Jermaine Bishop isn't going to be towards, like, the best seasons, but, I mean, he averages over 100 yards per game in his career receiving and did not, like, really play a ton of receiver up until his sophomore year. Even though he was on varsity as a freshman, he primarily played cornerback. So, yeah. Hey, where do you want to go from here? Want to look at some games this weekend? Talk Texas visitor list, Texas Arkansas. What are we thinking?
Your show, amigo. I'll pitch in wherever you want to go.
All right, Texas Arkansas. What are the?
I'm sorry, I just gave you the wife treatment. You know that, like, you ask your wife, like, hey, where do you want to go for dinner? Oh, I don't care. You know.
Yeah. No, the best is when they're like, what do you want to eat? What do you want for dinner?
Right. Yeah.
And you're like, what are the options? And then they say them, and they're like, yeah, all three are good to me, whatever you want. And they're like, no, you're supposed to. I'm like, God damn. You know,
be in your masculinity phase and just pick the damn thing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, correct, Antoine. Ed Small was committed to play baseball for the Horns. And I did see your comment here about Georgetown. Hopefully they win tonight. Yeah, hopefully they do, but unfortunately they got a Frisco Lone Star team coming to town who is pretty damn good. They're loaded with D1 talent. They have a 2028 QB who's like 5'10", 5'11", but is a damn good athlete and averaged like 26 a game as a freshman in basketball. He can go D1 in basketball or football. He's got offers in both. They have a Baylor athlete commit that's a junior, Carice Hoyt. He played QB for them up until moving to receiver. I think he plays safety too. They have a kid named Bryant Robinson that's a 27 corner who has offers in football and basketball as well, another dual sport kid. And then they have a kid named Davian Gross that's like a receiver, running back tweener. He is committed to Florida currently, but with Napier out of there, Oklahoma, Baylor, and I think Houston are all
back
trying
in the
to
mix.
Huh?
They're back in the mix. Those schools back in the mix.
Yeah, well, they're trying to flip him, but I mean, I don't know. If he stayed committed this long to a coachless Florida Gators, like, what are the chances? I don't know. But it'll be a really rough one for Georgia. I mean, or for Georgetown. This is the best team they played all year. So yeah. Did anything come from the Saline allegations? The coach is still on leave. I assume it's unpaid leave. I don't know if it's paid leave. That'd be pretty nuts. Yeah, everything I've heard is that they're cleaning house in their athletic office, at least all the people that knew about it. And, that he's out of there. The coach is gone. So, yeah, I know someone that lives in Saline, and, like, it's super fucked, but, like, dude, it's small town Friday night like shit. There's people around there that, are like, he's a really good coach. It's like, no, you cannot let him come back. Jesus Christ. Like, what is wrong with you? For real. Imagine if those are your kids and they weren't getting coached by him. Like, I don't know. Antoine brings up, I'll be at Fort Bend Crawford versus Lindale and Nacogdoches. That one should be a good one. Alvin Mosley's an effing monster, man. In Lindale has a kid named Caleb Walker on the defensive line that I think is like a Houston commit or something like that. He's pretty good. Seen him at Under Armour Dallas last 2 years in a row. Solid built kid. Texas had him on a visit. He just more of a Big 12 body type for, the defensive line edge position. Let's see.
I was getting ready to ask, is there any type of like SEC lineman body frame in Texas right now, or is it just a lot of length and speed?
I mean, there definitely is. A lot of them are young, though. Like,
well, hell, what's in their 8th grade? They got plucked, or it's starting to get plucked from Texas and go to Georgia. Wasn't you saying that shit on Monday?
Oh yeah, I mean there are. I mean, that kid is now a junior, but I was using that as an example. But yeah, I mean, the state of Texas, it produces O linemen, D linemen too. But compared to the body types of like the projectable NFL frames and body types and athletes, the state of Georgia and the Southeast produces a lot more than Texas does on the D-line, especially interior D-line. And then, I mean, Texas on the O-line isn't bad. It's not bad at all. Kelvin Banks, native Texan. Cameron Williams is, but the 2026 in-state O-line class is pretty weak. There's depth, like there always is, but not a ton of top-end talent. And even the top-end talent, Felix Ojo, is a guy who's a year away, not a freshman contributor really, or shouldn't be in my eyes. Bright future, big ceiling, but needs work. He needs development, and he's like 6'6", 270. So can easily hold over 300, but he's going to have to get to over 300. Right. So
it's too late.
2027 is where there's a lot more line talent. We have 5 or 6 O-linemen in 2027 in the in-state class that are ranked as projected draft picks in the top 247. Kennedy Brown, who's a 5-star at Humble Kingwood. Ismail Kamara, who's a 5-star at Gilmer, is originally from France. Made the move across the pond. Caden Scott, who's a 4-star at San Antonio Roosevelt, probably going to A&M, if not Texas. Demarion Johnson at Tyler Legacy. He's like a right tackle, jumbo guard. He's committed to A&M. His nickname is Big Juice. How about that?
Oh, how about, yeah, there you go. I like it.
You got Anna, top 247, guard / center, Peyton Miller. He's been a starter there since his freshman year. He's actually visiting Texas this weekend and is pretty much Texas's top like center target in 2027. You got Brian Swanson, who's at SOC in Dallas, South Oak Cliff. Very, very, very likely to end up at Texas. I think it's a matter of when, not if. I'm trying to think of other guys that I'm missing off the top of my head. I don't know. But it's a really good in-state group in 2027 for the O-line, and probably the best one I've ever covered.
That's refreshing to hear, yeah.
Well, thing is, like, you only feel good about Texas for one of them right now because Kyle Flood, and they're behind in 2027, like I feel like we talk about every week or have this year. Let's see.
It'd be nice to have that. And again, like I understand that LSU is basically their only school in Louisiana, but it would be nice to have that draw for Texas. Like you would think that Texas would have, like that burnt orange beam would have that type of effect, that type of aura, right?
Oh,
Aura
yeah.
farming.
I mean, one thing I'm worried about, 27. A&M is going to finish with a better record. They're probably going to have more players drafted. They're paying players earlier, discussing paying players earlier than Texas. And they have like 8 commitments already. And 4 of those guys are guys Texas liked and wanted. And there's going to be more of them.
Yeah.
A lot harder to flip kids when they're getting paid monthly payments, not to flip.
And winning, right? And winning is happening. So.
And like, it kind of blows my mind that Texas feels as if they didn't take enough advantage of the window they had. They had 23 guys selected in the NFL draft the last 2 years. Only team to go to the CFP back-to-back years. One of only like 4 or 5 current head coaches or staffs at their current school that have had every single position group drafted.
You mean to use that as like a selling point?
Well, yeah, they should have used it as a better selling point and should have taken more advantage of that. Because in this offseason, A&M and Tech are going to be in the playoffs, and Texas probably won't. A&M and Tech, even though Texas's head coach and offensive play caller is offensive wizard Steve Sarkisian, they have more attractive offenses that are better at throwing the ball, and they have quarterbacks not named Arch Manning. And they're more aggressive. They're going to pay more. They're going to have more players drafted in April than Texas will. At least A&M should. Tech might. Like, changes have to be made this offseason. They have to.
They're coming. It's inevitable. It's coming.
I mean,
it's like you said the other day, right? There's too many donors that are giving too much fucking money, or excuse my language, too much money that are not going to be happy with mediocre return.
Yeah.
It's just not gonna it's not gonna play out. Like things will happen. Things will turn.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it is what it is. They always figure it out. Just the thing, though, is like this is happening to in-state kids. So it's like, okay, we'll just go out of state. Well, the out-of-state kids are more expensive. You know, you got to pay an extra tax to get a kid to beat Georgia.
You don't get the hometown
out of the
discount
state of Georgia.
So.
Sorry?
You don't get the hometown discount.
Yeah. I mean, you have to pay an extra tax. You want a kid from California the UFC wants? Outbid them. You want a kid from Georgia that Georgia wants? You got to outbid them. You know, like, so I don't know. Woodcrest asked, Garrett Wilson was always going to be a Buckeye, right, since he's from Ohio originally? Yeah, I mean, Tom Herman was the coach. Maybe things are different if Garrett Wilson was in high school 4 years later than he was, but that wasn't what happened. His family did not like Tom Herman, just like pretty much anyone else. And, yeah, that was even pre-NIL when Texas – at least in the Herman era, because I know people that were on staff then that will freely talk about it now. They got basically no under-the-table money to use. Texas was trying to go about the rules. And that's why, like, Herman signed a lower-ranked class than A&M almost every year. But one of the kids they did try to do under-the-table money with was Garrett. And his family was like, no, we're going to Ohio State. Are you kidding me? Like, come on.
Shut the door pretty quick.
And if y'all remember – Tom Herman, how he kind of exposed the Zach Smith dude at Ohio State that was apparently beating his wife and then got fired once Tom Herman kind of blew the whistle. Garrett Wilson stayed committed despite that guy getting fired, and that's when Brian Hartline was promoted from assistant to receivers coach. And Garrett was like one of Hartline's first receivers. He can say he got drafted, developed, all that. So, I mean, and he went number 10 in the draft. It turned out pretty well for him outside of his, you know, where he's playing as a pro. But, yeah, DJ Dog-Ass is little Jordan Humphrey still in the NFL. I'm pretty sure I saw.
Yeah, he's on the Giants.
He got claimed off the Giants practice squad to go to the Broncos.
He was on the Giants 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I think he was on the P squad or on waivers or something to where Sean Payton and the Broncos could get him. I mean, he's a Payton guy.
Yeah, and Payton had what? Payton had him in New Orleans, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. And in Denver before he went to New York. Nathan said, why does 24/7 hate only Texas commits? Ask me about any of the guys that dropped, and I'll tell you the reason they dropped and deserve to drop, to be honest. It is nothing against Texas. one of the 3 dudes in charge of the rankings is literally an alum of Texas. Like, it has nothing to do with that. And people are pissed about us for like dropping Rodney Cleveland like 100 spots. Well, guess who is still the highest in the industry on Rodney Cleveland? 24/7. Like, guess who is the only person that's using their brain to rank and scout and evaluate Jermaine Bishop? 24/7. The only site that has him as a 5-star. Like, I know we're going to get shit when the guys drop, but at least like acknowledge the guys we're highest on too. Collier Paula as well. We think he's, a round 2 projection. No one else has him in the top 100. So
he's trolling you, man. He's joking.
Yeah, I assume he is, but like it's just annoying too because I have no say in the rankings, and then when they drop, I'm the one who gets everything thrown at them, and and I get it too. This, yeah.
That's a tough steal right there. No pun intended, but
yeah, him and Jaquan Snow are the 2 safeties I've been referencing. Let's see. Jordan, what's your thoughts on Texas pipelines on CFP 26? Texas should have at least a silver pipeline in Metro Atlanta, same with South Florida. They should, to be honest. I don't pay attention to any of the pipelines or if the kid's in state or not because it's CFB. So I just go after the best players. And I always save up the coaching points for, I think it's called Mind Reader, where you can like see what their dev trait is while you're scouting them. That's the glitch. That's the most important thing in the game. Is if you get the elite dev trait and get like 7 of those players, you have no reason not to win the Natty every year. So yeah. Troy Quinn said, Jay Scruggs, well, why is no one asking Sark about the slipping and recruiting? I think CDC needs to be involved in what the F is going on. Well, Steve Sarkisian can't. There's only so much he can say in recruiting. It's an NCAA violation if he names names or like references a player where he doesn't name his name, but everyone knows who he's talking about. So he's not going to name names, and I think that's part of it. And 2, pretty much everyone who's allowed in press conferences or does the press conferences at Texas are team beat reporters and, not really recruiting people. And Hank asked a question about recruiting, 2 big home games, how are you trying to maximize this for recruiting? And he gave a quote on that or whatnot. But yeah, I don't think you only have so many questions you get to ask in a setting. And with what is going on at Texas right now, either behind or in front of the scenes, no one is going to ask him about 2027 recruiting, really, with all due respect. And like one thing that pissed me off last year, and hopefully it's different this year, there used to be a signing day press conference every year where the coach would roll through all the kids they signed, talk about what they liked about them, maybe a cool little story on recruiting them, how they found them, whatnot. They didn't do it last year. Why? Because Texas is in the CFP. And they had their regular CFP, or no, it was the SEC Conference Championship game, I believe. And they didn't answer any recruiting questions. And the Texas people told the press, like, hey, we know this is usually the signing day press conference, but ask about Georgia in the SEC Championship game. So hopefully that changes this year since Texas probably won't be in the playoffs. Yeah, so let's see. Sorry, I'm looking at some of these comments.
No, you're good.
I don't know if we'll ever mention Garrett Wilson without CB bringing this up. But yeah, Mind Reader is definitely the most important. There we go. Okay. Hey, CB said max signing day pressers are like 2 hours long. I would kill for Steve Sarkisian to talk about his recruiting class for 2 hours.
Not going to happen.
No, never. So, yeah. All right. I'll do a preview of the visitor list, and then we'll talk about the slate. Texas has a pretty good group coming on campus this weekend. Probably the best one it's had all year. But to be honest, the non-con games were all stinker visitor lists, and the one versus Vandy wasn't that good either. And this is not complete, by the way. Like, there's definitely more than 3 commits going in. I just need to text them, and the ones that have responded to text, put them on here. But there's 5 official visitors.
For Anderson, is Anderson locked in at LSU? Can he be flipped?
I mean, chances of a flip are very low. This will be his first ever visit to Texas. He's a kid at Edna Carr, which is historically a pipeline for LSU. But, you know, hey, his good friend and teammate is committed to the Longhorns at corner. But, I mean, it's going to take a lot to flip Richard Anderson. You know, I brought it up a lot.
Like, kids don't care about that shit anymore. They just care about the bag.
Well, yeah, I mean, regardless if he was committed to LSU or Alabama right now, it's going to be about the money. He's the number one D lineman in the country.
Yeah.
You know, these guys go for 7 figures. He's getting 7 figures whether he plays at Texas or LSU. So, yeah, but 3 commits in town. Derek Cooper, who Miami's been trying to push to flip for. We still have confidence he will sign with the Longhorns come December 3rd, less than 2 weeks from now. Sierra Canyon, top 247 edge, Richard Wesley. His team, who was a favorite for the state championship, got bounced out of the playoffs in the first round. Got upset by Santa Margarita. Wags, you know who coached Santa Margarita?
I do not.
Carson Palmer.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. Hayward Howard will be in town, like I said, making the trip in with Richard Anderson, his teammate. As far as official visitors go, you have 2 guys from Georgetown. Jet Walker, the Minnesota commit, recently flipped to Minnesota from West Virginia and was offered by Chad Scott at West Virginia. And then about 2.5 weeks later, Chad Scott left and took the Texas job. So long-standing relationship there. We do expect him to end up with the Longhorns by signing day. Same with his offensive line teammate, Caden Scherer. He's a 3-star, guard tackle projection. Currently committed to Stanford, late bloomer. Played defensive end, tight end up until making the move to O-line ahead of his junior season, and plays tackle at the high school level, but I do think is very much going to be a guard should he end up at Texas like we expect. Staying on the O-line, another LSU commit in Bryson Martinez out of East Ascension down in Gonzales. It's about a 30-minute drive from East Ascension to Death Valley, so right down the street from LSU, basically like what these Georgetown kids are to Texas. You do make a good point. It's an LSU kid that has never really visited anywhere else besides LSU. They usually keep those guys. But most important thing, who LSU hires, when they hire them, and who is retained from the current LSU staff. And, I mean, hey, damn well Texas is going to be pushing.
Sure, yeah.
Hey, buddy, LSU's a shit show. You see what the governor's doing, all this? We're a lot more stable, look at us. And they're going to hit them in the head with a bag because they need offensive linemen. They need offensive
It better be the biggest effing bag that's out there right now. Man.
I know people look at this and you're like, oh, chances have to be low. He's an LSU kid. Texas's success rate
that's the first thing that jumps off the page at me is I thought maybe Anderson could be flipped just because Carr, he and Carr go to the same school, or on the same team right now, but still anytime you see LSU commit that's in Louisiana, it just looks like it's going to be a hard flip. Almost impossible.
Yeah. But with Martinez though, Texas desperately needs offensive tackles. He's a guy who's going to need at least a year, maybe 2 to, his body to get right and to get acclimated to the SEC. But when Texas has to have it and their back's against the wall, they have a very high hit rate of getting it done. And by getting it done, paying whatever it takes to get it done. I don't know what Martinez's deal with LSU is. They signed 2 pretty good tackles last year, one the year before. And who is calling the shots with their budget right now? That's what I want to know too, because the GM and other people are still working there. Like Brian Kelly wasn't fired, but are those people going to be retained? Why does what those people say and say, hey, we're going to Bryson, we're going to pay you this much? Is that going to be the case in 2 weeks when a new staff is in calling the shots? I'm sure Texas will push that to him too. So I think they have a legit shot at Martinez just because they need him that bad and have a good hit rate with guys that need that bad. Richard Anderson, on the other hand, Texas doesn't need the number 1 D lineman in the country. Now, would it help? Would it be awesome? Would this dude contribute day one? Fuck yeah, he would.
Yeah, that's what Georgia. That's what I'm saying. But my point to this is that's the type of shit that Georgia does. The best available, right? They take whatever, supplementing platooning, being able to platoon ones in when ones come out. That's the type of stuff that championships are built out of.
Yeah.
But yes, you're absolutely right. Prioritizing your recruits. Anderson's not exactly a must, right? But that would be one. That's one hell of house money.
Yeah. Hey, you know what his nickname is?
Oh, I see. Nice.
His nickname's Big Rich.
Nice.
Yeah, you thought it was something else because his name's Richard.
I thought it was, well,
yeah.
That's where where my mind's at 100%, but
no, Big Rich. And like the rankings agree with me. I'm pretty sure they do. There's no question this is the best D-line prospect. If Texas lands him, there's no question he'd be the best D-line prospect they've landed in the Sark era. Justice Terry ranks similarly high. He was a 5-star. Justice Terry was 6'3", 240, 250 when he got to Texas. And, they're playing him because he's making a bunch, but honestly probably should not be playing right now. Richard Anderson brings something else. He contributes day one, is in the top 4-man rotation day one.
And that 340 will get calloused quickly.
And he's not even 340. He's playing in the 350s right now and moves like he's in like the 260s. Like a world-class athlete as a 6'3", 350-pounder. I don't know if there's a bigger I don't know if there's a prospect outside of Jermaine Bishop I have like a bigger crush on scouting-wise than this kid. Just very unique body type, rare level of athlete. And, I mean, it is mind-blowing that LSU has him and Lamar Brown committed in the same class. Like, that's unfair. But yeah, other guys, those are the official visitors. Oh, one more, Josiah Vilmail. He's at Fort Bend Travis, former Oklahoma State commit, decommitted from Oklahoma State like 5 days after they fired Gundy. Some new offers came in. And considering Texas, Iowa's in there, Arizona State, Houston, Baylor, Kansas State's in there. He has a Kansas State OV scheduled for Thanksgiving weekend, a Texas one scheduled for this weekend. But if the Texas one goes to plan, like it very likely will, he's going to cancel the Kansas State one because he'll be committed to Texas. He's gone on record saying Texas is for sure the favorite. And based off everything he said, everything we've heard, as long as he's a take, which we very much think he is, we expect him to be committed and in the class come signing day, December 3rd. So 3 of those guys we really like. Of the 5, Jet Walker, the running back from Georgetown, Caden Scherer, the guard
Who's Georgetown
from
play
Georgetown.
again this week?
Frisco Lone Star. And Josiah Vilmail, the Fort Bend Travis 3-star corner. So, yeah, and then some notable 2027 names. Noah Roberts out of Arizona. He's the highest-ranked running back Arizona's produced since Bijan Robinson. He is a maybe. Right now, Oregon, Ohio State, Texas are the ones at the front for him. You got Julian Caldwell out of Argyle, 2027 receiver. He is the top-ranked receiver for us in the in-state 27 class. Averaged like 24 yards per reception as a sophomore on it was 400-something yards. And as a junior has 15 catches on 15 touchdowns on 65 catches. Basically, a quarter of his catches are scores. Pretty damn good. Yeah. Averaging about 18 yards per carry, and he's already over 1,200 yards on the year. And he has a playoff game in West Texas tonight. And his family still set it up. They're going to get in the car and drive after the game, get down to Austin in time for the game tomorrow. And very much a kid to know about. He grew up pulling for the Longhorns. Parents went there, grew up going to games in DKR. They are, the childhood dream school. And Texas is battling A&M, Tech, LSU, Oregon, SMU, Oklahoma. And it's a contested recruitment. I mean, he's the top-ranked receiver in the state, and he's not just going to go to Texas because that's who he grew up rooting for. They're going to have to win it.
Right.
And it'll be his first visit back since the summer when he camped. He camped having already had the offer for 2 months, which kind of shows you the mental eval too. Obviously really good. And he was in Dallas for the Texas OU game as well. So second time seeing him play this year. Brock Williams, he's the nation's number 2 tight end. He's out of Libertyville, Illinois. He is down to a top 3 of Texas, Ohio State, and Georgia. Ohio State and Georgia are definitely in a better spot, though. Put out the top 3 about a month ago. He intends to commit the first week of December, and he's visited Ohio State 6 times, Georgia 3 times. This is his first ever time at Texas. So
he's just taking a nice little trip to Austin.
Yeah, unless Texas hits him with like a life-changing bag, he's not going to Texas. And even then, like, I don't think they hit him with the life-changing bag, because if they weren't going to play ball for Mark Bowman, who, with all due respect to Brock Williams, is better than Brock Williams, then they're not going to play that game with Brock Williams. So, yeah, 3 important top 247 offensive linemen. Carter Jones out of Pequoson, I don't know, Virginia. They have not offered him. It'll be his first time on campus. I expect him to get offered. And then interior lineman Peyton Miller, top ranked. Well, actually, he's not the top ranked, but second ranked interior O lineman in the class of 2027 in the state of Texas. Recruited by Texas to play center. A&M, Texas Tech, SMU, Clemson, Oklahoma, LSU are some of the schools in it. He's a national kid. And then the second top 247 IOL, Reed Ramsey. He's out of Orlando, goes to the first academy there, has a top 5 of Bama, Georgia, Ohio State, Miami, and Texas. Ohio State and Bama are the leaders for him, like they are for Brock Williams. It'll be his second time on campus. First time was the elite camp in June 1st when he earned his offer, and has been in touch with Kyle Flood since. So 2 big visitors there, him and Peyton Miller. Obviously, Texas needs help on the O-line. An argument to be made that they need help at guard or tackle more. And then 2 other visitors that I want to hit on that have offers. 3-star edge rusher Cameron Hall. He's at Mansfield Summit, highest graded 3-star, 89 3-star, and has A&M, Texas, think LSU, OU. Pretty decent offer sheet. And then last but not least, Jacob Whitehead. He's a 3-star corner out of St. John Bosco. He's one of those kids that's been getting recruited since like the 7th grade, because he's like a 6'3" corner with length and athleticism.
And got to 6'3" when he was in 7th grade.
Yeah, or 6'2" or something like that. Like I've always like it feels like 2 years in a row this kid will come to visits, and I'm like, okay, he's a senior, is at an OV. I'm like, wait, what the? He's still a junior? How is this happening? And then one potential, I doubt they offer him this weekend because they usually don't offer kids this early. But there's a 2029 QB visitor, Ty Snell. He's from Allen, is originally from Tennessee, and is on Allen's varsity squad as a freshman. He's their QB2.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, the starter, I think, is like a UAB commit or something G5. But Snell, they blow out a lot of people, so Snell gets a lot of varsity reps. But originally from Tennessee and went to Lipscomb Academy, where he played varsity and started on varsity as an 8th grader, and I believe won a state championship or played in the state championship. And Lipscomb Academy is who I saw IMG Academy and Jarrett Gibson and Jordan Johnson Rubel. I saw them play Lipscomb Academy in Nashville, what would have been August of 23. And Ellis Robinson, the Georgia corner, was also on that team. Donovan Oligbode, who's the Mizzou receiver who played a bunch as a true freshman. Jordan Seaton was on that team. He's the Colorado left tackle. Kenye Pepe, who's a 5-star USC offensive tackle commit. They're loaded. IMG's always loaded.
Sure.
Jaden Jackson, the OUD lineman. David Stone, the OUD lineman. All there. So, yeah. But that's kind of the visitor list for this weekend. I'm going to hit on some questions here. Or comments. Woodcrest said, I'd imagine the boosters start down at a round table after the season. Yeah, I think that happens whether or not they go 0-2, 1-1, or 2-0 these last 2 games. Yeah, let's see. Jose said, Jordan, going back to the shell company's comment from yesterday, how does Texas with their high and mighty ways change that? Do the laws in state have to change for them to do something different? Texas isn't going to go to the NCAA or state government and be like, hey, these other schools are doing this. It is technically legal. It's just a loophole. Can you make this illegal? They're not going to do that. They would take advantage of the loophole first, if that's what you're getting at. So I've not heard that Texas has done that. I think they should if they're not. At the same time, if they are doing it, they're not going to be stupid enough to let, a journalist like me find out about it. And on the same note, if I did find out about it, I'm not reporting or saying anything about it. Like, there's a reason I'm not naming the teams that are doing this. We have sources on different staffs. You got to keep everyone happy. But Texas has to adapt in 27 recruiting, or they're going to sign a class outside the top 10. because everyone else is doing it. Let's see. Antoine asked Jordan, how did Charlie Gillick's recruitment play out? Charlie Gillick or Gillick, I need to find that out. Is the 3-star tight end out of Michigan that Texas recently flipped from Minnesota. Funny enough, he was committed, I think it was West Virginia. It might have been UCF. He was committed to West Virginia, I'm pretty sure, as a tight end. Minnesota offers him as a linebacker because he plays not tiny school, but small school football in Michigan.
Yeah.
Where he's playing like everything on defense, everything on offense. They're in a slot T or wing T, so he's only getting like 2 catches a game.
Yep.
You know, some of that real wag shit. But
you talking to my offense was a wing T offense. We ran a wing T. Fucking brutal.
I'm so happy that's gone out of style in Texas high school football, or starting to. I can't stand, and I go watch a recruit play, and the team they're playing is running that, and it's like, Jesus.
The guards take you to the guards usually take you to play most of the time, anyways. But especially in a wing T, like the guards take you to every play, man.
Yeah, I just like when Liberty Hill played sock in the state game. Like Liberty Hill didn't get set a single play, and the refs never called it. And like, you know, I get it. I get why people run those types of offenses. If you have a lot less talent, you can win games doing that because it's ball control.
Exactly. It masks up.
But it is so annoying, and it is unfair as hell whenever the entire line is moving when they snap the ball, and it's never called. Not once. Like, they would put replays on slow-mo on the Jumbotron at AT&T, and the whole stadium would be losing their mind because you can see everyone false starting. But anyways, with Charlie Gillick, I don't know. I do know that Texas went up there, or Jeff Banks went up there during the bye week, met with him, offered him. He never posted it. And then, you know, some time passed. He ended up committing to Texas. I think what would have been like 4, maybe 5 days after Banks saw him. And kept it quiet. Didn't post the offer, like I said. Didn't post anything till he had committed and flipped. So that's how it played out. To be honest, with all due respect to the kid, I don't know why they're taking him when Javian Martin is playing at Willis. I'll continue to bang this drum. Javian Martin was at Pflugerville for 3 years. He's the highest ranked tight end in the state of Texas. And like Charlie Gillick said, I've seen quotes he's had with other people, reports he's had. They want him to be a wide tight end. And it's like, he needs to be an inline blocker. And if you wanted a wide tight end, did Scoop Martin hit your car or something? Did he key your car? Seriously. Like, you're going to let that kid go to Houston, Willie Fritz develop him, and let him play with Keyshawn Henderson? And then in 3-4 years, everyone on the board will be like, Jordan, why didn't Texas ever recruit this kid? He even lived in Pflugerville. I'll be like, yeah, I know. I wrote about it for 4 years, you know? Like, and I get it, you know, Gillick is probably a smaller price tag, but the price tag difference isn't enough to warrant that making sense. So I'll go to the grave banging on the table for Javian Martin, and that Texas should have offered him and still should. But, you know, they went the Charlie Gillick route. We'll see how it plays out. Jeff Banks, this is the very first year he's had a tight end room made up exclusively of guys he signed, and you can make the argument it's the worst tight end room of the Sark era. You know? Like,
is it? Let me ask you a question. Is it the worst tight end room, or is it underutilized?
Who the hell's the blocker?
No,
Who's
you're
the
right.
blocker?
No, you got me. I can't tell you.
How can you run 12 personnel if none of them can block?
Yep. No, you're right. And they're holding every play, which has led to a lot of penalties. So
yeah,
you're right.
And like,
got me.
I think Jack Andrews is a lot better than he's appearing to be, but they're not scheming him shit. The only time he touches the ball, it's right on the line of scrimmage, and he turns and gets murdered and put on his ass right away. That is not his fault, and it is not what him and his family signed up for when they came to Texas with 2 years of eligibility left after being Cal's leading receiver in yards, receptions, touchdowns 2 years in a row. I know it's the ACC. He had Fernando Mendoza throwing him the ball, but like, something has to change. And where does all of this tie back into? The tight end room being screwed up and missing on evaluations. What does it all tie back into? The recruiting operations, scouting, personnel team, and Steve Sarkisian being the CEO head coach who approves everything. That's what it is.
Got a lot on your plate, bud. Got a lot on your plate.
Yep.
And you still want to call plays. So
Oh yeah. Fozzie Wazzie says, what positions are going to be portal targets? They're going to get at least one running back, maybe two if there's more attrition there, which is very possible, and I expect to happen. They have to go get a blocking tight end. Like, if Spencer Shannon still can't block successfully in year 3, what makes you think he'll be able to do it?
You don't have different packages. You only have one. You can only run you can only run passing sets. You can't run any running sets.
Yeah. So 1 to 2 running backs. I could see them going QB if it's a clipboard holder like Matt Caldwell, because Trey Owens is gone, but everyone knows that. Receiver, I think 1 to 2. I think if DeAndre Moore leaves, it's 2, or if he leaves, it's 1.
Hey, give me 2 seconds.
You're all good.
More than just
I don't know. How should I say this? I think these next 2 games are going to influence it. They have to have tough conversations about budget. Some of these guys in the receiving room are making way too much, and they're not playing at all, or they are playing and are making more than the guys behind them who, would probably be doing better. And the receiver room just needs organization, and it needs restructuring on the financial side of it. And if that means Ryan Wingo leaves, that's fine. You have to ask yourself, is it worth paying Ryan Wingo 7 figures again if he's going to consistently drop the ball, have lapses in communication, and trip over himself? Is that worth it? Could you get a better return on investment for the same price? You probably could. That's what they have to talk about and consider. So QB, running back, tight end, receiver, they're going to get a tackle regardless if Gooseby comes back or not. If he doesn't, they have to get 2. They're going to have to get 2 guards. And based off what I'm hearing about guys getting ready to go in the portal, I do think they're going to go get a center. On defense, Cole Brevard, Travis Shaw are gone. Everyone else can come back. Hero Canoe is the only one who will have a decision make in regards to leaving for the draft or coming back. I think they're going to get 1 no matter what, because they always kind of at least get 1 each year of the portal cycle, at least the interior D-line. But if, Hero Canoe leaves, that number might be 2 instead of 1, because they're going to lose at least 1 person from the D-line room, and it's not someone who plays. In the edge room, I think they're fine without getting an edge, arguably the best room on the roster. They recruited that room better than any room on the roster the last few years. You'll have Colin Simmons in year 3. You'll have Lance Jackson in year 2. I don't think Colton Vosig's on the team anymore, just reading the tea leaves. You'll have Smith Rugbo in year 2, Zena Umeozulu in year 3. You'll have Brad Spence in year 4. Could factor into the linebacker numbers, though. I keep saying I don't think Kosi Okpala will play much as a freshman. He can help on special teams. He won't redshirt. But if he's going to play actual defensive snaps as a true freshman, it's going to be in like situational edge rushing, like kind of what Anthony Hill did as a freshman, but even not to that same degree. So maybe edge. And you also got to remember, think about how good this year's edge room is at Texas, and think about how hard they still try to go get David Bailey, who's tearing it up for Tech. Imagine if David Bailey was on this Texas roster right now. It'd be nuts. So maybe they try to go BPA, best player available at edge, but I could see that number being 0. I could see it being 1. It's not going to be more than 1, though. They have to go get a linebacker, perhaps 2. Numbers are low. The only returners at the position next year, Leonga Lafau in year 4, Ty Anthony Smith in year 3, Bo Barnes in year 2, and I guess kind of Brad Spence and kind of Jonathan Cunningham.
Have you guys mentioned safety yet?
No, I haven't got there yet. They're going to – if Malik Muhammad doesn't come back, and I think he's gone, I think if he gets a draftable grade, he's leaving. But if he comes back, they'll probably be all right. If he leaves, they're going to have to go get a corner. So, because Cade Phillips and Grayson Littleton will start next year. I've said that since fall camp. But who the hell's the third corner? Because Kobe Black didn't play a snap versus Georgia. Not 1.
What happened? I heard he was in preseason, there was reports coming out that he was, playing phenomenal. And then all of a sudden it just kind of, it is what it is.
You make a good point. The thing I keep thinking about, hey, why did we hear this in fall camp and then it turned out like this? I kind of stopped caring for some of the stuff we heard in fall camp because, kind of what I brought up yesterday, people are getting pissed at us and other Texas sites because it's y'all said the O-line was going to be good and it wouldn't be a problem this year. And it's well, that's what our sources who are at practice every day said. And they were clearly wrong. So, they clearly were wrong on Kobe Black then too, if that's what they said. And he's played as limited snaps as he had. And when he's played a lot of snaps like versus Florida, he got his ass cooked. So, he was a 5-star. He had an expensive price tag out of high school. Another guy you got to think about, is it worth paying him the same amount? I think Kobe Black is a phenomenal young man. I enjoyed covering him, but those are, conversations that are going to happen.
Right. Real conversation for sure.
And Baylor is 1,000% a school that would, tamper with him, overpay for him to come back, especially if they have a new staff with a new car smell. So corner, I think the number's 1 at least, because I think Malik's gone. Could be 2. And then at safety, Jelani McDonald, if he leaves, they have to get 2. If he comes back, they have to get 1. Like, outside of Jonah Williams and Jelani McDonald, there's no one I'd really have confidence in playing safety next year. Xavier Philsme and Jordan Johnson, Bell haven't inspired any confidence, and I don't think Derek Williams is on the Texas team next year based off everything that's happened. So,
jeez.
Yeah, and then at kicker, well, they don't want to play him, and I know he's pissed off about playing time. So, like, if Jelani comes back next year, any of Jonah Williams, when is he going to play? You have to,
No, for sure.
So,
no, you're right.
And then at kicker and punter, both graduate, Mason Shipley and Baumeister. They have 2 scholarship that'll be true freshmen coming in. But after Michael Kern and after Michael Kern had a horrible true freshman season, I don't think they're going to let a true freshman kick or punt next year. I think they're going to portal in for vets that are 1-year rentals, and then let the kicker and punter commit, Bukauskas and Collette. They'll let them start in year 2 as redshirt freshmen or whatnot. So yeah, let's see. Is it 13 starting Longhorns leaving into the season? Two, at least on offense. Cole Hudson, DJ. On defense, Cole Brevard counts as a starter. I guess Travis Shaw, Ethan Burke.
Are you counting potential transfers out?
No, not as starters. Anthony Hill, Malik Muhammad, Michael Taff, potentially Jelani. You're looking at least 8. So, yeah. Hey, Richard Wesley, and they're trying to get Richard Anderson. Pretty good.
See, I saw that shit earlier. CB had me cracking up. So
yeah. Nathan said, Jordan, do you think Curtis goes to Vandy? Georgia circles back on Bell. I want Texas to make a run at Henderson. I do think. Well, I heard a few weeks ago, Jared Curtis and Vandy. It's a done deal already, and it's happening signing day. I have not heard anything since then, so we'll see. And obviously, signing day is in a week and a half. So I don't really have an update there. If he does end up at Vanderbilt, though, George is 1,000% hitting up Dia Bell. And as far as Keyshawn Henderson goes, I mean, if Dia Bell flips and leaves Texas at the altar right before signing day, and Texas has never, ever, ever, ever talked to Keyshawn Henderson about playing quarterback, I don't really see him getting a change of heart the day or two before signing day or on signing day. So, yeah. And also, like, Dia Bell's gone on record, unless Steve Sarkisian isn't there and is, for whatever reason, not the Texas coach before signing day, he's going to sign with Texas. Like, the only reason he doesn't is if Sark isn't there, and he said that on record. So, yeah, Antoine asked Jordan, why did the guys leave LBJ for Anderson if you're talking about Yaheem Riley and Caleb Crenshaw? I'll wait till their high school careers are done because they do have a game tomorrow. And, I mean, they're cleared by the UIL. But ask me about this next week or the week after, depending on if they win, because I do have the answer. Yeah, Antoine, they are not really recruiting any of those Weiss kids besides Trey Moore. And even him, they are not, in the lead spot really either. So, yeah. Woodcrest, we're not doing this. I'm sorry. We're not going to do that. But, yeah. Dripping Springs versus San Antonio Harlan tonight at Alamo Stadium. Should be a good one. Hopefully you can find it on YouTube. If it's not on YouTube, NFHS or Texan Live, San Antonio Harlan, by the way, has a running back that's committed to TCU. Awesome young man.
I can't believe
awesome
we just
story.
put that shit in the fucking chat.
Huh?
Nothing. Yeah.
Okay, but Harlan has a running back. I'm blanking on his name, but he's committed to TCU.
Woodcrest, you're on a timeout for a minute, dude. Chill.
And he has a hearing issue or disability or whatnot, so he sounds, a little different, interesting, but great young man. Very happy for him in Harlan. Like they've had a remarkable last 2 seasons, and Drip, the Austin guys, but I can't be mad or sad if Harlan ends up winning just because they have a really good story with that running back. Please tell me this isn't real. Is this real?
I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
Hold up. Holy shit.
There you go. Staying there, buddy.
I am convinced I could run the Baylor football program better than anyone that's been in charge there since Art Brown. Whoa, pause. I might be able to run the Baylor football program better than it ever has in program history. Because I was going to say there was alignment with Art Briles, but obviously they were covering shit up, and I'm not going to compare myself to them. But Baylor has so much potential as a Big 12 school in the state of Texas that doesn't have to compete with Texas or Oklahoma. They have so much potential. And I'm not even talking about trying to bag everyone like Tech is doing or have a booster, like a mega booster, one of them, but they can be so much better than they are. And it pisses me off too, because I know so many people that are deserving of getting those jobs should it open, and it's now not going to open. And there's even people I know that interviewed for these jobs, and they hired they hired people that suck, that are bad for the role. Their personnel operation is dog shit, with all due respect to them. It can be so much better. And I mean, I brought it up last year, the We Pay Players thing, them wearing all the shirts. It doesn't matter if you have the 6th biggest bankroll in the Big 12. Don't wear that shit. And second of all the guys they beat their chest on outside of London Smith and Jamarian Carlton, they're beating their chest on because they want the raise from signing a higher recruiting class ranking. So they go get the guys with a high composite rating that were all 4 stars and then dropped once, the cycle progressed and other guys passed them up. So I don't know. There are certain specific kids and families I root for at Baylor from covering them. And I don't know how any of those guys are letting their kids stay at Baylor, for real. This is a shit show. They're 5-5 right now. They just got their ass kicked by Utah. It wasn't competitive. They had a stadium that was 20% full, and they're going to probably lose to Arizona on the road. And then they got Daddy Willie Fritz coming into town the week after. And I was told from someone at Baylor that Aranda gets fired if they don't make a bowl game. They're 5-5 and can go 0-2. Hopefully this is the CDC. Tom Herman is our football coach type deal, and they fire him after signing day, and maybe they're doing this so they can sign, their class and keep them together. But, dude, if I was a Baylor fan, I'd be so pissed right now.
What is Linda reading during breakfast to where she's got to come on there and say that we are not complacent and we are not settling for mediocrity?
They are settling for mediocrity. They are mediocrity. They're 5-5 and have filled their stadium up over 80% capacity outside of the Auburn game, when your boy took Auburn everything because it was the easiest bet of all time. Hugh Freeze, a dumbass, but with a much more talented team versus Dave Aranda, who's a good football coach between the lines, but sucks at recruiting and everything else. The answer is Auburn 10 times out of 10. That was easy to see. So, I don't know. I'm sorry I got so pissed off over this, but dude, there are people I know that could get great opportunities by that staff getting fired, and I feel for them, and I feel for the people in that program or the people that have kids in that program, because I'd be getting them out of there right now if I was in charge. Sticky said you saw a post about Texas not having any of the top 10 2027 recruits in the state of Texas. Yeah, well, Texas doesn't hold a single commitment in 2027 after Taven Epps decommitted. OU, I think, already has 10. I know A&M's at 5 or 6. So
It is pretty arrogant to feel like you can just come in last second and sweep people off their feet.
Yeah. And like, this is the reason I keep saying 2027 is such a problem for Texas. You can't be late to offering after everyone else. And then when you do offer, you can't have other staffs talk to the kid more than you do, who already had a year-long head start on building the relationship. And then when it comes time to talk money, you offer less money than they do. When are you going to win? Never. Like, they need to change the scouting and recruiting operation as a whole. It has to change. So, yeah. I was hoping Aranda would be available to hire as an assistant. Not happening. This is just, I mean, yeah, I do know Baylor. They don't want to make a hire this coaching carousel, but like,
would you take Aranda over PK as a DC?
Right now, no. Because, like, nah, I wouldn't. And even then, like, Aranda gets a ton of credit for LSU in 2019. Dog, do you know the players he was coaching?
No, pros. No, I got you. Yeah, you know? For sure.
And he's a great coach, and I think he could be a top 5 DC in the country should have become one again, but I can't make that statement right now. I'd say him over PK. And I get what Temple of Brutus is saying, you know, wait for Commerce sees, but like, even if you go hire GJ Kinney, who's 4-6 right now, the new car smell from him is a lot better than the smell of shit from the current staff with the fan base, with recruits, with everything. Like, there are students at Baylor who are so pissed right now and are not going to any games. And I get it, you know, wait for Commerce sees, but no matter what, Baylor's never going to be better than the 5th best job opening, you know. And I mean, I haven't seen anyone actually report this, but there's people online who are saying Lincoln Riley and his family are very interested in Baylor. They kind of want to be a big fish in a small pond again, less expectations. And I think it's kind of crazy because he finally got USC up to speed, but
they want to be a big – did they really say that? They want to be a big fish in a small pond?
It is some Lincoln Riley shit, though. Like, I don't know. I can't believe, though, that Baylor's doing that with Aranda. That's wild. Any suggestions on a better GM for Texas?
Off the top of my head.
Getting a different or better GM, none of that matters unless Sark is going to change his approach as a CEO head coach. So
I get wanting to own all of it. I understand that, but you have to be able to delegate. Like, you just, if you want to focus solely on play calling, and you have to delegate and make sure that all your other ends as a CEO, all your other duties are being taken care of. And right now they're clearly not. So
yeah. Nathan brings up a good point. If you shake up the staff, you can use it as an excuse to why they didn't offer earlier, but that depends on the people you fire and how many you fire. And I get what you're saying, Fozzie Wazzie, but like, Eric Morris is probably going to take Oklahoma State. They'll probably be able to get him. Baylor's a better job than Oklahoma State is. It is. They have more money. You're in a better recruiting state. And like, yeah, you might be little bro to Texas and Texas A&M and even Tech now in the same state. But being little bro to those three is better than being, you know, tiny bro to Oklahoma. And those are the only 2 schools. So I don't know. That is blasphemous on Baylor, though. God, there's one more thing I wanted to talk about.
You want to talk about the game?
Not really. I don't have anything else to say. I went 34-28 on the score prediction. I don't feel good.
I went 34-24. So I think you and I basically just looked at the line and, you know, tried to do my best to kind of shave and mask or kind of mirror the line there.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think Texas is covering. Thing that just worries me is, like, I mean, Taylon Green, if you pressure him, he's going to throw the ball.
Right. That's not news anymore, right? Like,
but
he's absolutely vulnerable.
Quattrino, like, I think a lot of people that have played Texas, if you can establish a running game and get the ball out quickly, you can put up points on this defense. It's what Georgia did. It's what Mississippi State did. It's what Vanderbilt did.
I think you can run on them too, man. They look very vulnerable between the trenches as well.
Yeah,
I was telling Double R, man, I'd love to see Wisner get over the century mark. I mean, he got close to it against the Sooners. I'd love to see him kind of, stick one in and, have that confidence for the offensive line going into next week against A&M. So,
yeah, man.
It's good to get in a rhythm. It's good to be playing good football going into a big game.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. If they do that first opening play to Ryan Wingo,
it's gonna. I mean, what's the over under on that? I'll bet you.
No, if they run it, cool. If he trips over himself again, I'm gonna get in trouble for what I'll say on Twitter.
My brother, it's not the Ryan Wingo play. It's the play they've been doing to the outside since Worthy. You know what I mean? It's Sark's play. That's what he does with the script.
But it has to go to Wingo because he's supposed to be receiver one and because he can't block. That's also
that's very. It all adds up, doesn't it? It maths out. So
I don't know. I think they need to change a lot of what's happening in the receiver room. And maybe I'm just a Khalil Lockett homer.
I like Mosley, bro. I love Mosley.
Mosley's cool. DeAndre Moore, cool. Khalil Lockett, my king, my prince, Dalen McCutcheon, awesome. Everyone else, I don't know. Like there are some good players, but you're not getting enough value in ROI for what you're paying them. And I know you're never really going to get an ROI because it's college football and it's not like they'll make you money back, but it can be a lot better than it is. I'll say that. And it's fascinating to think because you think in 2021, in 2022, Xavier Worthy, Jordan Whittington, and it's like, okay, who's next? Casey Kane, Jai Hall that has the coaching staff afraid to be in a room alone with him. Like, that's it. And they rotated, and they fed Xavier Worthy. They gave him the shares. This year's team has, at least 6 dudes that would have started over Casey Kane on that same team. And Casey Kane got touches every now and then. But at Texas, you have all this talent. There's no rotating.
And you don't know.
No circle of trust. Do you think they really trusted Xavier Worthy that much? Xavier Worthy got there in June. He enrolled in June. And he had statistically, the most successful season of his career as a true freshman. Why? Because he's fast as hell, and they'd run slants or would throw bombs to him. He really didn't run a route tree. He ran 3 different routes.
No, I don't. Yeah.
He
would throw in the screen in there every now and then. He'd get a screen in there.
Okay, still. It wasn't rocket science. You dumbed it down for him because he was an 18, 19-year-old and getting his first taste of college football who showed up in June. You dumbed it down for him, and it was successful, and then he put the team on his back several times. Ryan Wingo is not a guy you do that for. He's not a guy who puts the team on his back. And I'm not really suggesting the others are, but get some rotation in. It's not high school, and I know that, and it's different because these players are making money, and you don't want the investment on the bench. You want it on the field. And if Ryan Wingo's the highest paid player, you want him on the field. But after a certain number of drops on third down, why the hell is he allowed to go in the next series? He might be the highest paid player. It's not like Khalil Lockett isn't, and other guys behind him aren't too far behind him. Money-wise, you got to try something else. And Woodcrest, I agree with you. At the time, I said it didn't make sense, and 2 years later, I'm saying it didn't make sense. They offered this kid the second day of the 3-day signing period and signed him and recruited him, even though he had never, ever visited Texas before and was never on the radar. They did it for sprinkles on top. And as I've started to think more and more about the Aaron Butler take, the Tassili Akana take, both of them were late signing period ads that didn't make a ton of sense then and still don't now. Were y'all doing that just to inflate the recruiting class ranking? Because both of them, their commitments moved Texas up a spot or two. Was that really what it was? Are y'all Bayloring it? I don't know. I'm sorry. I forgot about Parker Livingstone when I mentioned him.
Yeah.
Apologies. He's good in my book. I like him.
No, I like him, but I think for me, wide receiver 1 out of this group is Mosley. In my
is who?
Mosley, for my opinion.
Yeah. I just don't think anyone on the team really has the true one skill set outside.
I'm staying out of this group.
Oh yeah,
right?
yeah.
Out of the group. So
yeah, man. I want Texas in the CFP, but I'm so interested and kind of hope they don't make it because in the bowl game,
I just don't see there's a way. Like,
but in the bowl game, there's going to be opt outs and people sitting out for the draft. Like if Khalil Lockett starts, I might go buy a 7 jersey. You know, I'm serious right now. There are some guys I really want to see play. There are other freshmen who I'm cool with never seeing play. You know, like this is going to be a very interesting next month for the Texas Longhorns. Next 2 months. See how it all goes.
Yes, sir, amigo.
Hey.
Yeah, Jordan gave his score. I gave my score. What's your score? Make sure you like the video before we get out of here, too, or when the video is off. Don't forget that.
Yeah. But all right, we are getting out of here just on time, 34 minutes late. Up next, Third and Longhorn previews tomorrow's matchup between Texas and Arkansas. Oh, yeah. How about that culture, Temple of Brutus? We're going to end the stream, but Chip and Zay will be back on it at 2 p.m. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream. I'll see you on Monday morning. Hopefully the Longhorns get a win, because if not, I'm giving you a trigger warning. It will be a very negative show. But, hey, y'all have a great weekend. Hopefully the Horns get a win. Y'all enjoy a great weekend of football. Peace.